So guys, welcome along to the Diabetes Chat if you've just tuned in. We are doing a 24-hour Twitter space raising awareness for diabetes, for World Diabetes Day, which is on Monday. We will have a Diabetes Chat on Monday, but maybe a bit shorter, and Philippa Chris will be hosting it, and hopefully I'll be there for some bits of it, but I may have a bit of rest. If you click on the Diabetes Chat profile, you can see all the things of how you can get involved. You can obviously tweet Diabetes Chat. You can request a microphone. You can check out the YouTube channel. We're live streaming on there as well. And we also are doing a Just Giving fundraising page, which is on there as well. And we are trying to get, I put a target of £500, and we've got £200 at the minute. That's fantastic. That's amazing. So thank you to everyone that's been able to donate. But also, like I said earlier on, is there's ways of helping raise this awareness is by sharing it or talking about it and tweeting it out. And I've seen loads of people do that throughout the day. So that's great. You know, it's hard times that we're living in, but any sort of donation is great. But also the raising awareness of it is equally as important. So amazing to everyone for that support. So it is 10 o'clock. We have now 2 hours where we're going to have a bit of singing, a bit of entertainment. We're going to catch up with Alex, and then we'll have a bit of an open forum, which will just continue to talk about anything and everything. And then at 12 midnight UK time, we will have the Diabetes Advocacy book club that will be here. And later on, we'll have Ben West, and we'll go through more of the schedule later on. So lots to look forward to over the course of the next 2 hours. But let's welcome along Alex. Again, thanks Mo, thanks Jules. You guys are more than welcome, everyone, to stick around. And if you want to join the microphone, please come say hi. It's lovely to see everyone. We've got Deb and Gary and Norman and Rich and Mark and Flipper, Jules and Mo around at the minute. But please come say hi. Keep us going as long as you can. But Alex, how are you?
Hello, I'm out in the wild.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Alex.
I am currently in a pub in Birmingham.
You do not sound like you're in a pub. Credit to your mind.
Outside, so there's not too much noise, I'm hoping.
And Alex, you're going to do some live singing on, like, right now, right?
I know, exactly. So we're going to go to a quieter place.
Is everyone ready for the amazing Alex? He's going to do some live singing, and we'll talk in between. So over the course of the next 20 minutes, half an hour, we've got 3 songs, haven't we, Alex?
We have indeed.
But maybe we can talk in between each one. And I want to play a fun game with you as well. And then in the open forum section as well, if anyone else wants to play our fun 90-second question game. We can do that as well. But Alex, which song are we going for first? Just to remind me.
Mary Poppins.
There we go.
Obviously.
Spoonful of sugar, of course, as per requested.
Yes, indeed. Would you like to introduce your song on our amazing World Diabetes Day?
I would. So, hello everyone. I will be singing Spoonful of Sugar from Mary Poppins the musical, and I hope you enjoy.
In every job that must be done, there is an element of fun. You find the fun and snap. The job's a game, and every task you undertake becomes a piece of cake, a lark, a spree. It's very clear to see that a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down, the medicine go down, medicine go down. Just a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down in a most delightful way. A robin feathering his nest has very little time to rest, while gathering his bits of twine and twigs. Though quite intent in his pursuit, he has a merry tune to toot. He knows a song will move the job along. spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. The medicine go down. Medicine go down. Just a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down in a most delightful way. The honeybees that fetch the nectar from the flowers to the comb never tire of ever buzzing to and fro, because they take a little nip from every flower that they sip, and hence they find their task is not a grind. For a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. The medicine go down. Medicine go down. Just a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down in a most delightful way.
Wow,
That was
Alex.
awesome.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh. And that literally, that was incredible.
Can you hear me, Tom?
What do you guys think? Yeah, we can hear you now.
Awesome.
What do you guys think of that? That was just stunning, wasn't it?
That was
great.
absolutely amazing.
Thank you, guys.
I
had to do something sugar related.
Of course, and we were talking about it the other week, weren't we, on the Diabetes Chat on a Monday, and it was we were talking, and
You gave us the idea. We did the sample.
we did, and last night, guys, we did a dress rehearsal, didn't we, Alex? And
oh gosh,
and everything literally went wrong.
I know, trying to figure out the best way to get the sound through.
In my case today, it's a spoonful of insulin helps the sugars go down.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And right now, looking at mine, it is definitely. I'm sitting at 13. Oh, we never did blood sugar recall.
Mine are crazy at the minute.
I'm at 13, heading downwards.
I'm at 9.5 and heading upwards with 2 arrows.
Oh, 13 double arrows.
2 arrows? That's rare.
I'm using X-Strip. So X-Strip's giving me 2 arrows, and my
Is this
normal
the one you told me about yesterday?
No, the one I sent you yesterday has a single up arrow, but it's going up.
I love it. What do you want next, Tom?
Can I just ask which pub you're outside in Birmingham? Because of course I've just come back from Birmingham because we had the West Midlands meetup.
Oh, somewhere I don't actually know where we are. It's more Jewellery Quarter way.
Jewellery Quarter. Oh yes, that's not where I normally know. Is it? It's not 1,000. Not 1,000 trades or somewhere like that.
Oh no, I don't think so.
On multiple levels.
No.
Yeah. I just thought you were just interested in me when you said Birmingham.
True Birmingham lass is what I am.
Mark, you'd be running down quickly to do a duet, wouldn't you? Quick, I'm coming! I'm in there.
Oh my gosh, I welcome you with open arms.
I'm miles away in Wolverhampton now.
I was singing along. I was admittedly singing along then, as I was last night. But I think I'd just leave you to it because I don't think my singing's the best. I might leave that for what slot we got. 2 a.m. There's an open forum chat. I might start singing there, guys. That's a good excuse to stay up, isn't it? 2 a.m.
Exactly.
Karaoke.
Blood sugar karaoke. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, amazing. Alex, what are we going for next?
Let's go for a bit of If I Could Turn Back Time by Cher.
Oh, class.
Because I think we all want to turn back time a little bit.
I know, right? Do you want to introduce your song? And the mic is yours.
Thank you. So everyone, it's second song of the evening, and this is me singing If I Could Turn Back Time by Cher. So sing along. It's going to be a really great time.
If I could turn back time, if I could find a way, I'd take back those words that had hurt. I did the things I did. I don't know why I said the things I said. Pride's like a knife, it can cut deep inside. Words are like weapons, they wound sometimes. I didn't really mean to hurt you. I didn't want to see you go. I know I made you cry, but darling, if I could turn back time, if I could find a way, I'd take back those words that have hurt you. You would say, if I could reach the stars, I'd give them all to you. Then you love me like you used to do. If I could turn back time, my world was shattered, I was torn apart. Like someone took a knife and drove it deep in my heart. You walked out that door, I swore that I didn't care, but I lost everything, darling, then and there. Too strong to tell you I was sorry, too proud to tell you I was wrong. I know that I was blind. Oh baby, if I could turn back time, if I could find a way, I'd take back those words that have hurt you. And you say, if I could reach the stars, I'd give them all to you. Then you love me like you used to do. If I could turn back time, if I could turn back time, if I could turn back time, oh baby, I didn't really mean to hurt you. I didn't want to see you go. I know I made you cry, but oh, if I could turn back time, if I could find a way, I'd take back those words that had hurt you. If I could reach the stars, I'd give them all to you. Then you love me like you used to do. If I could turn back time, if I could find a way, then maybe, you would say.
Wow, that was just sensational, Alex. Unreal.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, honestly.
Well done.
Belinda's just tweeted, just said, Alex just blessed the 24-hour marathon audience with her singing voice outside a pub in Birmingham. If any of the diabetes community want to run down to do a duet, Michael as well.
Down to the pub and duet.
Oh my gosh. Everyone must be like, oh, listening, just amazed. You're like literally outside the pub. That's incredible. And we've reached the 12-hour mark, and to have this bit of fun and entertainment at this point is just cracking. I love it. Oh, Alex, amazing.
Thank you. It is a pleasure.
Before we finish our segment with you, Alex, I just wanted to do a little our fun 90-second questions with you, and then we'll finish with our last questions, if that's good. Our last song.
Yeah, sure. It's all right. My battery is on 1%, so I'm now just like portable charger.
Oh no, we'll lose you.
I know.
You're singing.
So it's a good job we connected with yours. Let me just see if I can find. Okay, we have a portable charger.
Wait, no, you sound.
Yeah. Oh shit.
My friend is here and we're like, oh no, we've got a portable charger.
Excuse the bad language in the background. You're good, Alex?
One second. 1 minute.
You can tell, guys, we have been on live for 12 hours now, and you can tell this is live, can't you? Well, we do the
You've got another 12
live.
hours to go. Don't calm down yet, Tom.
I know. So too exciting. I can see Bastian's there jumped on. Hey, Bastian. It's nice to see you there listening in.
Howdy, Bastian.
My good friend from D-Doc. But guys, what a remarkable 12 hours it's been here so far. We've had so many amazing chats so far. 12 hours of chat. And we've got 12 more to go. Alex is doing some singing. We'll catch up with her in a minute. Let's come to the panel while we hopefully connect with Alex back soon. Have you enjoyed the space so far, guys? And are you enjoying the live entertainment on this Saturday night?
I can't believe Alex's voice, because she looks so petite and small in the pictures, and the voice that's coming out of her is amazing.
It's amazing. That big voice, yeah.
We are back.
Sensational.
We have been saved by a bartender.
You can,
We finally have a plug.
Oh my
gosh. You wanted to play a game?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, are you ready for a fun game while you?
I am indeed.
While you get some juice in your phone.
Absolutely.
Okay, so guys, this is our 90-second questions, which is normally more than 90 seconds. So I don't know. We'll have to rename it something else. Maybe if anyone's got any suggestions. The quick fire round questions.
Audience.
Ask the audience. Maybe. Maybe.
You remember Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Ask the audience.
So Alex, can I ask you the questions and just sort of quick fire round responses? Let's go.
Okay, let's go.
What is your name?
Alex.
What is your occupation?
I am an actress and a singer.
How old were you when diagnosed, and when were you diagnosed?
26, so last year.
What is your go-to hypo treatment?
Oh, anything sweet or fizzy pop.
Do you use insulin pens or insulin pump?
Insulin pens, but I'm going on the Daphne course, so I should be getting a pump hopefully next month.
How exciting! That is good.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed for you. Do you finger prick or use technology, flash, CGM?
Bit of both. So CGM and then I panic, so I do finger pricks.
to check the accuracy, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think is worse for you? Feeling low, feeling hypo, or feeling high, hyper?
Hypo, feeling low.
Feeling low. Are you hyper aware, Alex?
Oh yes.
What symptoms do you have of hyper awareness?
So I get really shaky, cold sweats, and like that feeling where you're on a roller coaster and your head tips. I get that quite a lot.
Ooh.
And then it feels like my head's being tipped upside down.
Yeah, that's not a nice feeling, is it?
No.
You obviously finger prick, Alex. So do you change your lancet every day?
I am so bad. I literally change it after every single time I use it. I'm so over the top.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I know. Every single time I use it, I change it.
That's a bad thing.
I know, I'm a rarity. Even my needles I change every single time.
One thing you like about diabetes and one thing you don't like about diabetes?
I like that we've got an incredible community of people who are absolutely amazing. And I don't like that it just takes up so much of my time and effort to keep myself alive.
Yeah. Do you love or hate the smell of insulin?
I'm impartial.
Impartial, ooh.
Impartial.
Right down the middle. And you're going on a desert island holiday to the Diabetes Chat Island. You're going to fly over there and you're going to meet all the amazing people that are already there. We've got Renza, she's already there. We've also got Gary and Max, who did this before. So you're on the island. You're on a Diabetes Chat Island, right? And you can take anything you want with you, 3 things. And you know what? I'm going to be nice to you and say you've got all your diabetes kit. It's all there. I've sent it over. It's unlimited. But what other 3 things would you take?
Okay, so I'm going to be practical. I'm going to take one of those things that you can shove into a tree and get water, because I feel like we're going to get thirsty. So that's number 1. And then one of those things to make fire, because I also feel like we need to cook some food. Because if you've got water and the things cook food, you can find food somewhere else. If it's a desert island. And then I want to bring something totally useless, like I'll bring a single bottle of Diet Coke, and then we can have a fight to see who would get it. For some nice entertainment.
That's hilarious. I love it. Oh my gosh.
Gladiator style.
So you're very practical, but then you're encouraging a bit of entertainment. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah,
okay.
I feel like it's kind of my brain suddenly turned Hunger Games, and I was like, I think this one's landing.
Oh my gosh. Okay, Alex. I reckon it's time for our finale, our final song.
Yay!
And maybe you can just, if you've got a bit of battery life, maybe a bit outside where it's a bit quieter.
We're all plugged in now. We're perfect.
All plugged in. And introduce your song and tell us what you're singing. Yeah, go for it.
Fantastic. So, Diabetes Chat 2022. This is Waking Up Dreaming by Shania Twain.
Do you know I adore you? A million ways to show you I do. I do. Every moment holding you is a moment stolen. It's true. It's true. Oh, well, well, gotta be now or never. Oh, well, time ain't waiting forever. So let's start waking up dreaming and dress up crazy like superstars. There ain't no taking this feeling. Tonight we're making our way to Mars. Way up, higher than we've ever been. No, we won't stop at the ceiling. So let's keep waking up dreaming. Now is the perfect time, and you know it's worth us finding the rush. The rush. What if there's no tomorrow? I promise I won't let go, no matter what. Matter what. Oh, well, gotta be now or never. Oh, well, time ain't waiting forever. So let's start waking up dreaming and dress up crazy like superstars. There ain't no taking this feeling. Tonight we're making our way to Mars. Way up, higher than we've ever been. No, we won't stop at the ceiling. So let's keep waking up dreaming. Woo! Diabetes Chat. Way up, higher than we've ever been. No, we won't stop at the ceiling. So let's keep waking up dreaming. Can't live my best life without you, baby. Don't think I could carry on. We're stronger the longer we can make it. Oh, hey, oh, hey, oh. So let's start waking up dreaming and dress up crazy like superstars. There ain't no shaking this feeling. Tonight we're making our way to Mars. Way up, higher than we've ever been. No, we won't stop at the ceiling. So let's start waking up dreaming.
OMG, Alex, Allison, you are a superstar.
That was an amazing song.
That was bloody awesome. That was incredible. I loved every second of that song, and I will be listening back to that. You are a superstar, Alex. Like, that was just amazing. And she's lost connection by the looks of it after that.
Back again.
Hey!
For a minute.
Are you back in the pub with all your super fans? Are they literally screaming and wanting your
Do you know what? Someone has just come. Do you want to say what you just said to me? Yeah, what it's pap. She went, Shania Twain, I love Shania Twain. Yeah, what
Oh my God.
Remy's taking over the diabetes chat now.
I can see you doing some private things when you're not on diabetes chat in the pub.
Exactly.
I say gigs was the word I was thinking of.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Oh, it's glitching a little bit.
Honestly, thank you so.
Go on, Tab.
Honestly, Alex, it's been so good. Thank you so much. You go enjoy your night with your friends in the pub.
It's been a pleasure working with you as always.
We'd love to have you back another time as well.
Indeed. Take care. Bye, Alex.
Bye. Thank you all. You're all amazing.
Oh, stunning, right? Wasn't that just superb? I think that's like even spurred me on. I've got that buzz about me now. I'm ready to go. I've had a big cup of tea and I'm like full of energy. That was good. That was cracking, wasn't it? That was good fun.
Fun fact for you, Tom. If you want to listen back to it in even better quality than Twitter, YouTube sounded absolutely amazing.
Did it? Oh, that's spot on, that. So, and like, good plug there, Norm. And this has all been recorded, streamed on YouTube. So in the next couple of days, what I will do is I will timestamp the whole thing so that you can go back to listen to particular bits. And I think
you can add chapters as well, so that when you're actually scrolling on it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Sorry, chapters. And I think that'll help because normally what we do is we finish up and then I edit the podcast episode. So we normally chat for about 4 hours, but then I edit out the podcast section of our guest speaker.
And you don't do a whole 24 hours, eh?
It takes me for about an hour production. It takes me about 3 hours to do. So you can imagine a 24-hour space would take probably about a week. And I think everyone's been on their bestest behaviour so far. So all is good. Tick, 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 tick. So all is good. Just saw a message from Chris. He'll be catching up with us in a little while. He's just got a few little jobs he's doing. So that will be good. And he'll be joining us for Ben West. He'll be chatting with Ben West. So that should be interesting in a couple of hours. But guys, this is the open forum now. It's 10:30. We have the Diabetes Advocacy Book Club at midnight, so an hour and a half time till then. This is your time if you want to come say hi or ask anything or talk about anything, raise awareness, tell us what you do to maybe raise awareness for diabetes. Or if you want to share your journey with diabetes, your diagnostic, or if you need interesting tales or stories, please come say hi, or I'll just keep talking. But also, we've got our Just Giving page, which I wanted to look at. So we're trying to raise some money for JDRF. There are so many amazing charities that we could have went for. And for this one, I decided to go for the JDRF UK for this event. And I only decided last minute, really, so I didn't really get time to plug it and stuff. So it's just every so often I'm just mentioning it. If you can support it in whatever way, whether it's tweeting it or donating whatever you can, that's amazing. Just trying to get what we put a £500 target. We're nearly halfway. And I just want to read some of the comments that people have put with their generous donation. I'm not going to mention the price, I'm just going to say their comment. From Captain Land says, Tom, you've done amazing setting this up 24 hours. We will keep supporting you. Good luck, amazing cause. And actually, Gary sent me a DM about an hour ago and said, Max wanted to say, Tom, that Liverpool won today, just to let you know, because Max is a Liverpool fan, I'm a Liverpool fan, and we've been talking a bit the last couple of months, me and Gary and stuff, and Max knows I'm a Liverpool fan, and he sent me a message on Max's behalf to basically say, just to let you know, buddy, because he was looking out for me, because he thought he was thinking I'd missed the game, bless him, and I have missed the game, but I did actually see a tweet from Liverpool, so I was aware of the score, but thanks to Max, the superhero, he did tell me as well. James Ridgway, who will be chatting tomorrow at 9 a.m, our last guest with Half a Car, says, thanks Tom et al. For all you're doing for the diabetes community. It is helping to make our lives happier, healthier and better. And that's amazing. Thanks, James. And that et al. Is very important as well. There's a lot of thanks, Tom, and I appreciate that, but it's the community that need the gratitude. It's the people behind the scenes who help with everything, and it's the team that do that. Flipper, Chris, amazing, and Norman, who he's not here now, and I'm going to big him up. Leave him out, should I? No, only joking. Norman's been fantastic the last couple of months, supporting me, the Diabetes Chat, with a lot of things with the website. He's helped us build the website. He's helped with the servers. He paid for the servers, and he has done a lot of work behind the scenes in helping with designing posters and things. And he's helped me with setting up the new studio here, which is greatly appreciated. And he's helped me with the stream that we've got for YouTube. And we're looking at just revamping the website slightly, just modernizing it a bit more. So that will be some point next year. But yeah, big thanks to Norman for all his help. And he's taught me how to do Photoshop, so I can now do some of the posters, so it helps with the workload for him. So yeah, appreciate that. Tony, you're listening, buddy, and please, why don't you come say hi? If you can, it might be late, I don't know. You might be chilling up in bed, I don't know. But if you want to come say hi, Tony, please do. Like, Tony, for everything you do, mate, in them little jobs that don't go unnoticed by me, that you do the video for the new month, the promo video, you do the time stamp things, so people can listen back, can see who the guest speaker was and like the points of discussions, and people can, oh, that was really interesting, I'll check that out, and I'll know where the timings are, and that relays back to the podcast that we do. So honestly, thanks for your support. So when James says thank you et al, it's, you know what I mean, it's a team effort, and thank you to you guys, the community, for your support. I feel like I'm on a whole speech here, but honestly, it wouldn't be where it is without you guys, and I thoroughly enjoy it, and it's helped me so much. I believe it does help others, and people enjoy it. So all is good. Dominica, she has said, thanks, diabetes team, for all your hard work and uniting diabetes community weekly. Happy World Diabetes Day 2022. And we caught up with Dominica, guest speaker, a couple of months ago, and she talked about oral health and mental health, as she's a dentist, and it was a very fascinating chat there. So you can go back on the website, DiabetesChat.net, and check out that. Jade Byrne, keep up the wonderful work, Diabetes Chat, and let's raise loads of money for a wonderful little charity. Without JDRF, we would not have the tech we have today. Thank you, Jade. And Jade joined us this afternoon, earlier on, actually, 5 hours into the chat, and she spoke with Natalie as her guest, and we did a when I say we, she she did a live game show, and it was amazing. We had a few people coming on to join in with that, and we had different rounds, and it was great fun. And Natalie won. Spoiler. Karen, thank you all, and a donation, thank you. Shaz, and she's my mother, right? She came on this evening, just randomly requested a microphone. She's never attended a space because I say to her, "Don't come on my space, mother. Don't come on." I think she came on and she requested, and I didn't even notice it was her. And the next minute she said, "Hey Tom," and I was like, "That sounds like my mother. What is she doing?" And we had a good chat, and we talked a little bit about diabetes chat and the journey of me being diagnosed. And she talked a little bit there. And again, I said to her, and I don't say this much to her, is but I appreciate everything she did and does for me, but especially in them early days. And thank you for Mum for that donation. Tony, what amazing event and space. Thank you, Tom, and everyone at Diabetes Chat, for your hard work, and all the fabulous guests too. Again, I've mentioned how awesome Tony is, and you know what I mean. It's a team effort, and appreciate his help with everything. Couldn't do it without him. Couldn't do it without everyone. Otherwise, this just could not work. Like the precedents of what we've set could not work, because just wouldn't be able to do a one-person job of it. So amazing to the team. Michelle, these guys are still going. Make sure to tune into Diabetes Chat. Just a little contribution from us, and a huge thank you for giving so many different diabetes stories a platform to speak. And that's what it's about, isn't it? It's World Diabetes Day. On Monday, it's World Diabetes Month. It's raising awareness. People are doing amazing charity things for different organisations. Great. It's providing people a platform to speak, a voice, and it's been incredible connecting with all the amazing speakers so far. And I look forward to the next section. And I hope that you don't mind me sort of going through this, because I think it's very important. We shared the lovely messages that are coming through. Rob and Guide Dog Winnie, hey. This is such an important cause that needs far more public awareness and recognition than it is currently receiving. Hats off to Tom and the Diabetes Chat team for the tireless efforts. Thank you so much, Rob and Winnie. Thank you for your support and a lovely message. It does really mean a lot. And Philippa, I think that's our lovely Philippa. Says, well done, Tom. Only 12 hours left. Was that you, Philippa?
I thought I had to encourage you somehow.
I think you should do like I don't know, every hour just send, I don't know, one pound or something, and just a new message every 1 hour, and then just be like, and it should be one word. It should be like a cryptic message, and at the end of the 12 hours, I reveal the sentence. And it'd be like, well done, Tom, you have now completed the 12 hours. But honestly, amazing.
No,
Thank you so much.
But well done, you. You're still going really well. How are you feeling?
Honestly,
depending how honest you want to be.
I am tired.
Yeah.
I love the Diabetes Chat, right? And I love talking. I never shut up, do I? And but I am tired now, and we got 11 hours, 17 minutes, 14 seconds. We can do this. We can definitely do this. I think when you've been in one place for so long, you kind of, you know what I mean? Your brain starts like shutting down slightly. So later on, I'm going to have to do some things. I've got some balloons, and anyone listening later on, we could maybe switch on my webcam, and we can do some balloon challenges or something. I don't know. But I think just reading people's messages coming through on the Just Giving, but also the Twitter, it's just like keeping us going. And I have
Tom,
seen your message. Yes. Who's
just to
that? Who's
ask,
that?
it's Mark. Just to ask,
Hey,
Tom,
Mark.
are they blue?
They are
They're
blue,
blue.
Mark. Yeah, I
Yeah,
ensured they were blue.
you could do that challenge thing for Medtronic, couldn't you?
Of course I could. Yeah. So we can do that at some point. But what about right now? What do you guys want to talk about? Like, does anyone got a conversation they want to get going, or I know we've done in the past the 90-second questions, but we can revisit that. Or is there anything on your mind, or anyone listening wants to jump on? Please come talk, and let's keep going.
I mean, one thing I was thinking, because I was listening coming back from Birmingham when I was back in the car and listening to the talk about, funding and peer support. And one thing I worry is peer support needs to be organic. Because imagine if it was, the worry I'd have is imagine if diabetic professionals got involved, it was like, you missed your peer support today. Why weren't you there? And it's like, it can't be. I worry about how you would make it so it is individually suited. Now, diabetes has changed since the 90s, where people thought it was one size fits all, and which is one thing I found really good when I went for my pump. I was offered, these are the three, go away and look at them and see which one you think is the best. But it does worry me that if if healthcare professionals get into it, how they're going to sort of like try and manage it. But that's just a thought from me. Sorry, I couldn't speak while I was driving back. This one from when you were talking about that a couple of hours ago now. Sorry, I've gone very very hard on. Full on there with that.
No, it's fine. I'm trying to just recap what we discussed, really.
Because he was talking about healthcare professionals getting involved and money being provided.
In terms of like setting communities up for peer support.
Yeah, it was just before the GDoc.
I think it was me and Belinda.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
About 8 o'clock-ish.
Yeah. I do recall now. I think. I think
it's a difficult one, isn't it?
Yeah. Belinda, I've seen you join up.
Sorry, were you waiting for me?
Hey.
Sorry, it's a long way from Australia. It's a really interesting point that you raised, Mark. I'm a health professional that is although I did bring up the conversation of, how do we need to, and we may not need to, introduce funding for peer support. I mean, our Diabetes Victoria here in Australia has a lot of peer support grants that peer support communities can request to fund events and equipment and all that sort of stuff. Do we need to do much more than that? Who knows? But yeah, it's a very interesting point. I'm a big fan of not starting up peer support communities as a health professional. It needs to come from people with diabetes, and it needs to be led by community. It needs to be facilitated by community. Our role as health professionals, if we don't have diabetes, I have a brother with diabetes, so those of us who have got it in the family, it's a little different. But if you are literally a health professional with no personal connection to diabetes, we are just there to support. And it's just a matter of, I think there was some conversation with Mo and Jules about health professionals not talking to people about peer support. And our role as health professionals is not to say you must go join peer support. It's to give people the options that, there are all these peer support options out there. And maybe, you might even just connect someone in the waiting room with someone and then leave it at that. Mm-hmm. Walk away. Yeah. It's up to the peers and see, they'll work out if they've got a connection or not. But yeah, health professionals, there's actually a peer support group about to start in a town 45 minutes away from me. up on the Murray River, if you know your geography here in Victoria, tomorrow. And the first session for that particular peer support group is, to celebrate World Diabetes Day. It's for adults with type 1 diabetes, and it's run by a nurse practitioner diabetes educator who doesn't have diabetes, which is great. But I hope that that it's just started by that health professional, and then the reins are handed over to the community, because we know we can actually learn from our Indigenous communities. And sorry, I keep coming back to the Indigenous communities, but Indigenous communities work very collectively. They know how to run their community and facilitate activities in their community, and diabetes communities is exactly the same. We don't need to step in and take over. We just need to support. I'll get off my bandwagon now.
No, it's fair enough.
It's quite an art,
actually,
to not jump in and take over. Yeah.
I suppose you've got to realise I come from the bad old days of the turn of the century, where diabetes was a lot more regimented, and it's something I always worry about and notice it within type 2 care and things, and know that when I was sort of like a teenager, that's why when I just disappeared till I was just 28 basically, and that's why I was on human mixed-stard until I was 29, 28ish, and never been on multiple dose therapy till then, which is quite a long time for some people.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yes, I don't know if that helps with your.
It was just a thought I had. And we were talking about unicorn days. Now, I've had a few, and the people who feel bad because they don't. The question is, ask those people who have unicorn days how good their hyposensitivity is, because that's another thing. Because if you fly too close to the bottom, that's when you start to lose it. And I've noticed that since going on a pump. It's another thought I had, which is completely random and off topic again. If you see what I mean.
That brings you to another completely different discussion. The pros and cons about sharing BGL and unicorn traces online. Some people, it empowers them and it increases their self-determination, and some it just makes people feel really little and really small. How do you get around that?
Yeah.
I don't have the answers.
I think that's an interesting point, because I know I don't particularly share my numbers just because they're of no relevance to anybody but me, if that makes sense. Not in a nasty way, but do you know what I mean? It's a bit like me knowing how much you earn. It doesn't do me any good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it could make me feel bad.
And I think there's some cases where I have posted things like that. I honestly can't think of it now, but I've never had a unicorn actually. But when I have posted things that I'm really, really proud of, sometimes I hesitate to be like, should I post that in case people don't like it? You know what I mean? It might upset them or whatever. But I think the general consensus online is it's very supportive, and I love seeing it back. I love seeing people share their amazing stories. And when I see people putting things that they're in a difficult place or whatever, I try and reach out to them. Yeah. I've sent a few messages to try and offer that support. Just I'm useless, so I'm just good at sometimes listening, and I'm no expert with diabetes. I don't know a lot about it, but I'm just good at talking maybe. And yeah, like I say, I think sometimes I post things or go to post something up and it's like, oh, should I post that? Because I don't want people to feel bad about it. But you know what I mean? We're all on incredible journeys. And like,
but I think the thing is, if you post, I mean, I'm happy for people, and I will celebrate their wins. Sort of, if they are proud of what they've done.
Yeah.
Brilliant, whatever. But I think it's nice, like people who have unicorn days and stuff like that, that they sort of say, wow, I've had this day. But that actually proves it's not every day.
Exactly, yeah, that normalizes it,
And also people do days that aren't so good days as well. And that's really nice because everybody can see, well, it's not just me. They had a unicorn the other day and now they're sort of been high the whole day and can't get down. It's sort of swings and roundabouts.
And then discussions like this will actually help now that I'm listening to it in hindsight. And you can always refer people back to this discussion and, highlight the pros and cons, and hopefully that will build their emotional intelligence and self-determination to work through that confrontation.
Because as somebody who's had unicorn days, and I can probably count them on the fingers of one hand, I can normally guarantee the next day I'll be as high as a kite for most of the next day, which is always the fun thing. And the one thing I like is I use the sugar app, and if you do get one, you get a nice smiley face with sunglasses on in the sort of like pie graph it gives you, showing when you've been in range, which is quite interesting.
But have you ever had it where you suddenly realise by accident that you're nearly at a unicorn? And you've only got an hour to go and you can see your blood's just rising rising, or dipping and dipping. You're like,
no, yes. But then there's the cake moment, as we were talking about earlier.
Do you not sometimes think though, you can get really obsessed with it though, and it can actually make you more miserable because you're trying to and I love people celebrating it, and I would relish the day I can get a unicorn. I've got 99. That's the closest I've ever got. If I got a unicorn, what's 99 or 98? Doesn't matter. It's a number. It's a number. It doesn't matter. It's how you feel, and if I got it, I might post up because I feel proud. But it's a number, and as I said at Stockholm at the ASCD, basically, I don't want to be known as a number. I want to be known as me, and when I mentioned earlier on about my A1C when I went to the clinic, and she said it was high, and I had to basically get down, and the pressure I had of that. But it's only a number.
Did they ever record your speech down in Sweden or not?
It's online.
YouTube?
It's on. It'd be on YouTube and it'd be on the DDoC website. I actually need to channel it onto our website, actually, essentially.
But the thing to remember is with all unicorn days, I mean, as Richard said earlier, they've had people using Libras, and they found that even non-diabetics will go up and spike out of
exactly. And when we had Patrice Chowdhury on a couple of weeks ago, he was saying a non-diabetic, for example, will dip their levels throughout the day and overnight, and throughout the night it's naturally coming down, and they will dip down into sort of the low range and then come back up naturally. I can see, Belinda, you've unmuted there.
I was just, I worked on a study, the India study, and they have a little sub-study called the CGM study, and they're using Dexcom G6 Pros on children with auto-antibodies. So they've got positive antibodies. They haven't yet developed type 1. And they're going to follow them that way to see if the CGM can also help diagnose type 1 diabetes earlier as they go into that dysglycemic stage, so that they're not, exposed to venous blood tests all the time, every time. So it's a somewhat less invasive way of diagnosing type 1. particularly for a little kid, they actually tolerate wearing CGMs much more than having a venous blood every 3 months. And they're also doing CGM traces on control kids, so also kids with a family history of type 1 but don't have antibodies. And their traces are different, but the kids with no antibodies, they don't have unicorn traces, because none of us do. They'll have peaks and they'll have dips. Yeah, it's very, very interesting.
I think also when you look at the studies on time in range and things like that, and basically what I take from that is anybody who gets more than 70% of time in range is doing amazingly well.
Yeah.
And I think that sort of ties into the perfect and diabetes don't go together.
Mm-hmm.
And you can spend your life trying to get 100%. And I appreciate sometimes they just happen. But do you know what I mean? If you spend your time so obsessed with the numbers, how much are you actually gaining health-wise? Because once you get down, because of the curve of complications and when they're more likely to happen, you're not reducing the risk by much, but maybe you're reducing your life by a lot, your time in happiness, as Camille calls it. And you've got to balance both. So does it matter? But if
Absolutely.
you do it, I'm happy to be happy for you. It would bring a smile to my face as well. But I sort of, I love it. I can't think of the guy's name. Is it Adam? I want to say Kowalski, but it's not. The American who works at the Jocelyn Centre, psychologist. Anyway, his thing is that
Joe. I can never pronounce his last name. Joe. He has type 1 himself.
No, this is another guy. I have to. But anyway, he always says that good enough on diabetes management. Being good enough is fine. Perfection, you don't need it. You just need to, good enough and you'll be fine. And I think that's it. Just a happy medium between life and diabetes. It's amazing. Now I'm going to have to try and find him, and I can't remember his name, which is going to be fun. So carry on chatting whilst I start Googling lots.
Going back ages ago, I remember there was a thread on some forum I read about diabetic freaks who often are not in range but never have any complications, and I so understand that from when I was like as a teenager. I was told, if you don't take control of your diabetes, you'll be dead by the time you're 26. Well, I'm 43 now, actually. So there you go with that one. And had into my 30 years in diabetes land as well. So there you go. But it's an interesting thing, and I think that using CGM is going to be a very interesting way forward. I'm just going to have to change because my earpods have just died. So just bear with me while I just swap over. So somebody else is going to have to quickly talk while I go back onto my main phone.
You can talk about my assignment if you want and help me write it.
What's it about?
It's an ethics application. You don't want to talk about it, trust me.
I did ethics at A level, but isn't Essex a county south of London? It's a very British joke, but you so better not.
Yeah, that was just... Yes.
On a happier note, I've actually just shared your YouTube link, Tom. Australia has a new Diabetes Connect platform, and it's firstly to connect diabetes specialists, diabetes educators, as a networking group to just chat about all sorts of things, support each other, share resources, learn. And the goal actually is to open it up worldwide so that all diabetes health professionals and community can actually log on and connect together.
Amazing.
So watch this space.
Watch this space indeed. So I've seen a message from Kez. We mentioned it before. There's a thumbs up about doing a bit of our fun 90-second question segment. So I have invited Kez up to speaker. Hello, Kez.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm tired, but I'm good.
Oh, bless you. Are you enjoying the chat?
Yeah, it's the first time I've stayed, actually, but it's been really good.
Brilliant, brilliant. We don't normally do it on the weekends, so I think people probably got more time, I guess, on the weekends maybe. But no, it's nice to have you here. So I mentioned before, anyone that might have been here, about each week with our guest speakers, we do a 90-second question segment, just sort of quick fire questions to learn a little bit about the person. We've done this with people who have diabetes, and we've done this with people who don't have diabetes, and we moderate the sort of questions to flavour that, if that makes sense, and accommodate that. And Kez has said she'd kindly come have a bit of fun, and if anyone wants to do it, we can do it. We've got 55 minutes of this segment before our Diabetes Advocacy Book Club. And looking at the clock, we have 10 hours, 54 minutes and 43 seconds to go. So, are you ready, Kez?
Yeah, I think so.
Here we go. What is your name?
It's actually Kerry, but Kez is fine.
What is your occupation?
I'm a social worker.
Brilliant, amazing. Hat off to you. Connection to diabetes?
I was diagnosed type 1 in 2019.
What is your go-to hypo treatment?
Jelly babies.
Yes, yes. I love it, yes. It's nice when you get people that have the same treatment. Do you use insulin pens or insulin pumps?
I'm quite new to the pump. I started it in March.
Ooh. Well, we'll dig into that in a minute. What pump are you on?
It's the 780G.
Ooh, that's the tube pump, yeah?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, maybe we can chat about that in a minute. Do you finger prick or use technology, flash or CGM?
CGM, but I do finger prick as well.
What CGM do you use?
Guardian 4.
Ooh, that's nice, because I think a lot of people talk about Dexcom as the sort of go-to CGM, so it's nice to get that perspective. So let's talk about that in a second. Are you hypo-aware?
Yeah, I am, very much so.
What 3 symptoms do you have of hypos?
Normally my speech goes, I feel quite shaky and dizzy.
What's worse for you, Kez, feeling hypo or feeling hyper?
I always think I'm a bit odd because I feel worse about being higher.
Yeah. When you finger prick, do you change your lancet every day?
I think it does it automatically because it's like a fast clicks thing.
I mean, like, do you unscrew the cap and then take that like green thing out and then put another green thing in? Is it green?
Yeah, it's like a barrel, so it does it automatically.
Does it?
So I don't get a choice.
Oh wow, that's cool. You have to send a picture of that. I've not seen that before. One thing you like about diabetes, Kez, and one thing you don't like about diabetes?
I think definitely the community is the best thing for me.
Yeah,
And I think a bit like Alex said, really, it just takes up so much time. It's the worst thing.
Yeah. Do you love or hate the smell of insulin?
I actually quite like it.
We should definitely tally all the likes and dislikes, shouldn't we? see how many people we get. And if you're on our Diabetes Chat island, it's like Love Island. This we're sending people on a Love Island. If you're on a Diabetes Chat island and you're with all the crew and you've got your diabetes things all there, we've sent it business class, so you don't need to worry about your diabetes kit. What would you take? What 3 things would you take, and why?
I don't know. That's a hard one. I'm going to go with, I'd take Uno because I love a game of Uno. Who doesn't love a game of Uno?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't actually think of it. No, that's it. That's all I'd take.
That's all you want, Uno. Yeah, that's fine. Brilliant stuff. There you go, Kez. Thank you for joining our little fun little game there with the 90-second questions. Brilliant stuff. So let's bring in a bit of discussion of your insulin pump, and I did see a big thumbs up from Mr. Captain Lantis there. So tell us a little bit about your pump. And how it benefits you.
I think so. I've really struggled with rises at silly o'clock in the morning, and when I was waking up, and I was probably it was impacting my sleep and things like that. So I had a conversation about starting the pump, and I didn't really have a lot of choice as to where I went with it because of the amount of my insulin requirements. So it was kind of like, this is what's available to you, which is fine. It works for me. I'm not bothered by it being tubed or anything like that. Yeah, I don't know. It was. I suppose I struggled because obviously it was only one type of insulin and I've been using 2. So I had quite a lot of lows to begin with. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. I will confess, I am really, really sorry. And Captain Lantis will jump on. Philippa, did you have any follow-up questions on that? I do apologise. I literally had to run the other side of the room. My dog's just thrown up.
Oh, okay. Don't worry.
I do apologise.
Sorry, Kez. I'll carry on. So
be right back. You can tell we're live, right?
We're leaving that one in the edit. As you're sort of relatively new to pumping, and I found that, I suppose, how long do you think it took you from when you started pumping to when you started to feel you sort of knew what you were doing a bit?
I'd say it was fairly recently, but then I started the Guardian 4 at the end of September, and then that made me feel like I didn't know what I was doing all over again.
It is a bit like starting from scratch, isn't it? Even though you know the principles.
Yeah, I think the smart guard threw me because then it was like handing control back over to something else.
Yeah, I know that. But are you pleased you made the change?
Yeah, I think so. I think I'd be in like quite a bad place, quality of life wise, if I hadn't. So yeah, I'm really pleased.
I think that's what I sometimes say on social media, and that when I see people are starting a a pump, one of the things I always say is it's a marathon, not a sprint, and don't get upset if things get worse before they get better. And did you do much in preparation before you started?
No, it was a bit odd because even when I was using the lever, like people were saying they had to go for like days of training and things, and I didn't do any. I didn't get any of that because then we ended up in COVID, and I literally had same with the pump. I had like an hour. That was it over a video call.
Oh my goodness!
And it was kind of like, we're going to show you how to do this on like I don't know, like a prop or something. And I'm sat in my living room on my own, like, how am I going to do this?
Oh no! Oh, my heart goes out for you then, because it is. I found it quite scary the first few days because it was like I didn't know what I was doing again. Which infers I do know what I'm doing at times. I don't.
And it was weird because I think I had my first appointment to set everything up, and then it was supposed to be 3 days later to go for a set change, and I ran out at day 2 and was like, oh, I'm just going to have to try and do this myself.
God for YouTube is all I'm going to say.
Yeah,
I've got to say I was the same when I moved on when I went on to my T Slim just before about the time I joined these spaces, and I had to, when I did my first reservoir fill and set change, I had to do it along with a YouTube video because they show you in the hour, and then you're just left with it. Well, I suppose it's better than cosplaying, as Partha used to say, calls it. When they give you the they give you a pump and you fill it with with saline, and you're still giving your normal injections and what have you.
Yeah, I don't quite get that, the saline thing myself, but I didn't do it that way, so I can't comment what's better or worse on that. But yeah, I think it is. It's quite a big change, isn't it? I think mentally, because the thing I found, and I don't know, anybody else jump in if you agree, it was all of a sudden I had a lot more choices to make. Because on injections, you can either do nothing, eat something, or inject insulin. But with a pump, I had those 3, but I also I could put a temporary basal rate on, or I could decide how I was going to inject the insulin, as in, was I going to do it all at once, or was I going to do it over a period of time? And it just added a lot more decisions in.
I understand that, but one thing I think is, and this may be unique to me, I don't know, because Kez, I noticed you talk about photography in your profile as well. I don't know if you shoot photography using a DSLR or camera using manual mode, but I found it like that, and I've always jokingly said my pancreas is in manual mode, and it's just been like that, So normally you would add this much insulin, but actually I'm going out to do exercise, so I'm going to not add quite that much, and it's just been not experimenting is the right word, but changing things by degrees till you get the right result. Does that make sense? I don't know what you think about that. I just wondered if it was just me as a photographer or other people had thought of it that way, and I need to try and find some more and see if it's something we all agree with. Maybe me and Tony will have a chat about it one day.
I think that is true though, and the smallest change on a pump as well, like can have a really big difference. Whereas it wasn't like that for me with an injection. Like if I changed by 2 units, it would still do nothing.
Yeah.
And now it can be like 0.5.
Yeah.
Sorry, Flipper.
No, carry on.
It's really interesting to hear you say that, because you're on so my son is 9, Captain Lantus, aka Captain Lantus. Max is 9, and he's on the same pump as you are, in the same CGM. And the reason we went onto the pump, he was only 3 when he went onto a pump, but it's because he has no hyper awareness or anything. We wouldn't be able to tell you if he had a hypo or not. So it was we had no choice but to go on the pump. But Max was one of the first people in the UK actually to go on the 780G and have the CGM technology with that, which again I always say we're really appreciative of, and we're very lucky. Has it for you, because you're older? So Max is only 9. So as a parent, it's very difficult because he's only 9 and he can never explain to us how he feels, what he feels, if it works, if it's not working. And I think I heard the conversation earlier about every time we have an appointment with the doctor, it's all about numbers all the time. And we're like, I'm not worried about numbers, because that would just take over our lives as Max's parents as well. One of the things we always say now is that diabetes, we used to live with diabetes, but actually now we've got this new pump system and everything else, and now we've lived with it for what, 8 years. Yeah, 8 years. Diabetes actually lives with us, and we decide what it does. But the insulin pump for us has actually changed our lives, and the pump that you've got. So you're a little bit older than Max. Obviously, Max is only 9. But have you seen a massive difference for you? Does it really, because our doctors say to us, we don't have to do anything with it. It works itself out. It does what it does. Trust the pump. Don't worry about it. You don't have to calibrate it anymore, and all of these things. Yeah. But as a parent, we're relying on technology, and we're like, well, that's our son.
Yeah, I think I felt like that, though, I would say, because I was diagnosed, I was 31, I'm 34 now.
Yeah.
So I was ill for a really long period of time and didn't know why. And then all of a sudden it was like, okay, we're going to give you injections of insulin. And I was like, oh, great. This is going to work. This is going to be great. Like, that's a start.
Yeah.
But I feel like I felt worse after the diagnosis, even though I had the insulin, because it wasn't working for me. But with the pump, before I had the sensor in September, even in March, like, they joked with me at work, because it would be a running joke that I wouldn't be at work before 9 o'clock in the morning. Because I've had a rubbish night's sleep or whatever, alarms going off and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But then within like 48 hours of having the pump doing its thing, I slept through the night. I'm in the office by 8 o'clock. It was great.
Yeah.
And with the sensors as well, like, I've struggled with that, I think, with the Guardian 4, because it was handing that control back over to something that I didn't really know a lot about.
To the nervousness there.
Yeah.
And that's what we have as parents. So it's really interesting to hear you say that, because we as parents have the same as you in a way. Because so if Max's alarm goes off tonight, which it might do, at 3 o'clock in the morning, Max is 9. He don't wake up. he don't know his alarm's going off. But we get up. My wife would get up, and then the next day we're tired and things. He doesn't know. Which is great. So it's having a real positive effect on Max's life, and it's really good. So it is interesting. Just on the pump thing as well. So and for you as well, Kez, probably the same, is that one of the things that really made it a real difficult decision for us to put Max onto an insulin pump, even though we knew it was the right thing to do, because we couldn't control his blood sugars with insulin pen, because he was so sensitive. We just couldn't control it. But the one thing I'll always say about insulin pumps is they are such an amazing thing. But the way the world is and everything, and the way people talk about everybody, it's such a difficult thing. And why we did what we've done with the book and everything else is that without a pump, diabetes to everybody else is invisible. But when you wear a pump, it's visible. So when we take Max swimming and things like that, you just conscious. You just know people are, I wonder what's the matter with him. I wonder what that is. Why is that? Why is he beeping? It's a horrible thing, but it has changed our lives, and I know it's helping Max, and keeping them healthy and stuff. But there is still, as a parent, it's still that thing of it's like a constant reminder.
Yeah, I think it is. It is hard, but I think I got to a point. I mean, I wasn't someone who would go and inject somewhere else anyway. If I had to do it, I had to do it. But I think there are more adverts out there now. You know, we've got films with like characters that have got diabetes in it. We've got like storylines on, you know, typical shows in the evening on the TV. I think it is better, but I think I kind of thought, well, actually, before I was diagnosed, I didn't know a lot about it. I probably said some really ignorant things to people who were diagnosed, and now I'm on the other end of it. I kind of, I talk about it all the time. I will post the good days, the bad days. You know, this is what my pump is. This is what it does. These are all different bits. And if people are interested, they're interested. If they're not, then they can crack on. You know, it's fine.
Yeah. When you were diagnosed, was anybody did your medical staff and everything ask you if anybody in your family had it?
Yeah, no, I'm the only one.
Yeah, because when Max was diagnosed, our doctor had asked if so when we took him to the doctors, he had all the symptoms and everything, you know, weeing, peeing, drinking, losing weight, you know, cold symptoms and everything. And our GP asked us, me and my wife, if any of our family had diabetes, and we said no. So instead of doing a simple fingerprint prick, they just said, well, here's some antibiotics. Come back on Monday and see how he is. And then a day later, he slipped into a coma. It was like, well, do is click his fingers. But then it goes back to that. I think there was a conversation earlier about insulin pumps and everything. And when we take Max to the GP, even today, we're still quite shocked of the lack of knowledge that the GP has of how they work, what they do, and all of those things. When we see our diabetes team, absolutely, it's fine. But when we go to the GP, it's sort of like, you know, when we talk about awareness, I'll be honest, even 8 years on, I still have no confidence in my GP that they know what they're doing when it comes to Max's care.
I do think that's true. I mean, I used to go once I got a lot more involved in my diabetes care, and the nurse who used to tickle my toes, etc., wouldn't even try and play with, you know, do anything with my with the other things, because they knew that they just didn't know what. I haven't really seen them and talked about the pump. We talked about it over the phone, and it's like, because they know that every time I go see a healthcare professional, I was going, when can I have a pump? When can I have a pump? Because I've known people since since I started getting more turned on with diabetes and was asking about it. And I know somebody who did do the thing with the science, with the saline. That was the way they were taught. It's probably like back when I was first diagnosed, I was made to hypo, or they tried to, which they didn't. But you know, it's those kind of older things. But it does seem to be. Is it prime that people in primary care, which is what GPs are, don't know what the extra things that people in secondary care, and we've talked about it on the chat, and I think it was Tom and Norman have both mentioned about horrible experiences in hospitals trying to just be able to carb count. With that.
I think, but I have to be fair to primary care and other specialities as well. There's not that many of us that they see on a regular basis. And at a doctor's surgery, how many type 1s have they actually got on their books? And I reckon you could probably count on your fingers and have some sweat. So I sort of respect that there's a certain amount. I think it depends what I go for. And there's things where it makes sense to me what they're saying. And I respect one of the GPs I once saw for something. And I really respected that they said, I'm going to give you this, this, and this, but I'm going to call you back because I just need to check something out because I'm not 100% sure. And you could tell that she was a bit undecided whether to send me to A&E or not. And I was like, I don't think I need to go. And she was like, well, okay, I'll prescribe antibiotics and that, but I am going to get back to you. Is that all right? And I said, yeah, not a problem. She says, I just want to check because I don't want to leave you. And I totally respect somebody because I don't expect them to know the ins and outs. And I'd much prefer her to say that than insist I go to A&E and I'm wasting my time and their time. So I sort of play it by ear and if it makes sense. But I have to be honest, you do have to be your own medical records.
Yeah. It's really hot. Yeah. I think from our experience with our GP, Flipper, it was that when they asked the question because all the symptoms were there. And
and
you know what I mean? I know. And I know I understand what you're saying. GPs don't see many type 1 diabetics.
I'm not, and
I know what you're saying. No, I do know what you're saying.
I'm not saying it's excusable because they should know.
Yeah, I know.
And I was the same. I walked in and you could have written a textbook from my things and they didn't get it at all.
Yeah. No, I understand, yeah.
I sort of, and I think they should be more education on that and they should pick it up. But on other things, do you know, like me going in now that I know I'm type 1?
Yeah.
I sort of accept that. But I think from what you were saying about Max and a pump, I totally get what you mean about it being an external reminder because it was, that's why I didn't want one. It wasn't that I didn't want to carry something with me. It was that when I was injecting, I was only different or diabetic when I was physically injecting. The rest of the time I was normal, shall we say.
Yeah.
But actually when I got the pump, and I think somebody described it to me, and I think it's the best analogy, is if you wear glasses.
Yeah.
I do now wear glasses. I do wear glasses. But it's one of those things that, would I prefer not to wear glasses? Well, yeah, actually, because they wouldn't steam up if I went from the cold to the hot. When it rained, I wouldn't get rain on them. I wouldn't continually be nudging them up my nose. And when you first get glasses, you really notice them and that you're like tweaking them all the time. But actually, I wear them and I put up with them and it doesn't bother me at all because I can see.
Yeah.
And I think that's the insulin pump. There are little niggles and there are pains in the butt where you're going to put it when you're wearing certain things or doing certain activities and that. But actually, the advantages are so much that I wouldn't give it back.
Yeah.
And for me, I just feel a bit better because if your blood sugars are a bit more, you know, you get a few less highs and a few less lows, you just feel so much better in yourself.
And you know what, Flipper, these groups and this diabetes chat and everything else and the diabetes community. And again, you know, for me, I haven't got type 1. My son has. He's 9. So he can't explain that like you've just explained that to me. And he can't express how he feels and all of that thing, like the guys that, like everybody I've met, like Tom, you yourself, and everyone, lots of people we've met on the type 1 communities and stuff. So it really helps me as a parent to understand Max a little bit, you know, and I know he will, you know, as he gets older, he'll be exactly the same and he'll say exactly the same things to me, and I'll be a lot more confident with it, because for the last 8 years as a parent, we don't know how he feels, whether he, you know, it's really difficult. It's really hard. So listening to you guys that are older and you have lived with diabetes for a long time, whether you're on a pump, whether you're on injections and stuff like that, it's really reassuring for me and my wife, because obviously, you know, Sarah's in bed at the moment, Max gone to sleep and whatever but, you know, we openly talk about it constantly. And that pump thing, like you say, Flipper, it is for us because, you know, there's a lot of times where even 8 years on, where Max will be stood here and Sarah's got to change his sensor or change his insulin pump. and we'll stop him from doing something, i.e. playing football, or i.e. playing with his friends, or whatever he does, and he hates that. That's the worst thing. He hates that. So on a Saturday, he plays football. He loves playing football. We take him football training, and they all play for an hour, but Max can't play he does play for the full hour, but there will be times where he's got to come off and he's got to have some orange juice, or and he hates that. It makes him think I'm different to everyone else, and everyone else can see this insulin pump stuck to him. But I know, and Sarah knows, that's keeping him healthy. That's keeping him where we want him to be. We don't want him to be unwell. Of course we don't. He's our son. But listening to you and listening to everyone else and everybody else within the diabetes community really reassures me and reassures Sarah. And I think somebody said earlier on, I can't remember who said it, but if Max had got diabetes when I was born back in 1977, not giving away my age, well, I just have, but 1977, but to have the technology he has now, and then to think he's only 9, but to think maybe when he's 29, where technology is going. So, I see the future's bright for him, but you guys really, really help parents because diabetes don't only affect the people that have it, it also affects the people around it. So, for instance, me and my wife, in 8 years, we've been married 10, we've never been out together on our own in all that time. So we can't go out for a meal together because we can't leave Max with anybody. We can't do anything together. We've got to take Max with us everywhere we go, because we have got into this, I suppose, got into this cycle where we don't trust anybody else to look after him.
But
we're too worried.
I know I'm not a parent. I'm not a parent, so
no, I know.
I'm looking at it from the person with diabetes sort of side. And it's sort of like, at what point are you going to let Max have a sleepover?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. It's so frightening.
Do you know what I mean? Breaking yourselves in gently.
Yeah. Honestly, we talk about it all the time. It's so scary because, like, his friends will say, his friends, parents, and stuff. So, can he come around our house for tea and things like that? And we're like, oh, because we were so close to losing him. When we were so close to losing him, he was in a coma for 48 hours, and we didn't know where. And we were an hour away from going into intensive care and all of that stuff, and it was really scary. So where we live now, it's just me and Sarah, really. So me, Sarah, Max, and we've got Sarah's mum, but my family all live in Plymouth, which is sort of 200 odd miles, 3.5 hour drive away and things. And we haven't really got any sort of support mechanism outside of our own little family, really, if you like. So it's really hard to let go of it. It's really difficult, even though he's 9. And because he's a little boy and he's 9, he's still a typical boy. So he will play football and he will go, "Oh, my bloods are dropping. I don't want to tell anyone because I don't want to stop playing football." Because he doesn't understand the consequence of it. Even though we try and explain to him the seriousness of it, he's still 9. So he doesn't want to be interrupted playing his games on his computer or playing with his friends, or do you know what I mean? So it's really difficult for us to. We know we need to let go of it. I think it's just a mental thing. It's just become a part of our lives, and we can't let go of it. It's really weird.
It's funny. I'm trying to think which parent it was that I was chatting to. Oh goodness, how embarrassing! I can't remember who I was. Oh, anyway, and we were chatting, and I think you can't forget the trauma you and your wife went through, regardless of what's happening to Max now. Even if it was something else and it had no lasting effect, you've still gone through that trauma. And do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think parents who've gone through that need just as much support as the children, because you've got to process that and get off. But from a person with type 1, and I can't say for anybody else, and you do what is best for your child. But I do things at time where I know it might not be ideal, And I know it might be that I'm going to run higher than I should do. But do you know what?
Yeah.
Do it, have a good time, do what I want to do, and I'll sort the chaos later.
Yeah.
Because I know that within a few hours, do you know what I mean? It's,
yeah.
It's a sort of payoff, because if it makes me feel safe being higher, then I can do something, and as long as it's not that high that I feel yuck. But do you know what I mean? I know I'm going to run high, and just get on with it and do it and enjoy it, because life's for living. And then sort the chaos, because for me, my numbers aren't that, chaotic, but I'll take that, because do you know what I mean? I could sit and have perfect numbers and not move.
I know what you mean. Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
Saying. Yeah.
I think sometimes you sort of like, and I'll keep saying it again and again. Diabetes is just chaos at times, and you've just got to roll with it.
I think it goes back to what you were saying earlier, though, Flipper, about the numbers and stuff. So when we go and see Max's diabetes team, which he's had since the day he had it, so they become sort of friends with us, but all they talk about is, oh, if he's not here, he needs to be there, he needs to be this, he needs to be. So as parents, it sort of worries us, because we think, I always fear that, if he's high all the time, he's going to have problems with kidneys, his eyes, is this, is that. There's all the problems that come with it if you don't look after it properly. But I don't want to. But like you say, I don't want to stop him from doing stuff that a 9-year-old boy should be doing. Which we try our best not to do that, but it obviously interrupts what he does. But we don't want that. I don't want that for him. I want him to be able to. So for instance, he goes football every Saturday, and they do this thing where they go away for like 5 days. And Max really wants to do that. But the trouble is, me and Sarah can't go with him. So if we can't go with him, you've got to rely on somebody to keep an eye on him, check his bloods, check his pump, check, and they're not trained to do it. So therefore he can't go. And then he's sort of with me and Sarah going, well, oh, that's not fair. I want to do that. I'm like, well, we can't let you go for 5 days. We can't. We just can't.
But one day he's going to have to do that.
Yeah.
And is that going to be something that you that you're going to have to come to? Because he's what, 8?
9,
5 years time, he becomes a teenager, and there's somebody who was diagnosed when they were 9 3/4. Everything changes then, and people literally, the top of the class will end up, and we get through it, and maybe that's something, because I remember when you came on the chat, and you were saying about that. Hey, you haven't been away and stuff. You've never left Max, because obviously, for me back on Human Mixstar days, it was just right. Give Mark, give him his dinner, and give him 10 units of Human Mixstar, and that was it. And, and it's sort of like, and I sometimes wonder, does Diabetes UK or somebody need to think about having childminders who are au fait with diabetic technology, possibly because they're diabetics who are maybe younger, who could do that, who would be that babysitting stage, but obviously can be responsible with it. It's a shame that there's no kind of like not Christians in sport, so it's like, but diabetes in sport type thing that he can do with the people who know about it. But I went to, when I was 20 odd, I went to Brazil, and that's probably the only time I've really ever gone DKA, I think. But I had no help. I just had to inject Human Mixstar and hope I got it right.
Yeah.
Which thankfully I did. And the young human body is quite a resilient thing. It's just when you get past 20, 25, 30, that's when it all you have to play it. It plays a bit more hardball with you, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
You've got it.
I think it's all about risk reduction, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you're never going to get rid of that risk. And you can have somebody who's had perfect numbers their whole life and they can get complications. And you can have somebody who's, never, had any time in range and all these things and won't have any. So you're just reducing the risk, but some of it's your genetics and, the dice you're thrown.
Yeah, I
but
agree,
we're pretty resilient. And I think it is that balance between living life and whatever. And you may find, and I can't say, Max might get to be a teenager and actually decide he wants to go on injections.
Yeah. Well,
and
that's
then
what
he
we
can
always
find
say.
it, and if that works for him, but then he might try it and actually realise that the grass is greener where it was.
Well, that's what we always said, Flipper. To be honest, we put him on the pump, and me and Sarah discussed that, and until he's old enough to be able to look after himself and make his own decisions. Well, if he wants to come off the pump and go onto insulin, but that would be onto injection. Sorry, that will be his decision. And then he's old enough to look after himself. But it's really difficult. So, like I say, that the thing with me and Sarah, especially myself, with the Captain Manta stuff and everything else, helping newly diagnosed families and things, is to really push the parents' piece, because it is such an impact on parents. So even today, while we were just before we came on at 10 o'clock, my cousin had just ordered 4 tickets for me, Sarah, him and his wife to go and watch Peter Kay. So he got them, but we're not till next December, but that's fine. So we've got tickets to watch Peter Kay, and me and Sarah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, it was today. So me and Sarah.
I was just going to say, you won the lottery there.
Yeah, we did. It is an O2 priority or something or other. That's how we got them.
Amazing.
But we got the tickets, and instead of going like what the reaction was just then about, we got tickets to Peter Kay, that's amazing, we're going to go and watch him. The first conversation me and Sarah had was, what about Max? Who's going to look after him while we're watching him? Can I go? Can I not go? Can you go? Or shall we give your ticket to someone else? Shall I go and I look after Max? It's such an odd thing. Everything you do in a normal life. But how long have you
got between now and then?
Yeah,
and how long have you got that you could find somebody? And if he's on a closed loop, and you were sort of made sure that he's not, run a marathon that day or something, that
or at one.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sort of something out of the ordinary, but had a more plain day.
Yeah.
That you could do it because you're still on a mobile.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. That's it. But it sounds absolutely ridiculous, probably what I'm saying. But I know that there's thousands and thousands of parents out there that go through the same. They're so worried, we're worried, constantly worried all the time. Never goes away.
But I think that's the difference. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Alex.
Hi. I thought I'd chime in. So I was just wondering, I'm a teacher, and sometimes I teach kids as well who have type 1, and I also have type 1. And I always have noticed this, and I teach young kids as well, so some of them that are type 1s are actually in these classes, and they range from 6 to 8. And I think you're doing fantastically, for one. I understand how stressful it must be, because having to keep yourself alive for even a day is difficult. So to have to think about that for someone else must be incredibly stressful. I do just think, however, maybe because there was a situation, I don't know whether this will help at all, but there was a situation with one of the young girls who I taught who has it, and she didn't have any hypo-awareness, and she didn't understand why her parents were telling her she had to do all these things, because she was on a closed loop as well.
Yeah.
But then I don't know whether it's worth maybe trying to see if you can find someone who also has it, because the teacher brought the student into me, because obviously I've got it. And it's just such a different... I was able to talk to her in a way of being like, oh, I've got it as well. Like, what is it that's annoying you and upsetting you? How can we make it easier for you? And I think
it depends on what your child is like as well. But I know for a fact I was quite you don't want the child to grow up and then resent you for not letting them do things, because
I get it. Yeah.
that could be a case, and I wouldn't want that, because then you'll always feel like they'll always have that. They'll always go, oh, I never got to do what other kids could do, and it's not your fault at all.
Yeah.
So I think it's about, so with this child, for example, that's because she didn't understand as an option why, when her blood sugar was low, she had no hyper awareness. She didn't understand why she had to sit down and not have fun like all the other kids.
Yeah.
But because I've got it, I was able to go, you know what? If you sit down for like a few minutes, you can then get up and have fun for ages. Whereas if you don't sit down, then you're not going to have fun for the whole lesson. Like, that doesn't make sense, does it? And she was like, okay, that does make sense. And I think maybe there's a way. I think it's brilliant that you're thinking, okay, this Peter Kay concert, like, you want to go, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
But there's got to be someone else who you can, I think it's that parenthood thing, isn't it? You worry so much. They're your babies. You're never going to that's never going to change. And passing that trust onto somebody else can be really, really scary. But I think it would be healthy for you, really, because what age as well is going to be the age when you finally say, you know what, you can do it yourself. So baby steps as well, maybe saying to them, oh, do you want to have a look at this, see what this is? Because weirdly, the more you know as the person who's got it, the less scary it is and it's confusing it is.
Yeah. You're absolutely right, Alex. It's I mean, at school he has somebody who looks after him at school, but they're constantly on the phone. You know, they'll phone us up. His alarm's going off. What do we do? What do we do? You know, and they phone us up during the day. The school's phoning again.
The issue I do notice with schools, because the school I teach at, they're fantastic. But because, again, I've got it, sometimes I'll come to, so we had a situation where they did a big theatre show and the teacher had gone, oh gosh, like she's going low, and that the parents in the audience, and they're on about giving her more insulin. And I was like, she's already low. I was like, tell them no.
Don't get rid of it.
Tell them no. I was like, she's going to do nothing. And they're like, yeah, that's going to do nothing. I was like, and I had to explain, like, your dextrose tablets, it'll go up, but if you dance it, you come straight back down. So it's hard when someone, you could just do with having, even if it's a family member, you could sit down and go, look, I really just need some support with it. They're like, can I tell you exactly what this is, how this works? But you need to give yourself a break, well.
Yeah.
It must feel like so stressful.
It is, but it's also that thing around putting that responsibility on others, and I think you know, we always think like that as well, which is stupid. I know it's stupid. We both know it's stupid.
No feeling though is ever stupid. Like, you're feeling it for a reason.
But you know what I mean? Yeah, you just think we don't want to put that pressure on somebody that doesn't really know about it, and Alex, the other thing is that Max, bless him, he doesn't know anybody else that has. So then that's what I was saying about the diabetes community online, and everyone I've spoke to, even yourself now, and everyone else on this group and other groups, and we have dedicated our time and effort, and in which is what helps Max as well, because he's turned it into a real positive to help other people. But it's everybody, it's all digital people. We don't know those people, so we don't. We know them online, and we speak to, and we learn a lot, and we get a lot of confidence from it, and it's the most amazing thing. The diabetes community is amazing. It makes the world an even smaller place than it is, because like I said, Belinda, I don't know if she's still on the call, but me and Max have spoke to people in Australia, New Zealand, America, everywhere. Like, they're our friends.
Amazing.
It's such an amazing thing. It's the most amazing thing, and we never thought that would be the case, but it is. It's such an amazing thing. It really is. But I just wish I knew somebody here, like right now, that I could say to them, look after Max for us because we're going to do something.
Even if there's a way, so like I know there are.
Mate, I'm coming over. I'm coming over.
Will you come over, Tom?
I was going to
will.
say,
away,
even if
actually,
there's a
Tom.
way of you meeting like another family who has a type 1 in the family.
Yeah.
Because I have met so many diabetics this year. I've met one I was in the pub and I saw a Libra and I was like, what the heck? I was like, they're everywhere. But like, and he went, oh yeah, what are you like, and all that combo. But if there's a club that is, if Max has got something, because the amount of cases at the minute that are cropping up, I think they've said having like COVID has triggered a lot of it. But even if you could meet, so try and, I don't know, find a way of maybe meeting some family who's also got it. You could work as a little team.
Yeah.
Just trying to, even if there's a club that he maybe likes or some interest he has in.
Yeah, I mean, he loves football. We take him to football on a Saturday. Like I say, we don't stop him from doing anything, but it's when he's doing the stuff he likes, and he, like you said, Alex, and he's got to stop because he has to rest because his bloods are dropping because he's over, he's running around like any normal kid, but his bloods are dropping, so you have to say, right, Max, 5 minutes, and then you can go back on. But you try telling a 9-year-old that's having the time of his life to stop.
Yeah. I always I know it sounds. I flip it. I always flip it with kids because they think it's a negative. So I know it sounds really stupid, but I'd be like, so for example, I'd be like, oh, this is the cool kids corner. Like we get to sit here for a few minutes and take a mini break. And it's kind of like, then you could say something like, well, if you take a break, you're going to be twice as fab when you go out there again. Because you're going to have extra energy to go forward, like all that sort of stuff. Because some kids seem to respond better to, rather than you need to sit out, they prefer more of the, I don't know what you would call it. I've just noticed it tends to get more of a positive reaction.
This is going to sound a bit sad, but have you ever taken Max to play basketball? Because I mean, I used to play basketball back when I was a lot younger, and part of that is you are subbed in and out, unlike with football where you're constantly on the field. If you see what I mean. Obviously, it's not. You can't force him to go from football to basketball, but it's another sport. And again, it'd be good to see more diabetic in sport. I know we've talked about this before with days where people try out these sports, but for diabetics, it means that they have got that time to go onto the bench for what it was back in basketball days and do things like blood tests and stuff. I mean, I was really bad back then. And God knows what my blood sugars were like, but it is one thing. And I used to play for my college as well. We got into the final.
It's so good that he likes sports as well. That's like such a good thing.
Yeah, Max loves football. I mean, I've sort of, my wife say I've brainwashed him really because we live in the Midlands. No, I'm from Plymouth.
Same.
Yeah, so I live in Staffordshire, in Ridley.
Okay.
But Max is since we grew up, since he was born, a little bit like me. So he's a Liverpool supporter for his sins. He got no option. A brainwashing since day dot. So he's probably having a worse year this year than he's ever had in his lifetime.
I bet she's like, oh, great, fantastic.
Yeah, thanks, Dad. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah. I don't know what's worse now, being type 1 or supporting Liverpool.
I'm literally like Black Country way of the West
right,
Midlands.
okay, yeah. So not too far for us.
No.
But he loves football, and he loves playing football, and like I say, as soon as Max's bloods go high, he's like, Dad. I'm like, what? My bloods. I'm like, what about them? They're 10. Can we go out the garden? And I'm like, I'm sat there going, well, it's the last thing I want to do, really, to be honest. But yeah, come on.
Do you know what? That's so cute, though.
Yeah. So he looks at his bloods and goes, right, they're high. That means Dad will play football with me. I always play football, but you know what I mean.
Exactly.
You just had a long day at work. You get home from work, and this first thing he says is, Dad, my bloods are at 10.5. Do you want to get me football?
Oh, that's adorable.
Yeah. So, but
where you are, it's not that far from Black Country, and
it's not actually, Alex, to be fair.
I mean, if you do ever need someone Just give me a message.
I remember where I'm going to PK next year.
I know, well, if you need the help.
Yeah, I'll send Max round.
Rudely's
I
not
don't
that.
know how. Do you know what? He can teach me how to play football because I have not got a clue.
Yeah, you can do. Yeah.
Oh, bless him. So cute.
Rudely's not that. It's not that far from the Black Country.
No, it's not. It's literally not very far at all. There's literally, well, we're neighbours. We're practically neighbours, to be fair. There's a small world.
I used to do wrestling shows around Rugeley and Rubery and all that kind of area where I was doing the photography.
Oh, right.
No way.
Being
it's so cool how much talent is in this chat. Like, it's ridiculous how many hobbies and things people have. Like, it's so cool.
Yeah.
Like, hearing so many different things that people do.
It's incredible, and I really, really enjoyed listening to all of that amazing chat for the last 2 hours. It's great. This is what it's about, isn't it? Like connecting and just chatting, and it's just been really interesting. And that's why when I designed the schedule for today, I wanted it to be a mix between guest speakers and for these moments where we talk. And that's why when we do our weekly chats, we do that. That's what Diabetes Chat is about. We have a guest speaker, and then we have these amazing chats. And we're going to head over in a second to Allison Bailey and the Diabetes Advocacy Book Club, who will be talking about diabetes advanced directives, which is going to be really, really fascinating. But guys, please just keep the discussion going on here and also on the hashtag Diabetes Chat. If you click on the Diabetes Chat page, the profile, you can see there's many things you get involved. You can check out the YouTube stream, and you can also, we are fundraising as well for JDRF. We've decided for JDRF for this event, and when we hopefully do future events in the future, we'll choose a different charity. If you can help in any way, whether it's spreading the word or whether it's donating. I know it's really difficult in these times, but whatever way you can, or just tweeting along and just encouraging the amazing awareness of diabetes. We are hour 13. I think I've lost track. I've looked at the time, the YouTube stream.
You're 14 hours in, Tom.
14 hours in, Tom.
Oh man, 14 hours. That is crazy. I'm looking at the countdown clock and it's ticking down. We are in single figures, guys. We have 9 hours. Do we count this as a single figure? I guess. Yeah. 9 hours, 58.
Yeah.
Do you count as a single figure, or does it have to be after once it gets to 9? Probably not. So we've got 9 hours, 58 minutes, and 36 seconds to go. But please keep the discussion going. I can see all the lovely emojis and tweets coming through. We're having a ball. And yeah, we're going to hand over to the amazing Allison. She came onto the Diabetes Chat a few months ago, and we had a great chat about the amazing stuff that she does with the Diabetes Advocacy Book Club. And yeah, I've been really fascinated. I attended the book club this month for a little bit, and yeah, I found it really good. And she's here today to be talking with the Diabetes Book Club, and they'll be talking about diabetes advanced directives. And yeah, and please get involved. And I'm going to hand over to Allison. I'm going to maybe go stick on the kettle again and have my sixth cup of tea.
Wow.
And I'm just going to enjoy this next takeover. Thank you, Allison, and thank you to the team. Over to you guys. Go for it. It's your takeover.
Well, thanks so much, Tom. And wow, 14 hours. That's incredible. Yeah, just that's amazing. And yeah, 6 cup of tea. You get some tea in you, and yeah, keep going. This is so impressive seeing all this happening.
Yes,
And I was gonna say it's also a perfect a perfect segue because Alex said, we're all involved with these different hobbies. And yeah, that's actually kind of why I got into this in the first place. I had personally been involved in like the diabetes online space for a long time. I was an advocate here in the States. We, of course, have, well, and worldwide, of course, we have the Insulin for All movement because insulin is so expensive here. And then I worked for T1 International, and then from there also Doctors for America, and was involved with the Access to Medicines fight. But also all along during that time, I'm a reader, and I'm just someone who really enjoys reading and taking deep dives into different subjects. And so that was kind of what started all this. Actually, there'd been some talk for like a long time, like, oh, we should start a book club. And then late 2021, I was like, oh, well, I have time. Let's just go ahead and start it. So we did. And, I kind of was just trying to think of a bunch of different topics that have been discussed here and there in the diabetes community, but maybe hadn't gotten like the sort of deep dive treatment and discussion that we could have. And also just knowing that there are a ton of books out there around which you can have really fruitful and interesting conversations. So I kind of started making a list of some of the topics and like some of the books that I already knew that existed. And we went from there. So the very first one we did was An American Sickness by Dr. Elizabeth Rosenthal. It was really incredible because we got her to come actually speak at our first meeting. And for those who don't know who she is, she's an incredible, she is the editor-in-chief of Kaiser Health News, which does just like a ton of health news. And her book was really interesting. It talked about kind of how the American healthcare system got to what it is. And I know a lot of you are Brits, but if you don't know, it's just a giant cluster. And that book even helped me learn more about how much of a cluster it was. So from there, we also did the discovery of insulin, and we had two books actually. One was called Fred and Marjorie, which was actually, it's a middle grade graphic novel about the discovery of insulin and Friedrich Banting and the dogs actually that were involved. And so we read both that and I'm blanking on the name of the, hang on, I have it right in front of me. I can actually just look. Yes, the other one is called Breakthrough, Elizabeth Hughes, The Discovery of Insulin and the Making of a Medical Miracle, which is it's a nonfiction book for, adults or adult level readers. And it's more of a deep dive. And it was really interesting because we've all heard, I think by now, the story of Banting and Best and how they all sold the patent for $1 and just kind of everything that was behind all of that. And so just reading more in depth about all of it, there was a lot of little details that I didn't know that I more. Over the summer, we did a focus on the intersection between diabetes and disability, and we kind of opened it up and let folks read any book about that intersection that they wanted to, fiction or nonfiction. I personally read one about the history of disability law in the United States, and then also a book by Alice Wong. And she is an incredible disability rights advocate here in the States. So, I read one of her books. And then, yes, the most recent one that Tom was able to join us for, we read a book for September, October called What Patients Say, What Doctors Hear by Dr. Danielle Offrey. And that book, it's really interesting because she's a doctor herself, and she talks about, the sort of interactions that she's had with her patients and some of the good ones that have happened and some of the bad ones that have happened. And I think any patient with diabetes, I certainly have had experiences where I've gone to my clinic or my hospital, and the interactions that I've had with doctors just haven't been fantastic. If it's not your primary endocrinologist, if it's your general practitioner here in the States, a lot of times they don't talk about your diabetes at all. I had to go to the ER a couple times for different, honestly, they don't actually know why I was there. I was just very, very sick. But the guy I had a few different doctors, and they didn't check, like they really were not involved at all. And actually, more than one time, I was discharged from the emergency room with large ketones, and they didn't actually tell me that I had large ketones when they discharged me. So I think a lot of patients in the States and worldwide have probably had these sorts of experiences where they have been, where they've had really negative experiences with doctors. And so this book was an interesting dive. And then the conversation with Dr. Offrey was an interesting discussion about, how can we make this better? But another piece of that is like, her book was really interesting. It had some interesting tips and stuff. But another thing that I saw earlier this year that Dana Lewis put out, and I think you guys are all somewhat familiar with Dana Lewis. She's a really great researcher. She's been involved with Closed Loop and all sorts of stuff. But she put out a study, which I'll share in the chat if I can find it. Yes, but she put out a study about something called Diabetes Advanced Directives. And Diabetes Advanced Directives, it's basically like kind of an instruction guide for like if you're in the hospital, that it provides like directions to the doctors on your team, that if you're not in for a reason related to diabetes, or even if you are, that kind of gives them instructions on how you want to manage your diabetes. Because a lot of folks who go into the hospital for reasons other than diabetes, they're taken off their regular regimens, and the care that they receive regarding their diabetes ends up being pretty poor, actually. So this was just a tool that Dana wrote this article about, that this is a tool that you can write out what you want done and hand it to your hand it over to your team, to your doctors, whoever's working on your care, and your nurses, and have them help support. So let me find. Yeah, I'm going to send this from the Diabetes Advocacy Book Club accounts. So really quick, I'll just put this out there. So it's the study that she put out was the need for diabetes advanced directives in support of care with people with diabetes. And it's, so this is just the article. And then I'll also send out, there's a pretty rudimentary template, and I'm actually working myself on like making one that's a little more, that has a few more bells and whistles, because that one's pretty basic. But yes, first I will send out this study, and I will tag DiabetesChat. Sorry, doing multiple things at once. Okay, so just sent that, and then I will follow up with the template. But yes, it's just a really good tool to have, and you can really change it and put in the things that are specific to your care and what you want to do. Because of course we all have pretty different versions, different pumps, different insulins that we take, that we use for our diabetes care. So yeah, I just kind of want to hear, I'd love to hear from anyone who's here right now, if they want to request to speak or whatever, about any experiences that you've had, or even if you've ever tried something like a diabetes advanced directive. I have saved, and I'll find it really quick. But there's also like a letter that you can, that there's a template of a letter that you can also put out to make sure that you get good care in the hospital. So does anyone want to share any of their experiences? Quiet group tonight. Well, it's totally okay if folks are quiet. Just, you can request to speak whenever in your lower left. on the lower left of your screen. But anyway, so these advanced directives, they are, like I said, I'll just go a bit more into what they are. So according to actual research, I mean, that's the other thing. It's like, it's not just that so many of us can share that we've had negative experiences, but research has actually showed that people with diabetes, when they're in the hospital, are removed from their self-management, and it does lead to poor outcomes. So this diabetes advanced directive, it's a newer concept. And it can be really helpful for actually folks to manage. Yeah, Chris, do you want to go ahead and say something?
Hey, Allison.
Hi.
And hi, everybody. Jumping into the chat a little over halfway through.
Hey, Chris, it's lovely to hear you. I don't normally hear your voice at this time of day. What is it? Saturday, Sunday? Who knows? But I normally hear you on a Monday. It's nice to hear you.
Yeah, no, it's Saturday.
It's Sunday here. We've literally just turned over to Sunday morning here in the UK. Yeah.
Well, good morning to you all.
Good morning.
Yeah, so it's been a while since I've been in the hospital. Last time I was in there, I had a case of pneumonia that it was actually they almost missed it on the X-ray, and wound up spending a few days getting IV antibiotics and other stuff to sort of get the ball rolling on that resolving. But my experience sort of started first in the emergency department when I showed up, and I've been sort of monitoring I noticed that I was getting short of breath a lot of the time. I was having trouble, climbing a flight of stairs. And so I had called into my insurance provider and their nurse advice line and explained this to them. And they said, you should probably take yourself to the hospital or get someone to take you to the hospital, rather. They didn't even want me to drive myself. So I did. Got a family member to drive me to the hospital. And of course I show up and they, look at my oxygen saturation and agree that, yeah, it's a little bit low. And this was all way, way pre-COVID. So that wasn't a concern, but they decided that they were going to admit me and do some tests. And they, did the standard sort of chest x-ray, and they did see the little tiny bit of, infection in a lung, and they said, well, and on top of that, you're dehydrated, so it's probably even worse than it looks on the x-ray. But the first thing that they did was, and this was again so long ago that the G6 was not out, we were still in the G5 Dexcom era, and I had a pump that I think it was the T-Slim would receive the data from the G5, but it wouldn't do anything with it yet. Was where we were at technologically. And the first thing they wanted to do was to feed me some acetaminophen. And I said, well, that's contraindicated with my glucose monitor. That's going to, mess up the readings and make the readings inaccurate. And the doctor in the emergency department basically said, I don't believe you. Here's, your options are acetaminophen or nothing. And I was running a little bit of a fever, and I wanted, obviously something to help bring that down. So I said, all right, I'll take the acetaminophen, but you're responsible for any adverse effects that it has. And that then led to 4 hours of the Dexcom screaming about false high blood sugars, which I subjected the entire emergency department staff to because I figured it was their fault that it was doing that, which probably didn't make me a favorite, but I was like, hey, I warned y'all. Lesson one, listen to the patients. They actually know what they're talking about some of the time. The next thing was that they wanted to disconnect me from my pump and put me on insulin injections. And I objected strongly to that. It was hours of arguing. I finally did get them to agree to let me keep the pump and CGM on. But they made me sign a waiver promising that I was not suicidal. I was not going to use the pump to try to kill myself. All manner of, various liability releases. Yes, I am responsible for my own diabetes management. Fine, let me keep the stupid thing on. But then, night and day, I actually get admitted, get up to a room. They get the IV antibiotics going. I've got, my pump on. I'm, managing things pretty aggressively. But I don't think, my blood sugar got over about 140 milligrams per deciliter. So I'm trying to do the math in my head, like 7.5, 8, something like that, in millimoles. The doctor that was overseeing the care was absolutely astounded. The staff all thought the CGM was some sort of dark magic witchcraft thing, that I had this device that, was taking a glucose reading every 5 minutes.
Wow. Truly, wow. I mean, so many aspects of that are like, yeah, I've heard similar stuff, but yeah, from not believing the acetaminophen thing to like being surprised by CGMs. And yeah, I've had so many that like they truly don't understand, like even from like doctors and nurses who are just like, oh, you have a pump, so that's just taken care of, right? And I'm like, no, there's some self-management that still goes into
right.
it.
It's a dumb machine.
Yeah. And it's astounding how I really wish that there was like that emergency physicians in particular like kind of were required to know a little bit more about diabetes, considering acute symptoms so frequently can send us to the ER. And yeah, just the lack of knowledge between like modern diabetes tech, what it's capable of, what it can't do, what's going to be, because my thing, and one of the reasons I ended up getting such high ketones is they had me take I had to get a CT scan and x-rays, and so I had to remove my CGM. And like they didn't really understand that, like, because I am on a closed loop system, I have a tandem Dexcom combination, and they didn't really understand that like removing my Dexcom when I'm sick and not, with it enough to even check my blood sugar quite as frequently was going to be a bit of a problem. So, yeah, they didn't really get that.
Well, especially
anyway.
Because, among the things likely to send someone to an ER, a T1 in some sort of crisis, or anyone with insulin-dependent diabetes, regardless of type, I should say. In some sort of crisis, it is pretty up there on the list. I mean, it's not as common as, I'm sure, car accidents or things like that. But it.
Oh, sorry. My phone's cutting out a little bit, so I apologize.
No, Alex has her hand up.
Yep.
Do you want to jump in, Alex?
I just had a question, really, because that's like one of my biggest fears is like, what if I had to go into hospital and they tried to take all the stuff off me? And I've even got like a thing in my phone, like in the notes section, that I've said to my little sister, like, this is my passcode. If I'm ever in hospital, this is like how many units I take. Like, get me my insulin somehow. But what did you find persuaded them in the end to just let you keep it?
I think it was just that I was really obstinate, that I adamantly refused. Honestly, I would probably have less of difficulty now than I did back then. Probably because I could make a couple of phone calls and have the chief of endocrinology of whatever hospital system I wound up in this area on the phone to someone probably within about 15 minutes.
I love that. You're just like, let me call in the big guns.
Right. But again, like, the average person with type 1 isn't going to have those connections. I only have those connections because I've been attending events that these people have spoken at. I've volunteered as research subjects for their research studies. The average person with type 1 or the average person with diabetes in general isn't going to have those connections and be able to call in those big guns.
I have to say as well, like, I'm so grateful to you in particular. I've been meaning to say for a while that you, obviously, because I'm only like over a year in, you really helped me with my mindset on going into my meetings and being like, this is what I need and this is why. And when you said something a while back about saying something about, you know, my management is so much better, would be so much better with this, and it would save the NHS so much money if we do this. So basically, the tool you gave me to go in and be able to say, like, this is why you need to give it to me, XYZ, and they are. Like, I really pressed to get on this Daphne course, and I'm finally on it, and I really pressed to get a pump, which in the UK you have to do the Daphne and then you get a pump. But because of how you explained it to me, I'm really thankful, because it has really just helped my mindset on how to go about these things.
Well,
so thank you.
Oh.
Snaps for Chris. That's awesome. I was just gonna say, yeah, the books talks a lot about, you know, an assertive versus a docile patient. Like, are you someone who kind of lets the doctor take charge, or are you someone who really kind of asserts yourself and tells the doctor what you need? And I think one of the things that's shown so often in these ERs and with more general practitioners, or like with the NHS, that like sometimes you really do just take the bull by the horns and really like advocate for yourself in your care. And I was going to say, you know, you asked about you know, how did Chris get them to do that? That is another reason why I would say, like, this advanced directive is such a good idea, because having it on your phone is great, but also if you had like a printout that you could just hand them and be like, this is what I need, you know. And especially if you're kind of incapacitated because you're really sick or something, you know, no one has to go on your phone. You can just give it to them and be like. So I would say, you know, like if you have kind of a go bag, have kind of like a prepared thing, and possibly have this stuff actually written down, not just on your phone, saying,
yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, saying like, this is what I need, because I think especially in those are like especially the situations where we need to be assertive, and yet we're so sick that we can't always be.
Yeah, absolutely. You are. It is that in the beginning, I was more of that, like, I think because it's kind of maybe like not a childish mentality, but it's sort of like that we've got this image of hospitals and doctors that they're supposed to take care of us, but you go in there looking for the answers, but sometimes you might not find them. And I think I've learned that from this, and from like some of the stuff the chat has talked about and the way Chris has explained things. And it has made me a bit more now like, no, I need this because this is going to make my life easier and more manageable. So it has made me more of an assertive sort of patient now. Thank you, Chris.
Well, the argument that it's going to save the system money in the long run is really powerful. I mean, the biggest objection that most payers, the people that are actually paying the bills for these things, in the US, it's typically private insurance until you're old enough for Medicare. In the UK, it's obviously the NHS. But whoever it is that's paying the bills, if you can make the argument that no, in the long run, this will save you money. That's powerful, and it's an argument that Partha has made repeatedly and continues to make over and over and over and over and over again. You know, in his arguments for getting everyone with type 1 diabetes a CGM or a flash monitor, and then his continuing work that's ongoing to make it easier for people to get pumps and closed loop systems.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Dr. Ofri was actually talking about that because in addition to writing this book, she actually works at like a lower income clinic, and so most of her patients don't have CGMs. So, and I know, yeah, like talking about cost effectiveness, like that's something that I've used in some of my other advocacy as well. We've advocated here for something called Kevin's Law, which would allow pharmacists to give you a prescription even when a prescription for insulin even when your prescription is expired, and like kind of going the cost effectiveness route and kind of talking about like, yeah, in the long run, this is going to be better for the payers, which in this case is insurance. It's going to be better for them than if the person with diabetes winds up in the ER or the emergency room because they're not taking the insulin that they need. So yeah, I found that the cost effectiveness argument is really one to use in a lot of different circumstances.
Yeah.
Allison, may I jump in with a comment?
Yeah, sure.
Hi, it's Philip Peroyan, Canadian Phil on Twitter. It's my first time joining a Twitter Spaces. On the health directive, if I can add just a little piece of advice from my own experience that may help people. Never assume that you have too many copies, and always have copies with you. So I had an experience last year where I'm older and have been diabetic since 1975, and obviously didn't have the tools back then that we have now. And I actually had to go in for bypass surgery last year. And I'm actually in a fortunate position financially where I was able to hire a nurse advocate who worked with me in preparation for that. And we developed something that looks very much like Dana Lewis's Advanced Health Directive, describing exactly what my pump settings were, my CGM, everything. And we gave copies of that to every single person that we met in preparation for the surgery. Everyone from the cardiologist to the nurses to the anesthesiologist, everybody. After I transferred from the ICU into the ward, when the endocrinologist on staff finally came in to see me and to talk to me, none of that information had gotten to her. Fortunately, I had brought extra copies with me, so I was able to say, if you go over to that overnight bag that I brought in with me, there's a zippered part at the front, and there's a plastic folder with sheets of paper in it, and one of them is a complete description of all of my pump settings and everything you need to know. But despite giving it to multiple people, and unfortunately, neither the nurse advocate nor my partner were allowed in the hospital because of COVID restrictions at the time. So just, to learn from my less than great experience, I would just say, if people are allowed into the hospital with you, make sure they have extra copies, make sure you have multiple copies. Don't ever think like, well, I've given it to like 5 people already. I don't need to, just over communicate wherever possible. I recently read an essay about, even doctors writing out directives. And then if somebody goes to a long-term care facility or something like that, like they just get lost or the information doesn't get passed on. So my advice would just be not only do the health directive, but over-communicate. And if you can have somebody else in the hospital with you, unfortunately, I wasn't able to, make sure they all have all of that information too.
Yeah, Phil, that is so true. And thanks for, you shared that at our book club meeting, but thanks for sharing it again, because you really cannot. And again, when you're running into doctors that aren't your typical doctors and doctors and nurses who are not like familiar with diabetes care, I just, again, the amount of times that I've heard patient horror stories specifically in this area, which is why I think, this study that Dana came out, it's new, and it does talk about in the study itself that this is like kind of a new concept, but I really think that this is one that people with diabetes as a whole should embrace, because we've just seen it over and over again that this happens to patients. and like just how badly that can turn out for folks. So I really think that this is like just one of those tools that like we, as much as we can get it out there that this is something that is good for our community, we should do that and communicate the fact that like print out a ton of them. And, you know, also, as Chris said, and as Chris has taught, thankfully, be very assertive with your care. Be very, you know, be as much as you can. And of course, in acute situations, you can, but also when you're in acute situations and you can, be assertive with your care, bring someone with you if you can. And just in all of these situations, like you really have to be your own advocate, because so many doctors just are not familiar enough with type 1 diabetes and the ins and outs and just how it affects every single aspect of our lives, and how quickly things can go wrong if we're removed from our usual self-management.
Well, and that sort of ties into especially among people who are active in online communities. If you're here listening to this space, that's you. You probably know more about your diabetes than anybody else on the planet. There's a decent chance you know more about diabetes in general than anybody who is not an endocrinologist. I mean, and it's frustrating, but, you know, in medical school, half the time, you know, they get a one-day lecture on diabetes that's mostly focused on type 2.
Yep.
And that'll be it. And I realize that it really pisses off a lot of medical professionals and healthcare providers that people who live with this condition, you know, are assertive and, you know, telling them what they need. But, you know, you got to stick to your guns.
Mm-hmm.
They're, you know, and I've had issues where, you know, something went a little bit sideways. I, you know, started noticing some ketones in my urine. My blood sugar was elevated, but not really super, super bad, but I couldn't get the ketones to flush. I finally went into an urgent care and explained to the physician who was managing the center what was going on. And he basically said, well, it sounds like you really know what you're talking about with this stuff. What do you need? And I said, honestly, give me a liter of saline IV and let's see, you know, what that does to, you know, if that helps flush things out and get things back under control. And if so, you can kick me loose in an hour and, you know, I'll go on my merry way. And that's actually what happened. But just the fact that a physician was willing to say, okay, I understand that I'm not the expert on this particular, you know, the ins and outs of what's going on. You know, you've been in situations like this before. What's the best course of action that you would recommend?
Yeah. Well, and that's, yeah, I mean, just hearing that. And of course, Chris, we all know that just knowing that, again, that I've heard this many horror stories just around, I've experienced it myself. I almost wish, like, in the long term, that this diabetes advanced directive would be part of like initial training for anyone with diabetes, because again, like we just see over and over that like, yeah, doctors don't know. And so, and patients, they know better. They know their own regimen better. They know, you know, their own like reactions to carbohydrates and their, you know, exchange rates and everything. And yeah, like you said, a lot of doctors don't know this. I'm actually my mother, she's now retired, but she was a general practitioner. And I even like, I watched her learning alongside me. So yes, I can vouch firsthand. They don't get like really in-depth training about this stuff. And it's fantastic when you know, either find like a GP that has type 1 themselves, or they have a family member. And so they're a little bit more informed. But yeah, the rule, I mean, that's the exception that they would know more, because the rule is that they don't. And so preparing yourself that when you're in need of care, that your doctors are unfortunately not as informed as you might like, and that you're actually the expert in that room. I think that's something that really needs to be drilled into patients when they're going through their initial training, because, you know, we wind up in these situations that are like that we can very quickly go into a crisis situation. And so it's really important that they listen to us, and not necessarily whatever training they got, you know, years and years ago in medical school.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that obviously, you know, those of us that are here, unless we happen to be physicians or providers, you know, we're not going to be able to write our own orders. We're not going to be able to prescribe our own meds. We are going to need a doctor to do that. So being overly antagonistic can backfire.
Absolutely.
That's definitely something to keep in mind. So, I mean, and it's sort of a fine line to walk, but you can be sort of assertive and respectful, and at the same time. And I think that's sort of the tightrope that that we need to stay balanced on in order to really get the optimal care.
Yeah, and that is a tough tightrope to walk. I mean, she talks about Dr. Offrey talked about in her book that, you know, there was a patient that, like, she had a whole ton of like different conditions, and she was someone, she read up on them, and she was very self-informed and very proactive about her care, but because of that she'd been labeled like a difficult patient, and kind of like, how do we avoid being labeled that way but still get through to physicians that we may know better. And it is a fine line to walk. So yeah, I think that kind of like be assertive but respectful. I'm someone who's kind of sarcastic and stuff, so whenever I and like, you know, I just kind of add jokes and stuff and kind of let them know that, like, yeah, I know a lot, but also like I do respect where they're coming from. But I know it can be such a fine line, and especially when some physicians have really big egos at times, that like they don't always like it when patients are stand up for themselves and stand up for what they need, but it is important that they do. So finding that balance between, yeah, I know my body and I know what I need, but I need you to write the prescriptions and the orders and everything for me. It can be a tough balance.
I mean, sometimes a good way to sort of approach it is, you know, when I've been in this situation before, here is what they did and what worked.
Yeah.
Because there, it's obviously you're sharing your experience, and especially if you can describe, you know, the dosages, the way things were given, what, you know, testing was done to monitor things, anything like that will sort of enhance their perception of your credibility.
Yeah, true. I would also say that another tool that can sometimes be useful, because honestly, I've had in the grand scheme of things, even though I've had doctors that with the best, for the most part, they still have been willing to listen to me. But another tool that the patients have in their tool belt, and this one is a little more controversial, but if they send you like something like, you know, a how did we do kind of survey, don't be afraid to fill that out, because, you know, sometimes there are corrective steps that need to be taken, either on like on a hospital or system-wide level, or with the doctor themselves. So, I mean, providing feedback, I think, and even real-time feedback at times, if they're willing to listen to it, can also be a helpful tool for us. Sorry, just coughed there. Yeah. Anyone have anything else they'd like to share about, their hospital stays or advanced directives or any of this sort of stuff?
Well, there is another aspect of hospital stays that should probably be brought up, which is the food.
Yeah. I worked in a hospital dietetics department. I am quite familiar.
I mean, that was one thing.
Can I come in with that actually? Because actually, I'm trying to think when it was. And my brain probably can't process now because we're in like 15 hours into this. But I was quite poorly, and I had a really quite bad episode where I just was really low and I just couldn't get back up. And in the end, my wife contacted 111, and I was like managing it, and I was aware of it. So it wasn't like I needed, like I wasn't unconscious or anything like that, but I just couldn't get back up for a number of hours, and I was being sick, and I went into hospital for 48 hours actually. It was on a Saturday night, and I came back out on the Monday night, and then. But yeah, I talk about food in hospitals. So yeah, I was obviously really poorly and I was struggling, and especially that first 24 hours. And obviously they were bringing me food and I wasn't really eating much, but they were trying to encourage me. But because I was on the like acute ward, I wasn't on the diabetes ward. They said that there wasn't room for me up there, and I guess after the 48 hours I was getting better, so they released me then. But yeah, I remember receiving the food and stuff, and I remember saying to them, because I wasn't really in the zone, I guess, and I was saying to them, how many carbs in that? How many, like, what do I give for that? And because they weren't on the diabetes ward, they weren't providing with me that information. And in that moment where the food wasn't the best, but they were wanting me to eat, but I was like, how much do I give? And like I said, I wasn't in the zone to make them judgment calls, I guess. And I just wanted to bring that into it. I don't know if it's relatable to what you were going to say, Chris, but yeah, in that moment I was poorly, but they weren't giving me the information that I needed, I guess. And I think that was quite sad, really.
Well, the one thing that jumps to mind for me is right when I got there, obviously it wasn't a normal meal time. I was admitted and taken upstairs. It was the middle of the night, so they had limited stuff available to feed me. And one of the things that they offered was a sort of frozen lemonade. And I asked how many carbs were in that, and I got told 1. And I figured, okay, it might be lemon flavored, 0 carb type of thing that I'm being handed in this little cup. And hey, I'm thirsty as heck. They're trying to rehydrate me with the IV, but let's all right, 1 carb. Like, I'm not even going to worry about giving a bolus for that. Let's let's rock and roll. And so I gobbled it up and then proceeded to watch my blood sugar climb on my CGM. And I went, I thought that tasted a little bit sweet. And I went back and checked and actually had them bring the information out for me to look at. And it was 1 exchange, not 1 carb.
Wow. Wow.
I mean, at that point, it blew my mind that there were hospitals that were even still using exchanges for that. But that level of miscommunication was just flabbergasting.
I had one as well where literally the time I was diagnosed, I was asking them when I was in there, like, they tried to give me ice cream and everything. And I said to them that I don't have my insulin yet. And they kept telling me they wouldn't let me leave the hospital until they got my blood sugar down. So it would they'd give me an injection, it'd come down a bit, and then they'd give me food again. So they'd be right about to let me leave. And then they'd be like, here you go. And because I didn't understand it when I was first diagnosed, I was like, it's gone up again. Like, they're not letting me leave. And it was just and then in the end, I asked the nurse, how many carbs are in, this ice cream scoop? And she's like, no, it's fine. There's nothing in there. And I was like, there is, because I don't understand it as much, but I know there's something in this. And I was like, I need an injection before I can have it. And in the end, I had to say, look, I'm not going to have the ice cream because I want to go. I want to get out. And if I eat this, they're not going to let me leave. And she was like, no, have it. I was like, absolutely not. And like,
Oh, wow. That's
even
just...
for someone who didn't understand it, I just knew, like, they just giving me pie. They gave me pies without insulin and everything. Like, madness. But I'm going to head off for the evening. But thank you so much, and I'll be re-listening so I can listen to all the bits I've missed.
Okay. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you, everybody. You're all amazing.
Bye, Alex.
See you soon.
Thanks, Alex. Good to talk to you.
See you in a few hours.
So bye.
And go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I guess that's, something I didn't even really entirely think about. The hospital where I worked also happened to be a hospital where I go because I lived in the same town, and they are fairly good about talking about carb counts. Although I know that one of the things they do that anybody who has diabetes, they automatically give them low sugar stuff, regardless if they're type 1 or type 2. So like, fake sugars and just all that stuff, which, as we know, as type 1s, we count carbs, so we don't necessarily need that. So I know that's one thing that they do, but I guess that's another thing to write into your advance directive is like, we need to know carb counts on all the food that you give us all the time. And also, I don't know how you would find out this information beforehand, but just find out how much your dietetics department and your emergency department or your hospital department communicate with each other, because that's kind of wild that they wouldn't be discussing that for a patient with diabetes.
And if I can just add to that, that goes for tests too. About 10 or 12 years ago, I had to go for a test where I had to drink a contrast dye. And the doctor who sent me for the test knew that I had type 1 diabetes. And I got, it was at a hospital on an outpatient basis.
She's showing up as muted all of a sudden for me.
Who is? I can hear Phil.
Okay. Anyway, I was just saying I got there for that test, and I politely asked how many carbs were in the contrast dye I had to drink, if there was any, because it had some flavoring in it, and waited half an hour while they actually checked with the lab, and they came back and said, we can't tell you how many carbs are in it. You can maybe take a guess and then take correction insulin later.
Oh, wow. I've had a lot of experience. I've had a couple different tests where I had to eat something. I had a gastric emptying test and I had to eat. It was like 2 pieces of dry bread with egg on it, scrambled egg that had, whatever it was that they put in it to kind of like watch it as it goes through. And they didn't even mention the carb. I knew eggs and everything. But the other thing is I really wasn't feeling well because this was like shortly after I'd been discharged from the ER, like a day or two later, but I still like was not entirely well. So like also having to deal with like eating that. And the other problem with that was they tell you not to eat at all before the test for like, I think it's like 12 hours or so. I don't remember. But yeah, there have been a couple different instances where for whichever test I was supposed to fast. But then, of course, I happened to go low. And I feel like that always happens to me because it happened before that test. And it also didn't have anything before.
Do we have dead air? Can anybody
I had to drink
hear me?
juice.
Are we hearing other people? And I apologize if I'm talking over someone.
Allison is going in. I can hear you, Chris, but Allison is going in and out. Sometimes I'm getting dead space. I'm not sure if maybe there's something with her internet connection.
So sorry about that. I'm not sure what's going on.
But you're right, Allison. I push back now really hard on doctors when they say that I have to fast before a test. And almost all tests, even ones that have to do with the GI system, if you push hard enough, and don't ask the nurse, don't ask the lab, because they'll tell you have to fast. If you push hard enough with the doctor, they'll usually, like I've gotten admissions like, oh yeah, something like glucose tablets are dissolved immediately in your stomach. They aren't going to affect the test, even if it's like a test in your, of your intestinal system. But you have to keep pushing because medical protocols are set up for the convenience of the doctors, not for the convenience of the patients. And there's so many where they say you have to fast, and actually, if you push and explain, for anybody, I now push and explain that I'm type 1 diabetic, and what do I do if my blood sugar goes low because you don't want me to cancel with less than 24 hours notice, and, et cetera. And we have to work out a plan before I agree to the test. And most of the time, there's either something like a clear liquid, like a regular not diet Sprite or 7-Up, or glucose tablets or something that they'll let you have. But yeah, I mean, it's within the community of people who have gastrointestinal issues, which I've also developed, things like the gastric emptying study. It tells you everything you need to know about medical protocols and test protocols, that the standard is exactly what you described. It's 2 pieces of toast and egg, when 2 of the most common GI triggers are wheat and eggs. It's like, what? Like, how does that make sense that you would design a test protocol with 2 of the most common triggers that make people that have GI symptoms feel terrible? So yeah, medical protocols is a whole nother thing.
Yeah, definitely is. Oh, wow. I didn't even, think about that. The fact that those are, major triggers for folks. That's just, wow. Well, anyway, one of the things I wanted to say really quick is these sorts of, discussions that we're having about hospital food and about, these sorts of tests where you have to eat. This is kind of another thing about the Diabetes Advocacy Book Club and the books that we read is like, when you read any book, when you're, discussing, like we're doing a deep dive right now, talking about, advanced directives, yes, but these other things too. And this all came out of this book that was talking about patient-provider communication and some of the things with that. So, I mean, this really is a good summation and a good picture of what we do in our book club, that we read these books that are deeper dives into any one specific topic. And then we can have all these interesting branch conversations about, hospital food and medical tests and stuff. So just kind of wanted to put in that quick plug, because I also noticed that we're coming to the end of the hour, that, this is kind of what it's all about, having these really more in-depth conversations about one specific topic, but that can get into all sorts of other things that affect patients with diabetes that maybe are not top of mind all the time when you're having these discussions, but that's what you do. So anyway, I wanted to plug that really quick, but also, yes, Phil, exactly, good point. That's crazy. So much of our system is just so broken and weird, and what even, like, that's just nuts. I was just also going to say, as a side note, and I hope folks can hear me and I'm not cutting out too bad, but again, because coming to the end of the hour, I also wanted to mention just some of our upcoming topics in the Diabetes Advocacy Book Club. January, February, I think we're going to do a book about race and diabetes and some of the racial disparities that you see with diabetes. There's a great book by Dr. Arlene Tuckman that I think we're going to look at there. March, April, we're looking at burnout, caregiver, and May, June, mutual aid. And then we're also looking at doing kind of a crossover event with Beta Cell about art and activism in art. So that's something that we're looking at for next summer. So those are just some of the upcoming topics that we're looking at. I just wanted to mention that before we, run out of time tonight. But yeah, is there anything else anyone wants to add about, hospital stays, diabetes, any of the stuff that we've been discussing tonight? Everyone got so quiet all of a sudden, but I totally understand, because hour 15, that's intense. And great job to Tom for hosting this, because that's just, what an effort. Who's up next, Tom?
Thank you so much, Allison, for your amazing takeover. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Just sitting back and listening to you guys just chat. How ace has it been? I've really enjoyed it, and what an amazing advocate you are, and everything you do for the Diabetes Advocacy Book Club. I'm starting to lose my voice, but honestly, thank you so much for this evening and for plugging the book club for the upcoming months ahead. I love how you're already talking about 2023. Awesome, I love it. But honestly, thank you for everything you do and everyone, the members in the club, and it's been really awesome connecting with you and seeing everyone tuning in and having a great time. I really appreciate it. And up next, we have Mr. Ben West, who'll be joining us in a few minutes' time, and Chris Wilson. I have no idea what the next hour is what's planned, but we'll soon find out. We are looking at 9 hours to go left of the Diabetes Chat 24-hour space. I can't even calculate how many hours I've done. I can't even calculate. I'm just too tired. But it's been truly phenomenal connecting with everyone and with you, Allison. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. We were definitely enjoyed talking for this hour about these important topics. So yeah, keep going. You're doing great. Just cheering you on from the States. You're doing a fantastic job.
Brilliant stuff. The last push, and I can hear your phone. Is it your phone in the background? Is that to say that's it?
No, actually, we had an alarm to go off to. We have to give our cat medicine, which is a torture of itself. So, but yes, we have an alarm to go up that goes off for that.
Oh, bless. But yeah, guys, we've officially hit the 9-hour mark. It is 1 a.m. UK time. We have 9 hours to go or so. But yeah, welcome along to the Diabetes Chat. It's lovely to have you. Chris is here as co-host. Hopefully he'll keep us going for the next couple of hours. Hopefully I'll still be able to be here. But welcome along. You can tweet, you can hashtag Diabetes Chat, you can request the microphone and come speak with myself, Chris, and the gang. We have Rich on the line at the minute. Ben's joining us any minute. Mark's here. Allison's here. Philip's here. But everyone tuned in as well. It's lovely to see you. You can check out the Diabetes Chat profile. Click on that, and you can just see all the amazing things that we're retweeting and sharing and commenting this evening. It's great, and we're doing this to raise awareness for diabetes. We're doing this to connect with people from all over the world. We've connected with people already in the UK, the States, and over the course of the next 9 hours, we're going to connect with people from India and Pakistan and the Philippines and Zimbabwe and Australia, and then rounding back off in the UK. So it's just truly what the Diabetes Chat is about, is connecting with people worldwide, and it's an honor to have this opportunity to do so, and it's great. Just keep talking to us, guys. Keep getting involved, tweeting and requesting the mic, and we also are doing a bit of fundraising as well. We've chosen JDRF for this event, and if you want to click on the profile Diabetes Chat, and you can see the information to support that, whether you retweet it or whether you can donate, whatever you can do. Amazing. We're looking for about £500 tonight. We're about halfway there. If you can support, great. But obviously we appreciate it's tough times for everyone. So, but just doing this, it's all about talking and raising awareness, and that's what it's about. Anyway, Mr. Chris Wilson, it's over to you and your good friend, Mr. Ben West. Over to you guys. Go for it.
Well, Tom, can you hear me? Because I haven't been able to hear anybody other than you for the last few minutes.
I can, Chris. So why don't I knock you down to speaker, and let's see if that will work for you. Sometimes Twitter decides to be silly, so let's re-invite you back up and see if that works, because it would be awkward if you can just hear me for the next hour and I have to translate what Ben says. Chris, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
And Ben, hello?
Hello, howdy.
Howdy. And Chris, can you hear Ben?
I can hear Ben. All right.
There
Excellent.
we go. Magic.
Excellent.
I love when we can connect. There you go, guys. Enjoy, and I'm listening in. I'll jump in, but it's your takeover. Have fun.
Oh, this is cool, Tom. Thanks for putting this together. And Allison,
You're welcome, Ben.
Those topics sound I agree. Those topics sound amazing for 2023. I'm just so impressed.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm very excited about what's to come. Oh, and I also want to mention we'll do a wild card too. So we also from time to time want to totally open it up and let folks choose what they want to read. So fiction and non. But yeah, we're super excited.
Wow. Yeah, always great to talk with Chris as well here.
Well, since we're neighbors and all.
That's right. Actually, we were very fortunate to be able to meet in real life, IRL. So
yep,
that was great.
We had lunch about a week ago.
Yeah. That's one of those examples. I guess we were Twitter friends before that. So that's one of those Twitter becomes friends. You meet in real life. It's pretty cool. And the diabetes community as well. There's so many people I've met that really those relationships started out in social media, maybe part of open source diabetes. And then we found ways to meet after working on shared projects. So it's always really interesting to meet that way.
Indeed. I've had similar relationships that have formed in non-diabetes spaces as well, but it does highlight the power of the social media connections that we can form.
I saw just at the end of this week, peer support was called out as getting more attention from the healthcare system over there. So that was very interesting to watch. Hoping to learn more about that in the coming days.
Yeah, I've seen. I saw some of the chatter about that as well. It's definitely a powerful tool and one that's I think frequently underutilized. Just because I sometimes run into people with diabetes out in the wild, if you will, and they have no idea that online spaces exist.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So maybe just sort of as a starting point, Ben, do you want to sort of run down the history of where we have started from and where we've gotten to in regards to the ways that data comes in into our lives, what the devices are that are generating this data and the ways that we can access it?
Sure. So yeah. So first, there's kind of a framework that's useful for thinking about where does the data, where does it come from, where does it go, and so we can talk a little bit about that, and that gives us some terminology, a framework to think about what are the policies that surround the data. So that would be kind of an interesting take on things. Yeah, that would be very nice. So the way I like to frame a lot of this is to think about the sources of the data. Now we're familiar with a lot of devices when it comes to diabetes. We've got the glucose meters, we've got the continuous glucose meters, we've got insulin pumps, connected pens. All of those are essentially little computers. And so we're all kind of essentially cyborgs to some degree. We're augmenting our experience with these computers of various kinds. And specifically, the modern terminology that we like to use for these kinds of devices is that you may hear about. The buzzword for them is edge. So this is when we're talking about the Internet of Things. The sources of the data that we're talking about come from what's called the edge. So these are all edge devices when it comes to the Internet of Things. So your connected insulin pen, your insulin pump, your continuous glucose monitor, these are all producing readings from the operations that it's doing, the readings from sensors, and it's producing facts about you, about your body, and about the sensors. And it turns out that the facts that it produces, there's a certain onus that is due for you to have access to the information about, for example, your body. Sensors producing this data about your body, you deserve access to that data. So that starts to form the framework of what we start to think about as, okay, there's this data that's involved in diabetes. What is the data? A lot of the data that we talk about as patients that we're interested in is the data that the devices are using to administer or to undertake the therapy that's going on. And we're very interested in that kind of data. Now, device makers, they have other interests and other kinds of data that they're interested in. So, for example, is the device working well? What's the efficiency of the device? Those type of telemetry and other diagnostic data, they have a unique interest in, and they have unique rights to that kind of data. Now, to make everything work in the modern environment, we don't just have edge devices. In the Internet of Things, we have a scenario where the edge devices connect to the cloud, and then the cloud can connect to many, many, many of our other devices. We get a chance to what we call bring our own devices. So that means we can bring other devices that may be old, they may be new. We can bring other devices to the system. Those devices connect to the cloud, and the cloud becomes this kind of interoperable substrate where data from the edge device goes to the cloud, and then other apps, other devices are able to take advantage of it. We're able to take advantage of it, and the cloud is essentially the central hub where the brokering and a lot of the data exchange takes place. So there's two opportunities to get the data. In other words, there's right at the edge where many people with diabetes are familiar with the cables that we've used over the years. If you had a device even as few as a few years ago, even 5 years ago, I mean, we're starting to see freedom from wires, but many diabetes devices, many years, you need a variety of different cables to try to get the data off of it. So that's the concept of the edge, is there's all kinds of ways to get the data off the device. Now that we've gotten more and more wireless technology through Bluetooth Low Energy, Bluetooth technologies, there's some others as well. Wi-Fi, of course, everyone's familiar with. Those allow the data to move from the edge to the cloud. So with diabetes, we've established a number of open source projects that are designed to allow people to exercise their data rights in accessing their data by tapping the data streams from both of those locations. So there's open source software that's able to communicate directly with a device, such as an insulin pump or a continuous glucose monitor transmitter, and and using the language of the device itself. It turns out every vendor kind of likes to make their own style of device, and as a result, every style of device kind of speaks its own language, if you will. And so what we've done is develop open source projects that match every kind of special dialect that's out there for every device that's out there. And so that's very special because now when it comes to alternatives, if we don't like the way that primary display issues alarms, for example, we get a choice. We can say, well, we can get the data off the original device, off the edge directly, and we can make an alternative display that has different alarms, maybe alarms that we prefer. Maybe it's absent of an alarm that we find not useful, for example. It can be absent of those experiences. So that's one axis here that a lot of the open source action when it comes to advocacy and it comes to opportunities to actually exercise your data rights. We think a lot about the communication with the device itself, the transmitter, the insulin pump, the device itself. Now, there's another interesting avenue, of course, which is that cloud aspect. Most providers have some kind of cloud service that they are associated with at this point. So Medtronic has CareLink. Tandem has their cloud service. I think it's called is it called T-Connect?
It's currently T-Connect.
Yep.
It will eventually at some point be transitioning to a new product which they've been calling Tandem Source.
Yeah.
At least in the discussions that they've been having. Although
I'm going to go ahead and call it Tandem Cloud.
Seriously materialize in a way that I've been aware of yet. It's supposed to debut outside the U.S. first, actually.
I see. Oh, well, that's for, yeah, right. There's all kinds of you got to sift it through the regulatory lens as well. Regulatory and legal support in different geographies is going to be very different. Certain geographies demand, for example, cloud. One of the things that comes with cloud service, everyone knows, is data residency. It's a big deal. And another aspect that's especially important that I think about a lot is the right to forget. So data residency and right to forget. Data residency is the concept that if the cloud, we're talking about internet servers. So the data is residing on servers that are in the internet. So when we're talking about edge, one of the unique features there is those insulin pumps and the CGMs. These are devices that are in your proximity. These are devices that are an arm length away, or they might be in your house or in your office. They're devices that are very close to you. You control these devices. When we talk about cloud, the situation is very, very different. The actual machines are in essentially a factory somewhere that has restricted access often, heavy security very, very often. And it's essentially, the most expensive rent in the world for the square foot that you get there. But what it does is that's where the computers are located that serve all of the services that we use online. And that's websites. It's the APIs that mobile apps use, APIs that all kinds of apps use. So that when we talk about cloud, there's Tandem Cloud, which has a nice ring to it. There's Dexcom Cloud. There's Medtronic Cloud. They all have their own branded services that may offer special features in terms of we've got data residency in some country, or maybe multiple countries. That's very common. And so that becomes another lever for getting the data. Most of these services, the minimum that you have to do if you have some kind of online service is you've got to know whose data is whose. So a lot of people, what they do classically is you have a username and password system, and that's the most common way that most people use to implement separating different people's data. You log in, you give a username and a password, and they give you your data. So most of these cloud services operate in that way. And so that's another avenue for open source and do-it-yourself systems to express data rights, express access and ownership of the data that is about you and belongs to you. And so long as there's any system that involves some kind of username and password access, where you can put in your username, put in your password, and then you can get the data out, that's going to be another avenue for the open source systems and do-it-yourself systems to exercise the data rights there. So we see a lot of projects that are focused when we talk about data access and open source diabetes. There's a lot of projects that will fall kind of along those two lines. There'll be projects that talk directly to a device, fetch the data, do something interesting with it, move it on towards the cloud. Typically, that's through Nightscout, or to other apps, or vice versa. There's apps that are cloud-based, like Nightscout, for example, that is an open source data hub, provides a real-time web app for viewing insulin pump data or data from an insulin pen, any insulin related data with glucose data at the same time. And it's got a web page that does this, and everything updates in real time. So that's an example of a cloud-based app. And there's others, but there's plugins. Sometimes we call them sidecars because they run alongside. But they're cloud-based sidecars or plugins that allow fetching data from these other vendors, because you are expressing ownership and sovereignty, so to speak, over that data. You're able to put in your username and password, and that allows Nightscout to copy that data and put it into Nightscout. So there's several apps that do that. There's even a mobile app. One of the very popular options actually is I think we may have talked about this previously, but there's a very popular option where people like to get data on their Apple Watch, and the way that they do it is they use there's an app called T-Connect Sync, which copies data from Tandem Cloud into Nightscout, from Tandem Cloud into Nightscout. And so this is for people that are using the Tandem mobile app. That mobile app uploads data from the edge, from the Tandem device, onto your phone and moves it from the phone into the cloud, moves it into Tandem Cloud. So what T-Connect Sync does is it moves the data from Tandem Cloud into Nightscout. So now it's your personal cloud. So now that it's in your personal cloud, you can actually send it back through SugarMate, and then put it on. You can put all that data combined with everything on using SugarMate on your Apple Watch. So that's a particularly interesting combination there.
Well, we should probably define some terms. We keep throwing the word cloud around.
Yeah.
And for those that don't know, the cloud is really just someone else's computer.
It's the computers on the internet that are providing the service. That's right.
Right. That are permanently connected, and frequently it's one big computer that's running special software that allows it to pretend to be a whole bunch of smaller computers that can have, various dedicated purposes. And there's, special software and operating systems and stuff that allow multiple sort of siloed independent things that can't talk to each other or interfere with each other, but to all coexist on one big, super powerful computer, or in some cases, network of computers. And all of that is managed in a way such that it's transparent to the person who's on the other end of it. But if it helps, just think about the cloud is just someone else's computer. It's a computer that's far off in a warehouse someplace that you have paid for, or someone has paid for, rights to access and to use, and they, the person who's doing that can control it and manage, what it's doing and the software that it's running and all of that.
With our modern infrastructure, most companies that maintain an online presence don't actually own the equipment that is connected to the internet. They work with other companies. They rent space from large companies that run data centers, huge factories that are just full of computers, networks of computers that are connected to the internet. And those are the services that enterprise and vendors consume in order to create their own online services. And so collectively, sometimes
and the big
it's
ones
convenient.
are the big ones are like Amazon and Google. A lot of people are surprised. Amazon actually, for at least a while, I don't know if it's still true, made more money from running websites for other people than they did from running their own website that sold their own stuff.
Yeah. Yes. It turns out it's a very interesting business. But these are huge data centers, and it's usually it can be useful to collectively call all of that just the cloud.
Yeah. But anyway, that when we throw the word cloud around, that's what we're talking about. So if you set up a Night Scout site on a cloud server for yourself to use or whatever, basically you are buying a tiny slice of the processing power and time of a big computer that's sitting in a warehouse somewhere, and you're paying $5 a month to be able to use that and to run your own software on it. That's sort of the quick and dirty, simple explanation of what's going on there.
Yeah, that's right. If you purchase a contract from one of these internet service providers and get yourself a server, DigitalOcean is one of the top 5 ones. There's a short top 10 list, of course, but and Amazon and Google and Microsoft are all up there along with DigitalOcean and a couple others. And they make it very easy to do. You can buy a computer that's in one of their data centers that they take care of everything, but it provides you with access to internet service through this computer that you can run any service you like on there and expose your own services. So that's what everyone does, and a Night Scout is an example of that. So by purchasing a server where you run Night Scout, you're essentially creating your own cloud, your personal cloud, with Night Scout as the center of your own personal diabetes hub or your own personal diabetes cloud. That's right.
And that can be useful for obviously not just the management, since the various pieces of software that people are using, be it Loop on iOS, if somebody's running that as a do-it-yourself pump management solution, or Android APS or Open APS or any of the others, the Night Scout then becomes sort of the hub that all that data is fed into, and it becomes how you share that data with your provider, just like you would give them access to Clarity for your Dexcom data, or to T-Connect for your Tandem data, or to your Medtronic CareLink for your Medtronic data. You can provide them with the link to Night Scout so they can access reports and assist you in managing your care.
That's right. Once you've got a central hub, you can start to do things. A central hub is very useful for things like generating reports, because the central hub has all of the data. So that means if you break your phone or you go through a new transmitter, there's all kinds of reasons where your phone's doesn't represent as permanent a data store as something that can sync to the cloud and then also sync to your new phone, right? That's the way most people experience continuity is because you've used your phone and it's got some data on there, but then the reason it's able to restore to a new phone, of course, is because it's already been synced to the cloud, and now it's syncing back to your phone. And so the same thing is true in diabetes. We can do all kinds of things such as generate reports. We can synchronize with additional devices. One of my favorites is M5 Stack, which got a nice little display. It's about a 2 by 2 inch display, and I put it on my kitchen counter, and it's got my loop activity, so my CGM and my insulin on there. So I don't have to pull out and unlock my phone or anything, and just walk by the kitchen counter, and I can see that. Very convenient. And there's similar devices. Everyone's got their own preferences for what kind of devices they like. I'm not a big gadget person personally, so that's the only gadget I've got. Some people like watches. There's another device that's really popular right now called the Sugar Pixel. And the Sugar Pixel has got this LED matrix display. It's very nicely integrated with glucose displays. So that, of course, gets its data from the cloud, because that device can't maintain a connection to your transmitter. So the way that the data gets there is it goes from the transmitter to the phone to the cloud to that device. So that's a very common workflow.
But the point of all of this is to give you access to your own data and let you use it to make treatment decisions and see, potentially see everything together, so you can actually see what your blood sugar was, what the insulin dosage you gave was, and what the end result of that treatment decision was. And then you can modify it in the future. If you gave yourself too much and you dropped a little bit too low, or if you didn't give yourself quite enough and you wound up staying higher than your blood sugar staying higher than you wanted. That's really sort of the end result that all of this is working towards, and having the power of access to your data is that you can improve your control of your diabetes.
Yeah, that was the thesis. So I started work on this pretty seriously about 10 years ago. And so at that time, there were no apps. I actually had the project. I called this project Insul Audit. Idea was I wanted to audit all insulin doses or anything that influenced an insulin dose. I kind of wanted to audit it using software. So I came up with this little nifty project called Insul Audit. And I opened up issue number 1. There was no tools that just seemed really, on a really basic level, allowed me to monitor all the information all at the same time in a consistent way. And so that was kind of the thing that really stuck out to me. And the thesis was, the way things are going. I had just the week before at my professional job, Meraki Cisco, I had just implemented this feature where the website had a display of your router, and it looked exactly like the face of your router. And if you plugged the router in, there's a light on the face of the panel of the router that would blink. But not only would that light blink, I had made it so that the same light on the web page would blink in real time, right? So like everything matches, and people just went gaga over it because it saved them, I don't know, a couple minutes identifying, the one out of a pile that they're trying to find, right? And they went crazy over that. And I thought, this is exactly the same kind of fidelity that we really need in diabetes. All the data has to be present. It's got to be available for decision making. And I bet that we haven't begun to even scratch the benefits that are available if we really start taking advantage of the data. And very shortly after, met up with a bunch of other folks. I concentrated on the Medtronic paradigm. So I worked very, I spent most of my time working directly with trying to figure out how do I talk to the peculiar language that only the Medtronic paradigm series pumps speaks. But I kept an eye out for other people that were working with devices, working with cloud, working with these different facilities that we have as part of our modern digital infrastructure. And what I found was there was these other people, John Kostick and Lane, had done some really nice work, kind of unifying some of the cloud resources that were available with what Lane called Night Scout, with this mobile piece that John had been working on, and all together we had a situation where you could get data from the CGM transmitter or the CGM receiver in this case. And then we could get that data into Night Scout, and so that was in the cloud. And then we could get that data off the cloud and back onto your wearable watch. So we had this system where, okay, it goes from the edge, from a device onto a mobile, onto the cloud, and then back onto mobile, and then back onto someone's wrist. So that created this pathway that created liberty to start exploring a lot of different things. And one of the things that we started exploring was I met up with Dana Lewis and Scott Librand, of course, and they were saying, well, we think we have an algorithm where if you give it all the data, the algorithm will figure out how to dose. So that was the next thing. That was kind of the next frontier. We had just kind of solved the basic connectivity where you turn on the light and the light turns up on the screen. All the screens match, and that was great for a number of reasons because it meant for children it meant no more screaming. What's your number? And it restored some relationships without having to be demanding about what your number is. You don't need to ask that question because now it's communicated. Everyone's on the same page. And now what we were finding was not only can everyone be on the same page, but now we can actually we can actively control things to reduce the burden. And that's where we were interested in the concept of data access and not just making a copy of the data and transferring the data and showing the same data somewhere else, but actually we're the ones making the decisions, making the dosings, and it turns out it's really helpful to give us some room for error on the dosing decisions that we are making all the time. And OpenAPS was essentially the fruit of that labor, working together with Scott Librand and Dana Lewis and a number of others on the devices, on the device side especially. We actually came up, as a community, with several ways, novel ways to talk directly to the insulin pump. And several remnants of that still linger today. So there's actually 3 variants that we have today that are results of all of that work. And these may sound familiar to folks. So if we talk about the Emma-Link or the Orange Link Pro or the Riley Link, I'm not sure if people have heard of those, but those all spun out of essentially that initial work working with those Medtronic pumps. And then it turns out some of the technology that Medtronic was using wasn't a one-for-one comparison at all. It was very different technology for other insulin pumps, but it was just similar enough that some of the hardware bits that we were using were somewhat similar. And so that's the reason that several of those devices that I had just listed off, the Riley Link needed a change to the antenna. But I think some of these other devices came up with designs that were able to facilitate both Medtronic and the Insulet pods without any additional changes. They could service both pieces of equipment.
And I realize that this is kind of getting into the weeds, and there's a lot of discussion of this talks to that, and that talks to this, and this talks to that. But there are parallels that are good to keep in mind with even, like, for example, how your Dexcom share works. If you're using Dexcom share, with the current version, the G6, what's happening is that the transmitter is reading the sensor signals from the actual sensor itself, and then and it's calculating what it thinks based on the way that Dexcom has programmed it, what it thinks your blood sugar is. It's then sending that to your phone. Your phone is doing two things. It's displaying that for you on the Dexcom app, and then it's also sending that data on to Dexcom's central cloud server on the internet, and then that server is then sending the data down from there to the people who have or following the blood sugar. And if you have an interruption at any one of those links, if either the transmitter doesn't understand the readings that it's getting from the sensor, so it can't tell you what it thinks your blood sugar is, or if there's a problem in communication between the transmitter and the phone that's being carried by the person with diabetes, or if there's a problem with the app that's running on that phone, or if there's a problem with the phone's ability to send the data up to Dexcom, or if there's a problem with Dexcom software that's running on their cloud server, or there's a problem with the internet link that then gets used to send that data down to the follower, or if there's a problem with the app that the follower has running on their phone to display the data. If any of those links break, the followers won't see any data. And so, troubleshooting frequently involves figuring out where the problem lies. And so understanding what that sort of sequence is will help you figure out, in the event that something doesn't work. And really, given that all of those links are there, it's amazing that it works as well and as reliably as it does, because there's so many opportunities for things to break.
Yeah, so that starts to bring up the other aspect of this I like to look at, which is that because of that, I think it's important to have alternatives. That's one of the reasons alternatives and multiple options are always beneficial. The way that Night Scout works is one of the unique features of the Night Scout community at large is the decentralized nature of the community. And one of the ways that I mean by decentralized is it turns out there's no central server that influences all Night Scout users. Whereas for one of these vendors, for example, Medtronic, if the Medtronic server goes down, which it is right now, I believe, it means that anyone that was depending on the Medtronic server, that none of them can use. Everyone is affected equally. Everyone's affected by that server. No one gets service. Whereas Night Scout in general, because people do tend to decentralize, that one of the aspects of that means that they use different servers. And so there's not any one possible way for one Night Scout server to impact all Night Scout users. Similar thing is true with Twitter and Mastodon, I suppose. Mastodon tends to be decentralized. Everyone runs their own server. If one server fails, it doesn't impact everyone else's server. It only impacts that one Mastodon server. Whereas if Twitter fails, all Twitter users are impacted. So that can be one of the benefits of having a kind of more decentralized approach. It's one of the trade-offs.
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail that, but since we sort of get into some of the technical details, I think we need to keep in mind that not everybody who's listening is going to be a geek who knows exactly what all these things mean or how they work. I mean, we frequently, I'm sure at least some people know, I help administer a couple of user groups on Facebook, one for the Dexcom stuff and one for tandem pumps. And we frequently get people will post, oh, I have signal loss. And all they mean by signal loss is that it's not working. But I mean, signal loss is actually a very specific error condition that can occur, and it's one of the things that can result in no readings. But it's a very specific term that has come to be applied more generally, and as a result, when people use it a lot of the time, it causes confusion because it's not clear exactly what they mean.
Yeah, those error screens are very difficult to write for in general. The signal loss in particular is interesting. When have you ever lost something and it returned? Have you ever? I mean, if you lose your hair, does that return? I guess you can lose your keys and you can find them again, but for it's funny. Loss for a lot of people, the word loss indicates certain. It indicates that it's probably not transient. So I understand the confusion because across the usage, it typically has a connotation where whatever you lost is probably, you shouldn't be expecting it to come back. And so it can be distressing to see signal loss and not be sure if the device is ever going to work again. That's actually a very, very common scenario. Absolutely. Because it sounds like it might be a terminal issue. And to your point, that's actually a very specific thing. It means that the Bluetooth low energy wireless connection didn't work as expected within the time frame of the last 5 minutes or so. And so really the takeaway from most of the time is make sure that devices are kind of close by. Well, sometimes we call it shouting distance. Sometimes we call it line of sight. The idea being that the devices are close enough and with not any obstructions that are going to block the radio waves between them.
Right. And one of the things that people often don't get is that Bluetooth, especially the low energy Bluetooth, was probably not the best choice as far as a communications technology, but it's sort of what we're stuck with because it doesn't play well with anything with water, and our bodies are mostly water. So the fact that you've got something that basically can't travel through water, and you're using that technology to try to communicate through or around a giant water bag, which is the human body.
Yeah, that would be us.
It's
yeah,
problematic.
Absolutely. Yeah, it does not help that we are mostly composed of water, and that tends to block radio waves. That certainly does not help at all. No.
Well, and in particular, the radio frequencies that Bluetooth uses are especially susceptible to it.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, we've got all this data, and we've got it now in some place where we can access it. And what's the next sort of step that we're moving towards?
So we're moving toward, like, where are we right now?
Right. Where are we now? I mean, we've got this data, and we should sort of go back that Night Scout was started just for sharing CGM data, and now it's been expanded and built on to the point where we've got the data from these insulin pump systems that can go into it. We've got this other data that can all be pulled in.
Yeah, and we've got multiple open source, multiple open source automated insulin dosing systems. It's a mouthful. We've got multiple. We've got OpenAPS, DIYPS. We've got Android APS, Free APS X, and of course Loop.
And Free APS.
Yes, right. So
yeah, which is distinct from Free APS X, even though it's a similar name.
Right.
And we've also got all the confusion that when we say Loop, we're talking about the specific piece of software that the app that you build yourself to run on an iPhone to control an insulin pump, because the term Loop also gets used just in general. Anybody who's on a automated insulin delivery system frequently says, "I'm a looper," or "I'm looping."
Loop the Loop app with a capital L, not the verb, right? Everyone's a looper with a lowercase L, and then there's the Loop app with an uppercase L. That's right. So we've got.
I realize that is a huge source of confusion as well.
It can be confusing, yeah. So we've got what I think of as Gen 1 of automated insulin delivery systems in the form of these 3 or 4 or 5, I lost count, open source automated insulin delivery apps. So those are fantastic. One of the things I've been really surprised by is the way that people have been responding and using these things in the wild. And here's an example of what I mean. You would think that with an automated dosing system, surely the computer, the maybe naive assumption here is surely the computer is going to get all the dosing right. And so since the dosing is all right, there's going to be a couple of results that we might predict. Right? One of those results might be, no one's going to need to look at the data, no one's going to want to share the data, and where the data goes is not important, and you're not going to need much from the data system because the data is going to be perfect anyway. Right? You're going to get all the glucose you want, all the glucose ranges that you want because the computer is doing it for you. And so you won't need to interact with it. You won't want to look at it. It'll be boring enough that you won't need to do anything for it. And it turns out one of the really shocking things is people have actually gone the other way. And even with the automated dosing, they've started to open up expectation of additional services on top of the automated dosing. And so the easy one to think about is sleep mode and exercise mode. It's very common for Gen 1 automated systems to have all kinds of modes. Maybe you're eating soon, maybe you're sleeping, maybe you're exercising, those kinds of things. And one of the really interesting things is if you've got a mode like that, parents and school children is the really easy one to understand. So your school child is going to go have a gym day where they're going to go run a couple miles. It's not going to be their responsibility to put exercise mode on 45 minutes ahead of time. Instead, what works really well is for the parent to know that that's the schedule, and for the parent to monitor the glucose, and for the parent to push a button on Night Scout that then tells the automated system, you need to start exercise mode. That's what's working really well in practice in the real world. That's really unintuitive to me. So in other words, we've got a situation where we have automated dosing, but people are depending on sharing every experience with diabetes in real time, including, in other words, the dosing experiences, because that is a dosing experience. We're telling the dosing machine you need to dose slightly less, or you need to dose in a slightly different way. You need to regulate your dosing to accommodate the things that are impacting the body. Maybe it's exercise, maybe it's sleep, maybe it's something else. So parents and school children is the obvious one. Where I think we're going next, the A to Andreessen Horowitz just published an article about the next blockbuster, and they think it's going to be a consumer-facing healthcare company. And I think that's right. I think as once we had ride sharing was not an intuitive development. I think it wasn't obvious that we were going to have services where you could pull up, you could hail a ride from your smart device, that your location was going to be shared with a stranger, that the stranger was going to come to your exact location, and that you were going to hop in their car with no questions asked. That just sounds outrageous, but that's what we do today, and it's thanks to the data rights, the data governance, and the ability to execute transactions with that data. And I think we're going to see the same kinds of things in healthcare, especially with diabetes absolutely leading the way when it comes to providing peer support in real time for diabetes for all dosing decisions. It's not hard for me to imagine, for example, there's something similar to, we have the technology, let me put it this way. We have, whether it's a good or a bad idea, I'm not sure. But we have all of the technology that we need for something like, DoorDash for diabetes, right? Where you've got a delivery service that can monitor your glucose, take registration of your favorite snacks, take your schedule, take your location, and just when you need it to avoid the low, someone is going to show up just in time with your most nutritious snack, and you'll never go low, right? We have the technology to do that if that's what we want to build.
Or even just, detect that you're on your way to the gym.
That's right. You're on your way to the gym.
And automatically start reducing your insulin ahead of time.
That's right. You're on your way to the gym, and your coach is just confirming that you're going to do your usual workout, and your coach is the one to push the button that says activity mode. Right? Because you're busy doing other stuff. If it's your coach's, you trust your coach to do that. And I think that really liberates the burden from diabetes when we can start to share the responsibility from being locked into these screens where we're the ones responsible for pressing every single button, or we've done it wrong. That's the core of the onus to bolus, right? We made a bolus wizard. We made this tech feature with all the buttons where if you press the buttons just right, you'll get the right result. And therefore, if you don't get the right result, it must be because you pressed the buttons wrong. That's the onus to bolus. And I think we can go so much farther than just that initial onus to bolus, and really start to really transform people's lives with opportunities to make a big impact. And we're going to do it by liberating those people from the demands of diabetes.
But
anyway,
you can't make those decisions without data, and so that's why data access is critical. It's a necessary prerequisite of being able to do all of this stuff. And it should be noted that, there's been a constant sort of tug of war regarding data, even going back to when the first blood glucose meters came out, and people could actually test their own blood sugar at home. And at the time, doctors were like, well, why would patients ever need to do that? Why would they want to?
Yeah. There was the same issue of data overload with meters coming out on the market. That's right.
And then obviously it happened again with CGMs. Again, why would you want this continuous stream of data about your blood sugar? And now obviously we've got overwhelming evidence that not only do patients want it, but it's helpful in producing meaningful improvements in people's control of their diabetes.
Yeah, well, I don't know if want is the right word. I think I agree that most people don't want it. I certainly don't want it. I have no desire to look at these graphs. It's a need. I don't want to look at the data. I don't want to feel responsible for the data. Certainly don't want to be blamed for the data. But nonetheless, if we're going to get any kind of results at all, if I'm going to live longer, if I'm going to live healthier, it's going to be from using the data. Absolutely.
And then that gets into, and obviously this would be a discussion for another time, but the interpretation of that data, and are we using it optimally? Are there better ways that we could be using it? We haven't even really scratched the surface of a lot of that. I mean, right now the sort of thinking that everyone has is, food makes your blood sugar go up and insulin makes your blood sugar go down. But exactly how all of that works, and are there better ways to look at what's going on and predict what's going to happen in the future based on that info and stuff? A lot of that, I think, is still sort of out there, and our understanding of it is probably simplistic and could become more nuanced. And some of it may even be beyond what people are going to be able to think about constantly, but we have computers now that can do that thinking for them and that analysis for them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think as we with diabetes, we've got a unique scenario. From what I understand, we've learned a lot about how the brain works from people that have brain injuries, because it allows scientists to contrast the system and see what are the different roles of different parts of the system. And I think there's probably a similar situation with diabetes, where we've got all the information about the insulin and the glucose and what goes in and the results that come about. And so I'm very excited to see what can we learn as a society for public health about the metabolic system from what we know about diabetes. So that's very interesting. Yeah.
And just think, if the very first experiments with islet transplants had knocked it out of the park and we had cured type 1 by now, we might never have gotten to the point where we could use all of this data to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, well, yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
As much as we all, hope for a cure, that there may be longer term advantages to society and to humanity that come from the fact that it's actually taken this long and that the steps have been this incremental in getting to that ultimate goal.
Who knows? Well, we're deep into the speculation now. Yeah. So the data does play an incredible role in defining what we've been able to do, and then the opportunities ahead of us as well. So I think there are a lot of opportunities. The concept of sharing all the dosing decisions in real time, I think, is one of the more persuasive ones for me currently. Just because that's what we see people wanting. That's what we see people trying to do with this technology as the next step. So I'm really excited about it. If like, what does it mean if healthcare, your interaction with the healthcare system, I don't know how it is in UK. Here, my experience is that you make an appointment maybe some weeks or months ahead of time, and then you go in, and it's kind of a deal to get into the office. I usually have to take time off of work to go do it, and then it's spend time in there at the office, interact with several of the staff, and then I leave, and then there's other stuff to do on top of that. It's kind of a big interruption, and it's not one that I would define as very accountable or high fidelity. There's not always results that come about because of it. So I think as we move forward and more of this moves into real time with support, I'm very excited about maybe people, as we talk about peer support, especially dialing in the kinds of support that people actually need, where sometimes what someone needs is, help. The first couple times you use any of these devices, for example, it's always helpful to have someone that can help guide using it. Here's how you put on that new sensor that you've never used before. You've only used once or twice before. Here's a quick reminder, a quick confidence boost on how to use that thing. That is just incredibly powerful. It's helped a lot of communities form online. It's helped people form relationships. So it's been a unifying force overall. Really excited to see how that plays out. Now there are risks, of course. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. There's one of the tensions that exists is, in an effort to make things confidential and secure, is there a risk of overrunning what we call autonomy? So autonomy has to do with, are you able to control and exercise the data rights on your own, independently, autonomously, right? Or do you need someone else to help regulate or enforce or activate those rights, exercise those rights? So that is an area of tension right now with vendors and regulators and patients. And it's one that actually the open source world of diabetes has tested. So as regulators and vendors work together, will the cybersecurity controls that they produce, as they increase privacy and increase security, will they still preserve the same amount of autonomy? And the answer to that question is not obvious. Every time, right now, where we are is every time one of these new devices comes out, the open source versions, in order for the open source software to continue working, some developer has to give up their personal time, do a lot of work to reverse engineer the data access, if it's possible at all. Now, for most of the new devices that have come out, the cloud access has been possible. So it's been possible to access the data through the cloud. But increasingly, as newer technology develops, the access to the devices themselves, what we call the edge devices, may be increasingly limited. And that would be because of additional cybersecurity controls that are placed on the devices themselves, whether that's an insulin pump or a CGM transmitter or something like that. In those cases, we would hope that between government and vendor, that actually we would hope that as patients, there'd be some mandate that protects our ability to look at those devices and be able to get the data off those devices without needing the software from the vendor, without needing the vendor's support to do that, without being regulated by the vendor, let me put it that way, which is what we've enjoyed so far. We've been able, even though it's been difficult, we've been able to do that with OpenAPS, with Loop, with all of these other projects. One of the risks of coming in the future is that we may not be able to do that as stronger and stronger cybersecurity controls are implemented into the newer versions of these devices. So that's hopefully where advocacy plays a big role. Here in the States, we've advocated with the FDA, which is one of the regulators here, and we're considering taking up additional advocacy with the FTC, to the Federal Trade Commission, see if they can play a role, in protecting consumers as well. Of course, in Europe, you've got GDPR, and not an expert there, but I know several of my European colleagues are hopeful that there's already several protections that are laid out that protect the patient's ability to get the data, about them from their device in a reasonable manner. One of the interesting differences between Europe and the United States is some of the custody issues around the device itself are different. So in the United States, my insulin pump is something that I own, which, from what I understand, in the United Kingdom, it's a very different scenario. That actually you don't own your own pump. It's essentially leased or paid for, and it's a temporary access. You have access to the pump, but not ownership over it. So that changes the scenario a little bit. And then several of course, the access to the data works a little bit differently as well. So in the United Kingdom, you're allowed to have, there's already protections for accessing data about you. But I think everywhere we're going to need to figure out as a society how do we enforce these rights for exercising your data, because it's not clear what that reasonable access necessarily looks like, and different industries use different arguments to limit access to the data.
Well, I mean, let's face it, that data is valuable. I mean, the being able to look at it and mine it and try to analyze it different ways and draw new insights based on it. If I'm a device manufacturer and I'm the only one that has access to that data, I might be able to gain some advantage or sell the conclusions that I've come to as a result of having access to it. So there is a motivation for them to try to limit access.
Mm-hmm.
Which may actually run contrary to the interests of the patients, the people who are actually living with the condition.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Let's see if we can get some other folks in on the conversation here. Is there anything anyone wants to bring up, a question or a comment about data access or something related? This is an open forum part, right?
Yep, we are into the open forum.
Hey guys.
Hey Emmanuel.
So recently I had one issue with Libre 3. So in this case, I wanted to use it with Android APS to loop, but it was really complicated to get the data locally. So I tried a patch app that somebody already made, but only works with the Germany version of the app and doesn't, since my data or my user is a US base and the sensor is a US base, I cannot connect that app to the sensor. So it was really frustrated to use it, well, to try it at least. So I guess like, okay, I can still use like the official app from Abbott. But the issue with that is that I only can be looping if I was connected to the internet. So in case that I lost the signal or anything happened, then Android APS will be without the CGM values. So it was really difficult to that. So at the end, I give up with that. And I go back to Dexcom. But it's really sad that a manufacturer issue like that doesn't allow you to go with whatever choice that you decide to go, like whatever sensor that you want to use is really frustrated. That has to be mostly based on what the community has developed and not anything provided by the manufacturer.
Yeah,
and
well,
then,
in this case, what's happening here is Abbott is restricting the receiver, so you don't have a choice. Right. You can only use the receiver that Abbott prefers.
Right.
And in this case, it's worse than that because what you're referencing is what's called geolocking. where
Right.
they've engineered it to where it works or not depending on your zip code, essentially, which
Basically.
is just kind of a little insane. If you, well, I don't want to call names, but it's just it produces frustration for sure, doesn't it?
Yep. And then the other thing that frustrated me with the new sensor was that I thought like, okay, I'm fine without that, but at least I would like to see my data and download it. And so I thought that it would be uploading everything to the LibreLink website. But when I download the CSV from that site, it only has like 5 minutes timestamps for some reason, and not the complete 1 minute timestamp that they kind of advertise or promise that they will be having. So it's really, really interesting how they tell you something, and then when you try to get actually that data, they don't allow you, and it's like, well, guys.
Yeah, they show you AAA the first time you look at it, and then you look at it a different way, and they show you BBB, right? And it's like, you just showed me two different things. How it hurts the trustworthiness, doesn't it? When you can't verify the same thing that you saw earlier, it's like, it's confounding to be in a system where nothing checks out.
And actually, somebody already made like a sidecar, like an uploader from LibreLink app. So I'm using that one in a second Night Scout, like a local Night Scout that I have in my laptop running. So I have like a local Night Scout that is every minute trying to get the data from Abbott and stealing from them because they are not giving me that data, and put it like in a separate Night Scout that I have for just the Libre data. And then my regular Night Scout is with Dexcom and Android APS data. But I want to see both data sets at some point, but they will not allow me to do any comparison if they are taking me the data away. So it's really frustrating that
that's one of the frustrations. That's why it's so important to be able to get direct device access when we talk about the edge devices, and not have to go through the cloud. Because of course, if the data goes through the cloud or any other software that's owned by the vendor, they could change the data. They can resample it, they can reformat it, they can change it, and there's no way to track down was the software correct? Is there maybe an error? There's no possible way to do it. So it can be a little bit of insanity making when there's not a way to trace the data that you're being given.
Correct. So that has been my back and forth with Abbott and the new Libre 3. So it's a bit sad because it's a really great idea to have every minute data and see how that goes. But it's sad just to look like how they kind of mislead, and they just decide to use it like in their own benefit, I guess.
I think G7 is going to be similar. I don't know if they have 5-minute updates, but I think they marketed faster sampling, right? I'm not sure. Maybe not.
So, but yeah, that was my rant and my experience with with that with the Libre 3. But yeah. Anyone else has?
I wanted to ask a question to see what the panel think as we're in this sort of open forum segment section. With Dexcom 1, do you think they've missed a trick with that they can't share that data with other people? So whereas the G6 you can share, right? I presume G7 you can share, Libra you can share. Dexcom 1 you can't share from Dexcom 1. I don't know if you can do it through third parties, but obviously I guess I understand why they've done it. It's cheaper, the model, but have they missed a trick there, do you think? Like, should they be sharing the data? Why haven't they implemented that?
Actually, it's actually the other way around. They actually unimplemented it. They made it so that if using Dexcom 1 the share doesn't work, and the reason they did that is purely so that they could justify that it was a lower price. It's the same. It's the same.
Yeah,
it's the same hardware.
I get that. Totally get it. But is it not just ridiculous? And yes, they lower the price, but isn't it important that we have these facilities where we can do these things, where we can share data with people? Like, it feels like a real missed opportunity. Like, it's kind of like, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but like people in the UK at the minute, for instance, have access to Flash, and they have access to Dexcom One, or it's become available for people to have. And great, it's CGM, but a lot of parents, and speaking to people today on the chat and in general, they want to see their children's data. They want to see what their levels are like, and having it previously on Libre and then not having it on Dexcom One, surely it's a missed opportunity, and it seems just ridiculous. Like, it feels like they're just kind of fobbing us off to go, oh, we made it cheaper so it can be rolled out so they can maybe compete with Libre or whoever, but it just seems stupid, like bizarre. And this is my personal opinion, not Diabetes Chat, but it just seems, you know what I mean? Like, surely we should be having the best outcomes for everyone. And it seems to me as if they've just gone, no, if we take this functionality out, we can lower the price. But that just seems bizarre to me. What do you think?
Well, I think it's less that if we take this functionality out, we can lower the price than it is if we leave this functionality in a cheaper version that we're selling. It's harder for us to justify the inflated price of the quote unquote premium or flagship.
Everyone, if we lower the price for you, everyone wants a lower price all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So you have to justify what makes it different, that this one's worth more than this one.
Of course.
Yeah.
But hopefully the direction that we're hopefully moving to with like the G7 and looping and closed looping and all that jazz, it just seems a bit of a stopgard, that this sort of Dexcom One. Why not just focus on the G6, G7, put all the eggs in that basket? You know what I mean? And
this is why people get so angry about data rights. You know, this is why all of this is connected to this central theme of what are your data rights and why is it so important, and why do people get so upset about data rights? And this is why people get so passionate about it, is because it's not, I think it's not unreasonable to expect that the data is going to be used to maximize your benefits. And if that means that you should be able to share, that a parent should be able to share their child's glucose among both parents all the time, it seems like that's pretty. It's hard to paint that as unreasonable, isn't it? It seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Especially now, it's one thing where I have sympathy for Dexcom, is I would say, well, it's one thing if you don't want to pay for the servers for some people, fine, you don't have to pay for the servers. But where I get upset, right, is if Dexcom or Abbott says, not only are we not going to pay for the servers to do this, or for whatever it is, we're not going to pay for it, but we're going to block you from being able to do it yourself. We're going to block you from doing it yourself. Now that's where people start to get pretty angry. They say, you can't stop me from doing this. We're gonna have to, now we're adversaries all of a sudden. Then why is that necessary? Why are we adversaries here? So that drives a bunch of additional frustration for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there a way around turning the Dexcom One into a do-it-yourself system where you can transfer that data to someone else so that they can have access to that?
Yes, I believe. From what I understand, we know how to collectively. When I say we, the open source projects know how to get data from G6 transmitters, and the Dexcom One is no different. So the open source apps, from what I understand, either don't require any changes or only require very minimal changes to work with Dexcom One.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, for example, if I'm not mistaken, Loop already works with Dexcom One.
Right.
So that means, in theory, you could use Dexcom One with Loop and have Loop upload all your data to Night Scout, and then you can share your data in real time through Night Scout. So you're not going to be using any of the...
Yeah. It's amazing that there are these third-party apps, if that's what you call it. But it just still bizarre. It's bizarre how we're in this world that we're living in with the like the increase of how technology has expanded over the last couple of years. But like, why are we having to do out-of-cell systems and things like that? You'd think the tech companies would just give us everything possible, you know? But then I guess, is it the price that the inflation of it would just go through the roof, I guess?
I think one of the things I've come to believe more than ever after working at some of these companies is that if the needs of people with diabetes are going to be met, it's going to be because the solutions are led by people with diabetes. I think that's probably the case, and the reason is actually pretty simple. I think it's because only people with diabetes are going to fully understand. It's just some of the needs that we were talking about. It's just so hard. It is outrageous. Remember, 10 years ago, talk about ride sharing. So you're going to share your location with a stranger over the internet. And they're going to come pick you up. I mean, that's a scary sounding scenario, and it's still scary for people to hear. That, you know what, someone's going to push a button and it's going to change the way your insulin pump works, and it's going to be automated, and that's going to happen. That's a scary for a lot of people when they hear that. It's equally scary. But I do think that the types of benefits that we're talking about, the human need for sharing, whether it's with people that you trust or with the best expert that you can find as a hired gun, it's not going anywhere. That's part of an organizing force.
Thank you. I see John's joined the panel. Hey, John.
Hey there. No, Ben answered most of the things I was bringing up, but the other issue that I'm curious about, if we're discussing the open APS, open source, etc., is there any traction with there was a proposal from the FDA for interoperability with these devices, and that would play a role in all this? And also, it would tend to make this more accessible technology for others who aren't as tech savvy.
Well, we're going to need everyone. Let me put it that way. We are going to need everyone to solve these problems. And FDA is playing their role for sure. Now, I don't know that they made a call for interoperability specifically. I do think that they have published some things, what they call regulatory science, where where they're trying to steer. It looks like from the outside, what it looks like is they're trying to steer the organization into one that's led by the data, that's responsive to the data. And I think part of what that means is that if there's data coming from the real world, you've got to be responsive to it. And certainly what the data currently says is that most people are not able to achieve the therapeutic outcomes that have been set by clinical standards bodies. And so I think there's an acknowledgement that we've got to do better collectively, that things need to be easier to use, and that more people need access to things that are easier to use that matter. So I think those bits are not controversial. The devil, of course, is in the details. Who defines open? What does interoperability mean? How do you define easy to use? That's That can be very, very tricky. I don't think there's any bad guys. I think everyone wants to see better outcomes. It's working with other people can be hard, and everyone's got different priorities that they're pursuing in the end.
I mean, it wasn't till relatively recently that meter data was accessible and interoperable.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to take forever for other devices unless there is an impetus to do so.
That's right. I'm hoping that impetus comes from just pure consumer demand. That we create a scenario where OpenAPS and Loop and Android APS make it commonplace. That we're just going to demand that the technology that comes out that you expect us to live on 24/7, it better work with our existing devices. It better work with the device I owned yesterday, and it better work with the device that I'm going to buy tomorrow. Because ultimately, that's what, for most people, that's the experience of when they talk about interoperability. That's the experience that you want. I've already got this device. Does it work with that one? And then, by the way, vendor X makes a brand new one tomorrow. I go get or mine breaks. I'm going to get a replacement. It better work with that also. And I don't want any interruptions. It better work seamless, smooth, please. Right? So I want it to work with my old devices. I want it to work with the device I've already got because I don't want to buy another new device just to work with yours. I want it to work with the stuff I've already got. And then when tomorrow comes and it's time to buy a new device, it better work with that one too.
Well, and some of that may need to come from regulatory reform and increasing the pace of development, since we've now got medical devices that are interacting with consumer devices. Well, consumer devices come out at a much faster pace than medical devices do. And if we're going to maintain the compatibility and keep them working with the latest iPhone or the latest Android OS version, there's going to need to be some changes. I mean, it was years after the initial release of the G5 before we had Android support for the G5 mobile.
Yeah.
And the expectations have gotten to the point now, at least on the consumer side, where people aren't going to tolerate that. I keep waiting.
But I don't think the onus is on the regulator there. I don't know that the regulator can force the vendor to go faster. It's got to be in order for the vendor to do it, the vendor's got to want to do it.
Right, but at the same time, the regulators need to be able to move fast enough to approve those things or somehow get out of the way,
or encourage them to do it.
Right.
Yeah. I do see evidence that has happened. I from what I understand, from all that I can tell, Loop and Android APS did place sufficient pressure on both regulators and vendors that when the vendors came along to clear one of the current models that's currently out, when they came around to clear it, and it wasn't on the slate, it wasn't on the roadmap that it was going to work on your phone, on your Android phone or your iPhone, that the regulator turned around and said, why not? I think we should, why don't you go back and think about that? Why don't you come back when you're ready to think about, bring your own device? And I think the reason for that can only be because we did that. We created the market pressure to say that is an expected, absolutely required, anticipated use. And if you don't do it, we're going to hack it until we can do it.
And then, of course, the regulators are worried about having all of these hacked devices out there.
That's basically what pushed these vendors to move away from the status quo, because I'm of the opinion that I'm losing my train of thought. That if it wasn't for the do-it-yourselfers and the loopers, that we still would be using older, antiquated hardware, and none of this would have come for another maybe 5 to 10 years. I think the do-it-yourself community pushed the FDA, but also pushed the vendors that we're not settling for your status quo.
Well, we probably wouldn't have Dexcom Share if Night Scout didn't exist.
Well, we might have had Share, but it wouldn't be like it is now, because Medtronic had their display thing. I don't know if you remember that, Chris.
Yes, that's right. Medtronic did have. I think we might have had Share, but
it wouldn't be phone-based. It would be a piece of hardware.
Well, the original one, you're right, was console. It was you had to plug in your receiver to a little console, plug it into the wall, and that was how it worked
Dexcom had
originally.
the Share Cradle.
That's right. That's what I'm talking about. Medtronic had something similar. It was a very similar concept.
It was similar, but it was different. You didn't. You basically had a main unit, but you had like wireless receivers that transmitted to the repeated to the main unit from the sensor itself.
That's right. They had a little repeater system. Yeah.
But I also think it's what pushed Dexcom to move ahead with like the software only share as well, because the do-it-yourself people were doing it with Night Scout by then.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and the argument could be made that it probably would have taken a lot longer to even get to where we are now as far as commercial closed-loop systems, with the Omnipod 5 and Tandem's Control IQ and the 780G, at least in most of the world. I don't know if it'll ever get approved in the U.S.
Because the FDA wanted something that was an approved solution, not a hacked solution, and that's what pushed that through.
Well, and there's also just the demonstrated results of people saying, hey, I can do this myself and it's better.
It is. And I also still am under the premise that in an ideal world, the FDA would want your insulin pump to not have any buttons other than maybe the power. If that. Completely, ideally, they'd want consumers not to even be able to configure the device. It would be entirely hands-off. And this is going towards that goal too.
Right. I mean, that's where the iLet is moving with the sort of generic small, medium, large meals. And that's basically the only input you can give it after it's initially set up with your weight.
Lane, I know Lane Desborough is very interested in that kind of design, where he calls it a no-touch system. Don't touch it.
But I think regulators want to see that too. They want to protect consumers from themselves, when in fact most diabetics, and I'm making generalization, have an idea what they're doing.
Well, I would caution that a large part of your experience is with people who are active in the online communities, which has been shown to exponentially increase people's knowledge and comfort in being much more self-managing with their diabetes in themselves. It's
It's not just the communities. At least for me, what I'm seeing is all the hoops I had to go through for a pump, and all the education I had to go through for that.
Mm-hmm.
What you're saying is that's not always the case. That these people are being thrown hardware and said, "Go for it."
No, most people. What you went through was to filter people out, and you made it through. And about 60% of folks don't make it through that filter. They never get the pump to begin with.
Yeah,
because they got filtered out.
And that's even after they make it through the, or in some cases before, even whether they make it through the filter of, do you have insurance that is good enough that it will pay for this? Or do you have the financial wherewithal to be able to afford these expensive devices, which they no longer cost as much as a car, but they're still definitely spendy.
Oh yeah.
Does anyone else have any comments on that?
But I mean, I think the anybody who's ever designed a website or had to deal with data that's coming in from a website can attest to the fact that people, when they're interacting with technology, will frequently do, for lack of a better term, stupid things. If you give someone an empty field, they will type garbage in it on an online form. And
sanity checking. That's why it exists.
Yeah.
Right. But any opportunity for a human to put in data that will be used to affect the operation of the device is a chance for the human to screw it up. And I'm not saying that I mean, there's definitely a trade-off there, because there are some places where you need that level of control. One of my frustrations with the iLet when I was in that trial was that there was no way to do a manual bolus. My blood sugar would be high. Right. I knew I needed more insulin than the system was going to give me automatically. And there was no way for me to actually get it to give me more insulin. So I just had to sit there and, ride the high out until it eventually got aggressive enough with the corrections to bring me back down to target range. The automated systems have to be good enough that the users aren't frustrated with their inability to override them, and at the same time be
flexible enough,
right,
to let you do it. Yes, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, that tension.
Let me do it.
Yeah, that tension is tricky to design around. Yeah, that flexibility and autonomy versus we're just going to make everything. We're going to try to lock it all down so we think it's safe. It's a tough tension.
Right. I mean, going back to the ride-hailing analogy, that's before we had GPS and geolocation in our phones. How were you going to hail a ride? Look at the address of the building you're standing in front of and plug that in. But then you've got, the risk of typos, people selecting Main Street instead of Main Avenue, or Main Court, or, in certain situations, there's just so many opportunities for bad data to get into the system that, and even GPS is not perfect. It could be definitely wrong. You get weird radio reflections off of buildings, or you can't see enough of the sky to contact enough satellites to actually get a precise fix.
Actually, that gets interesting. Do you know most phones don't just use GPS?
Well, yeah, they're triangulating off the towers as well
to basically compensate for the errata. Even though they've turned off selective availability, there's still errors due to GPS, like you said.
So that, I mean, and then this whole discussion is sort of getting into the concept of data fidelity, and if we've got data going in, how do we make sure the data is actually good and accurate? Since we need it to be if we're using it to worry about dosing or control dosing of what's really a high risk medication. I mean, insulin is high
And
enough
how
risk.
are we sure that the person who's asking for person or the device that's asking for that dose is the one doing it?
Right.
This is something that's kind of bothered me with the open stuff. How do we deal with locking it down a bit better?
Okay, so that's the concept. Part of that is the concept of authentication. There's two concepts: authentication and authorization. Authentication is what you kind of mentioned at initially, which is I want to know if this request is supposed to represent the owner of the insulin pump or the wearer. Then how do I know that the request came from the wearer? Right? It had better come from the identity that represents the wearer, right? Patient.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I want it to be that person, not just be a command. So that's the concept of authentication. Authorization is related, but it doesn't have to do with the identity of the person. It has to do with, do you have permission to do the thing? So if a request comes in and we say, it's a bolus request. Authorization has to do with the concept of whoever did it, fine, they did it. But
are they allowed to do it?
Yes. Are they allowed to do it? They have permission. They're authorized to do that thing. So those two things often go hand in hand. But the technology, it's useful to keep them separate for a variety of reasons. But they go hand in hand. So that represents the tension I was talking about earlier with this between this security and privacy, confidentiality versus autonomy. So there are a number of things that the open source community has done. Now in Loop, one of the special things is that when you do a bolus in Loop, it actually authenticates. It actually captures the identity of the person that made this request. The way it does that is either through the password or through the thumbprint or through a face scan. It actually scans your face. And it says, you have to be one of the people that's authorized on the phone, as one of the phone owners to be able to do this. So that's nice. Now Night Scout's a little different because it's in the cloud, and you've essentially got a link. And basically, the way links work is potentially anyone can access a link. So Night Scout actually does have some features that have to do with authorization. Let's say, well, in order to read it or in order to do something in Night Scout, you actually have to have this extra thing that Night Scout uses to tell whether or not you're allowed to look at that thing. So we actually do have authorization controls for Night Scout. So there are actually a bunch of across the ecosystem. It's not like these controls are actually absent. They're there. And part of the trick there is it's up to us to use them responsibly, to kind of set up our own guardrails. And there's some trade-offs there. One of the interesting ones, Night Scout, so T1PAL, my company, offers Night Scout as a service. So we host Night Scout. And one of the ways that we handle this is we make it so that you can have infinite URLs. Normally, if you have a URL that you share with someone, if you can't change the URL and then you don't want them to have that URL anymore, the options are not great because they already have that link. So with T1PAL, one of the things that we do is we have infinite URLs, and you can revoke, you can create, you can revoke, and so you can have any number of URLs you want. If you decide that you don't want someone to have access to it anymore, you can just delete it. So there's even more options that way.
Well, thank you so much, Ben, for your time today and coming on and sharing so much with Chris and us guys. It's been a fun 2 hours listening to you guys chat away, and I hope that John and the guys that have been on the panel have found it helpful and interesting, and the guys listening as well. Yeah, it's been really good.
Yeah, it's been fun, Tom. Thanks for organizing.
No worries. And big thanks to Chris as well, who helped us sort it out and connect up with you. So
and I owe Ben an apology because I initially thought that this was going to be tomorrow night. That was my confusion with the being on opposite sides of the date line.
So good job.
Did I actually turn you around, Chris? Were you going to do tomorrow if I hadn't messaged you?
No.
Okay.
Because I do have the Diabetes Chat account on my phone, so I'd been getting pings for the last 14 hours or so of various discussions. So I think it had clicked in my mind that, oh crap, I was a day off in my thinking.
Oh yeah, no worries. Chris, we've got 7 hours to go. We haven't got a day in 24 hours plus 7 hours. I can't do more after 7 hours. I'm already fading away. But it's been great fun listening to the conversation already today.
Well, and now we're getting ready to turn things over to a new crew.
We are. So in the next couple of hours, we've got 4 straight hours now, guys, that we're going to be chatting to 4 takeover hosts. So we've got the amazing Tino, who's just joined us on speaker panel. He'll be hosting his Diabetic Mogul chat soon. And then we have the Beta Cell podcast team that will be joining us. And then we have Jazz from the Diabetes Foundation, who will be coming on, and we'll have a panel discussion looking at the advocacy in India. So that'd be great. And then we've got Joe, who's listening in. And I keep seeing Joe pop up throughout the last 16 hours. Can't believe it. I'm looking at the time, 16 hours. I've seen it pop up a few times. And we'll catch up with Joe and Haban later on. And then to sort of finish our marathon, we'll be catching up with Belinda, who's listening still, and it's nice to see her. I remember Belinda, I don't know when it was, but at some point you said you're going to bed and I'll see you in the morning. I think 8 hours later, and here you are, like here, sending emojis and tweeting away. So it's great to see you. And then Parthakar and James Ridgway, the amazing James, who supports a lot with the Diabetes Chat, will be here. But Cherise, hello, welcome to the Diabetes Chat. You've jumped on. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing well. How is everyone doing? I like Ben, or not Ben, but Chris. I keep seeing like all the alerts. I'm like, I'm not doing anything. So let's see what's going on. I hope everyone's doing okay.
No, we're
All
having
good.
fun.
It's good to hear from you again, Sharice.
Oh, thank you. Hi, John. I see like so many familiar faces. This is really cool to pop on and listen to different people talk about just diabetes all day, every day. But it's funny because like me, or like Chris, I actually thought that this was going to happen like tomorrow. So I'm glad that I'm glad that
Caught
I'm kind
some.
of like always on. So it makes it easier to see what's happening in the space.
Yeah. No, it's we're coming to the final 6 hours soon enough. Got 7 more hours to go. 7 hours, 7 minutes, 21 seconds. It's not like I'm counting, right?
So what's been your highlight so far? So what's
What's
been
it?
like the busiest hour? What's been your highlights?
Yeah, you know what? You could literally like you could praise every sort of takeover. It's been great. It's been fascinating, and this is why I set this community up, Cerise. It was to connect with people, and I just sat at home one night. I wanted to talk, and felt comfortable to embrace my diabetes, and I just set up a space, and I followed many like football accounts and stuff like that in the past, and they've done spaces on Twitter, and I thought, you know what, I'll just set one up and see if anyone comes and talks. And from that first night, we had people joining from all over the world, including Chris and in America, and yeah, it's just been really awesome connecting with so many people from all over the world, that we've got this thing in common, that we have diabetes or have a connection to diabetes. But we've had healthcare professionals on, we've had people that run podcasts on, we've got amazing advocates on. We even did a Pricks Play and a game show. We've had singers on. We the Diabetes Advocacy book club have been on. Stacey Sims. It was so many things. Captain Atlantis came on, and Max, who's 9 years old, read his book. He was diagnosed with diabetes when he was a couple of years old, and now is on pumps and CGM. And him and his family, Dad Gary, are massive diabetes advocates, and they wrote their own book. They've got 2 books, and they give them out and donate them out to people out there, families and children, newly diagnosed, but also people who've had diabetes a while, and their sort of mission is to help people and raise that awareness. And yeah, I think it's truly been tremendous. And like I say, in the next 6-7 hours, we're connecting from all other parts of the world, and that's why it's interesting to do this. I'm looking at the listeners in now, and there's a lot of familiar faces, but some new ones as well, which is awesome.
Hello.
Hello, Tino.
Right. Please, may you invite may you invite Dr. Brynn to be the speaker? Maybe she doesn't know how to do it.
Yes, I'll
So maybe
sort
if you invite her, she can accept now before the time. I think we have about 4 minutes to go. Thank you.
Yeah, all done. But yeah, it's been great. And the next like 7 hours, like I say, we're going to Zimbabwe in a minute, back to the States, India, Pakistan, Philippines, Australia, and then we're rounding back up in the UK. And like I said, a few familiar faces, some new ones listening in right now. And that's what it's about, connecting with people from all over the world. And Shrees, I know you're fully aware of that, because I know you've done Twitter chats with your community, and I've seen your recent tweets that you're coming back. You're looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's funny because I've never really went like anywhere because I'm still there.
Yeah.
But putting on Twitter
It feels
chats,
like it's
every week.
It feels like a reunion, doesn't it? In a sense.
Yeah. I just needed a break. I mean, I've been doing it since 2010. So, but yeah, it's good to be back, and it's good to see, there's other avenues for people to connect Especially, I know that people don't believe in, and people right now may think that Twitter is going to go anywhere. I think that it's still going to exist, but I think there's going to be more opportunities for more things like, DSMA or diabetes chat for more people to connect in various ways. So I'm not going to go anywhere, and DSMA is not going to go anywhere. And if it does, we'll find another avenue to continue to chat with people with diabetes. So
absolutely.
Pretty cool.
And that is pretty cool. And obviously, Twitter seems to be a bit of a mess at the minute, I guess. The uncertainty of what's going to happen with things. But yeah, absolutely. I think the diabetes crowd will always come, like, you know what I mean? These communities are established now, aren't they? And we talk about how important peer support is. And I keep referring to a statistic. Is it 2% of the time we see with our diabetes team, but the rest of the time you're on your own, essentially. And having these avenues, like you say, Sharice, is great to connect with people, to talk and learn new things. And so Sharice, just before we connect with Tino in 2 minutes, where can people check out your DSMA?
So thank you so much for the opportunity. So everyone, if you don't know me, my name is Sharice Shockley, and I started Diabetes Social Media Advocacy, which is the hashtag DSMA. We are going to start having Twitter chats again every other week on Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I look forward to anyone connecting. Once again, the chat is for all people. The chat is for all people affected by diabetes. So people with diabetes, caregivers, doctors, researchers, whoever wants to participate, you're more than welcome. And thanks again for the opportunity to say hi to everyone.
You're very welcome. It's lovely to have you here for joining in. And I look forward to, I know we've been dropping emails and I keep missing each other. I know we're so busy, but hopefully we can connect up, and that's the whole point of what we've done today, is connecting with so many people and communities. And once I've slept for about a week or so, I'll drop you another email. And I think in the new year, I'd love for us to do some collab together, because I think that's what it's all about, is working together, isn't it? And connecting people. So yeah, I look forward to it so much. Thank you, Sharice. Guys, stay on the line. We've got Tino coming up any second. Ben, Chris, thank you so much for amazing 2 hours talking about data and all that jazz. It's been really fascinating. Thank you so much. So guys, it is 3 o'clock.
Hey, Tom, thanks for having me. I'm actually going to jump off. I need to go work.
Enjoy, Chris.
But I will try to listen in as much as possible.
Yeah.
While I'm out and about.
What time's it with you now, Chris?
It's about 7 o'clock p.m. So
7 p.m.
Dinner orders are probably peaking.
Absolutely. Make sure that you tune in before you go to bed tonight, and come say good night, goodbye, whatever. It'd be good to see you one final time, hopefully before 7 hours finishes here. Just looking at the clock, we've got 6 hours, 59 minutes, 34 seconds. Guys, come get involved. Hashtag DiabetesChat. You can request a mic and come join our next takeover, the amazing Tino with the Diabetic Mogul and his guest speaker, Brynn Marks, Dr. Brynn Marks. Over to you, Tino. Welcome to the Diabetes Chat, 24-hour chat for World Diabetes Day. Over to you.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to take over on this Twitter space. It's always loaded with amazing people and so many guests. So I'm humbled to be here with the amazing Dr. Brynn Marks. So greetings everyone here present, listeners, speakers. Well, we are the only speakers for this hour. So a big shout out to all the amazing participants who have come before us, and those who are yet to come, like wishing you all the best, and that this would be memorable, and then people would learn so much and relate to everything that you're going to be discussing. So now please allow me and Dr. Max to grace you with our discussion. I can imagine the crazy time frames. Things are different. Yeah, it's early morning, but in the US, where Dr. Max is, it's actually in the evening. And probably after this, you'd have to go to bed. So, Dr. Max, if you could come say hi to this space. Over to you.
I don't know, Dr. Marks, are you speaking at the minute, or I'm not sure if my sound's cut out or.
I think she should, because she's unmuted at the moment, but you can hear me clearly, right? Okay.
Let's see. Did that work, Tino?
Yeah.
Is it coming through now?
Oh,
yes.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. The good old
Hello.
unplug and replug the headphones in. Good to hear everybody.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks so much for having me.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh,
Right. Thank you so much.
all right.
Now that I know that your mic is working, so please, Dr. Max, this is, I think, sort of like the thing that we usually do to say, can you please introduce yourself to the audience?
Oh, absolutely. I will go for take two. So my name is Brynn Marks. I am both a person with diabetes and a pediatric endocrinologist based out of Philadelphia in the U.S., just a little bit south of New York. So I've had type 1 since I was 5, had kind of the rough period when I was in my teenage years, and eventually came around and realized that I wanted to be an endocrinologist to sort of overcome some of the frustrations that I had when I was a kid. So I spend most of my time now doing research. I'm really interested in the technologies and how we can think about teaching people how to use them better. And had the great pleasure of meeting Tino actually just a couple of weeks ago. We were both in Abu Dhabi for the International Society for Pediatric and Adolescent Diabetes.
Wow, this is amazing. Already, I think you have answered already part of the question to say, okay, fine, what is your connection with diabetes? Now we know the connection to say, hey, you were diagnosed with 5 when you were like 5 years, and that had sort of like had a perspective on how your career was going to end. So, briefly, like, did you find it like easy for you to just say, okay, fine, since I'm diabetic, I'm just going to be like a doctor? Because some people, they may make that goal to say, hey, I want to be a doctor, but then things don't come out well for them. I mean, in terms of academics, things don't just come easy for them. But I don't know, like in your case, did you just find it easy, or you had someone that had to make sure that these things comes for you with certainty, no questions asked? Like, what can you tell us about this? Your connection, I mean, your transition from childhood, getting diagnosed, and then just coming out to be a pediatrician.
Ooh, such a good question, Tino. It's not as smooth as people might have guessed. So I grew up, my mom's a doctor. She does allergy. So I sort of knew what it was like to go into medicine, and watching her, I thought that it was something that I'd be interested in. But for the longest time when I was growing up, I just didn't want to deal with diabetes. I kind of did the bare minimum that I needed to get by and wasn't interested. And I actually thought I wanted to be a neurologist. I was really interested in the brain and how it worked. And sort of over time, I think as I found the right doctor to help me with my diabetes, that was when I sort of realized that it would be a good opportunity for me. And I think I was pretty lucky. My family was able to give me a lot of supports with school. So I always had, extra time on tests if I needed to in case of high or low blood sugars. So really had a nice support network around me that helped me to get through school and life really with type 1.
This is incredible. And fortunately, and like maybe people may say likely for you, it had to happen that way. So, I mean, you are doing so much great work. Maybe before we get back into those details, like how you're working as a medical doctor, maybe if you could maybe say, like from Philadelphia, if you could maybe share like the status quo of healthcare. Basically, because I know like in the US, things are really different. Some people say, hey, the prices are very high in terms of like to afford medication, things like that. So if you could briefly tell us about the status quo of healthcare within your state.
Definitely. Thanks for the good question, especially looking at the international audience that we have here. So I think people expect that because in the US we spend so much money on healthcare that perhaps we should have better outcomes. But the reality is that the diabetes sort of management and supports here are really no better than they are in many other places around the world. And in fact, not even as good as they are in many parts of Europe. So, Tino, you nailed it with costs. Certainly one of the major issues is, we have access to all the latest technologies, all the latest insulins, even the ultra rapid acting insulins. But it's always a battle with insurance coverage here in the US. And then even with insurance coverage, there's out-of-pocket costs. So you could easily spend, $75 a month on your continuous glucose monitor, $75 on your pump supplies, plus the insulins, the test strips. So the resources are here, but still remains really a huge problem in terms of accessing them for so many people.
Wow, basically everything is just different in terms of like worldwide. Like in the US, yes, there are places where the resources are there, like every equipment, the tools that you need to manage your diabetes are there, but maybe the thing or maybe the question would be, do you have the money? Do you have enough? But like in Africa, in the African perspective or in the African context, we do not have those options. You just have to manage with what is there. So yeah, it is a bit different. So now maybe say, okay, Dr. Max, I need to know about this. Or like from your experience, like how is diabetes impacting families, especially those with new diagnoses? Now I think we are getting more into your job role, like the things that you do as a doctor. Like how is diabetes impacting like the families, especially with new diagnosis?
Yeah, so it's certainly a challenge. I think many people feel like they got broadsided. They thought maybe they were going to their doctor to figure out why their child was going to the bathroom so much. And next thing you know it, they're admitted to the hospital, learning what diabetes is, learning how to manage it, and really realizing that it's something that's going to be with them for life. So certainly not an easy adjustment for many people. And it kind of varies across the spectrum, right? So I think with younger kids, and me as someone who was diagnosed so young, I don't really remember life without diabetes, but certainly it was more of a burden on my parents early on. Whereas you think about someone who's a little bit older, someone who knew sort of a whole way of life without diabetes, particularly a teenager who's used to some of those freedoms, it's really just a radical adjustment. And because of that, we are really lucky. So the center that I work at in Philadelphia, we just have tremendous supports for all of the families and the people with diabetes that we work with. So we have a psychologist who really has expertise in diabetes. So she knows all about the things that we're talking about. She knows about the technology. She knows about the insulin, so that when you get access to her, you can really just focus on the things that are bothering you without having to explain diabetes. We actually have quite a few people on our diabetes team, specifically many of the diabetes educators that also have type 1 as well. And I think just sort of that resource, knowing that you're not alone, is a good one. And then I'll be curious to, sort of comparisons with you and where you're at. We do a lot of social activities. So every summer we have diabetes camps that really give kids a chance to spend a week with a bunch of other kids that have diabetes and see that, you can do all the things that you typically do at a camp. Or I've seen sports camps for people with diabetes. I've seen ski weekends. So really just an effort to kind of support people in every way that we can.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Max. Like, this is amazing. All right. Thank you also for asking me about this. Like in Zimbabwe, usually the thing mostly, as I can say, the average salary falls so many, like more than 60%. Or I should just say the average salary for Zimbabweans is basically about $200. And if you have like a family member who is living with diabetes, probably he or she would need something like $50 on his or herself, like just for insulin. We're not yet talking about doctor's consultations. So it's usually very difficult. So it's like at the time that I remember, like the last time that we had like a camp, it was like 2 years ago. And that's usually, it's just something else. We would try by all means to say we want to like do fundraisers, but then there's so many things to consider, so many things to look into. It's just not really working out the way we would want it to work. Because camps, I do believe they are very, very they'll be impactful and they can actually work, because usually people say we have had so much great support, like when you attended a camp. Like I've heard this from the platforms that I've attended. Usually getting onto these international platforms, these are the things that people tell you to say. My connection usually came, or I realized that I had to do so much good because I saw other people, I met other people that are also living with diabetes. And that thing, it cannot be replaced, because education will always be key. People need the support. They need to be put together in a room with other people living with diabetes. So I think it's a great thing that you're doing in the US, and kudos to you. And hopefully sooner, when we have the resources in Zimbabwe, we could also try to do those things, because I know they are amazing and they cannot be replaced. They cannot be taken away from us. So it's something that we should continuously do. So now I'll try to move on to you again. Like, yes, I like it. It's not sort of like an interview, it's a discussion. So we need to compare and contrast to say, where are we doing right? How are you doing it there? So, which is a good thing, because you're not just a healthcare provider here. But maybe I would want to ask you about this. So, Dr. Mas, if you could maybe describe your role as a director of technology of Diabetes Center. You talked so much about this, like when you introduced yourself. If you could tell us, like, what is your role?
Absolutely. So I'm pretty new to this role. I just started. I'm at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and just started there in July. So what that role really entails is thinking through all of the emerging diabetes technologies that are coming out and how best to implement those. So what I'm getting at is anything from the continuous glucose monitors. So I know certainly in Europe, you guys already have access to the Dexcom G7, and I am very jealous. So we're starting to think about how we'll roll that out when it becomes available. The Libre 3 is just hitting our market here in the US. So we're creating processes to get people access to that and even to samples when they come in clinic. And then it goes from the continuous glucose monitors up to the insulin pumps. So certainly we're seeing lots of research and lots of emerging technologies. So here in the US, we have 3 automated insulin delivery systems right now. We have Tandem Control IQ, we have Omnipod 5, and then we have the Medtronic 770G. And the newest interest is really the bionic pancreas studies that have come out recently. And what they do is they take the carb counting away. So with that particular system, instead of putting in that you're eating, 30, 40, 50, however many carbs it is, you tell that system that you're eating a usual amount of carbs for you at that time of day, more carbs for you, fewer carbs for you, and it sort of learns you over time. So it really does help to take the burden off in certain ways. And this is what I love about my job. I get to stay kind of cutting edge with everything that's available and help kids and families figure out how to use it.
Wow. Thank you. And apologies to the audience, everybody listening. Usually, I think maybe you usually ask questions, but I don't think I'm seeing anything here. If you have already asked, but anyways, I think we'll find time, like maybe at the end, maybe say Tom would even help to say, hey, these are the questions that the audience is asking. So yeah, thank you so much. Now back to you, Dr. Brynn. So like, what's your recommendation to families with the recent diabetes, like with the recent diabetes diagnosis, considering that they may not have an HCP within a family? Like you had like your mom, you said she's a physician. So that was, I think it was a game changer for you. Like in other families, people, like especially in Africa, people don't just go to the hospital. They go when it's worse. Like when you can no longer talk, that kind of a thing. When you are no longer speaking, that's when they take you seriously. But the rest, people just have to manage to say, hey, I think you'll be fine. Just sleep, that kind of a thing. So diabetes, usually people who feel like, hey, maybe it's just like a headache. I'll be better. So that kind of a thing. So if you could maybe share with us, like, what's your recommendation to these families with a recent diabetes diagnosis? Usually these families are found to be desperate. They'll fall for anything. If anybody says, we have a cure for diabetes, use these herbs, forgo your insulin, what do you say now to these people? I mean, I think maybe they would need to hear it from someone who is living with diabetes and also a healthcare provider like yourself. Please
Yeah.
take it away.
Well, I think I get a lot more credibility when I walk in a room and I say that I've, had 30 plus years of experience with diabetes. So I certainly use that to my advantage. And Tino, I'm going to ask you a question after I'm done responding, because there are a few things you said before I let you ask me the next one. But just to finish it out, I think the message that I like to give people is that there's nothing you did to cause diabetes. It's not your fault. It's not your parents' fault. It's not eating that entire bag of Halloween candy the other week. So that's one thing. I don't want people to feel guilty. And that can be especially challenging when there's a parent with diabetes, because we know that there is a higher risk if a parent has diabetes for their children to have diabetes. So sort of working through that process with people. And then my other big message, I always tell people there's two things I need you to remember, because you're going to hear a lot in addition to the fact that it's not your fault. The other thing that I really like to emphasize is that you can do anything you want to do with diabetes. And I'm sure just looking at the people in this chat right now, hearing some of the stories, there are people that are really just doing amazing work. And then you look at, people that have climbed Mount Everest, people that have run marathons, whatever it is, if you want to do it, you can get it done. I think that's the most important thing that I can possibly say to someone. But I'm really curious, I think you have a better perspective than I do on how do you deal with families who are desperate, may not have a ton of knowledge and education about what diabetes is, and are in settings where there are just limited resources and access to the technologies. What was that experience like for you?
Oh, thank you so much. Like in my case, I think I have already, in my case, I have also fallen for that. I should say my parents fallen for that, because I was diagnosed when I was also a child. So they had to take me to some of these, to subscribe to these herbs, and especially in Africa, because people, they sort of want to be, what do you call it, too spiritual. They'll say, hey, you can be prayed for. So if you want to exercise a little bit of faith, just don't take medication. And I mean, I couldn't say anything, because I just wanted to please or to impress my family. So I had to say, hey, I have faith. I think I'm healed. I don't have diabetes anymore. So it was something else, because uncomfortable, because I think I had to approach into DKA because of the things that I was doing, just eating everything and taking everything without insulin. That was horrible. If for families now that come to me to say, hey, how do you manage? How are you managing it? So these are the things that I would have to say, hey, if your doctor says you are diabetic, you have to take these medications. And by any miracle, if you are healed, then your doctor has to say, hey, you have to stop insulin. So if you're healed, diabetes, taking medication doesn't put back you to the, to restore the diabetes that you might have been healed. So if you're really healed, I think you should go well, and then your doctor should be the one to tell you to say, hey, you have to stop taking insulin, because I think it's not working, or it's making you worse, that kind of a thing. So these are the things that we're dealing with in Africa. But now that I'm a little bit knowledgeable, courtesy of the Digital Voices, you get the opportunity to attend conferences, which is amazing, extraordinary conferences. Diabetes doesn't just disappear. You'd have to manage taking your medication as was prescribed by your doctors. So yeah, those are some of the ways that I had to deal with it. But I was a sort of like a victim once, and that had a huge bearing on me. It affected me a lot, and I regret ever trying or even listening to those people. So whenever I hear those stories again, it's some of the things that I try to block, because I know we have lost so many families. I don't know, I think I'm lucky. I didn't die. I could have, because I think I went for about 4 days without taking insulin. But my weight just dropped. I lost about 10 kgs. But I know in the US, people might use pounds, which I don't know how to convert it at this time. So
22.
That was all about it. All right. Thank you so much. Oh, yes. You made it. So yeah, that was the thing. So it was horrible, really. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just something else. And these are the things that are still happening in Africa. I don't know if they happen also in the international communities like the US, Europe, India, Pakistan, because I'm seeing Pakistan people that are here. I don't know if it happens that side. So, but maybe we could get back to it when we are done with the discussion, provided we still have time, because I mean, there are so many people that are going to come anyway, right? So thank you so much for that question. That is amazing.
That sounds great, Tino. And you made me think about experience of friends of mine. So I have a friend who's Ethiopian and who was diagnosed with diabetes when she was in Ethiopia. And it actually took her over a year in getting to the US before they realized that she had type 1 and not type 2. I've worked with other people through ISPAD, like young physicians in Africa who are really interested in just better understanding the rates of diabetes. Because I think, like you were saying, people don't even realize that it's happening. We're unfortunately we're losing people, and it's not clear if they've died of malaria, of something else, or if it was diabetes, in fact. And I give you just a ton of credit for the work that you're doing, the networks that you're putting together, and raising awareness, and working with all the international groups that are really dedicated to improving care and education.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm humbled. Thank you for the beautiful words. Now, Dr. Max, I would want to ask this question to say, yes, I know you mentioned this like when you introduced yourself. I'm just kind of curious though, and I think maybe the entire group, the people that are listening right now, they'll also be intrigued when they hear this. Like, would you have led a different career if it wasn't for your diagnosis?
100%. Yeah. I think, I knew I was interested in medicine from a young age, but I think particularly in the US, we have a hard time getting people to go into endocrinology and diabetes. It is not one of the better paying healthcare fields. And I think that's a deterrent. And we work hard, diabetes doesn't take a break. It's 24/7. And you certainly get calls in the middle of the night for high and low blood sugars. And I think if I hadn't had diabetes and hadn't had sort of a rough experience growing up, and sort of if I didn't want to overcome the challenges that I faced for other people out there with diabetes, I don't think there's any way that I would have done it. But just so glad that I have, because every family that I get the chance to work with, sort of hopefully doing a few little things that can make this process easier for them, even just by walking in the room and showing parents that, I've had diabetes for 30 plus years and I'm doing great. There is nothing better out there for me.
Wow, amazing. This is amazing and interesting at the same time. Oh my God. Like, in my case, maybe because I was like, when I was diagnosed, I was already in high school, or I was going to high school, that kind of a thing. Yes, and I thought, oh my God, what if I become a doctor? But I knew like there was so much required of me to do that. But then also people were also having their own perception to say, hey, if you have diabetes, there's so many things that you have to do now, so much extra work. So you don't really have to stress out. You don't have really to work hard like other people. You just have to take it low. But then, and I'm like, what? No way. I have to do the things that I like. If I didn't have diabetes, the things that I wanted to do, my career, nothing would have to change. But then it took like about 2-3 years for it to sink, to say, hey, this is the person that I want to become. I would still want to do the things that I've always said I want to become, that kind of a thing. Or maybe those were just childhood dreams. Things usually change like whenever you go to high school, and then you'd have to choose like a career path to pursue at college, that kind of a thing. So it was different in our perspective. Now, this is a thing, like the question that I want to ask you, Dr. Max, is this is usually the thing. And I was actually surprised to hear this. It actually happens even in the developed nations. And I don't know the case, like to say, we're still having issues with misdiagnosis around the world. Like, is this an issue within your state?
Yeah, it's a great question, Tino. I think here in the US, I would say I don't think we miss diagnoses of diabetes overall. Like if someone comes in, we know that they have it just because we have so many tests and lab studies available to us. But I think where we've struggled in the US, and particularly with the pandemic, we really saw a huge obesity surge in the US. And whereas we used to say, people diagnosed with diabetes as kids, it was always type 1. We have seen so much type 2 diabetes recently. And I think one of the areas that we're struggling with is sort of trying to differentiate type 1 and type 2, and even some of the other kinds of diabetes that don't have numbers. So there's single gene mutations that if you have one change in your genetic makeup, you can end up with diabetes, as compared to something like type 1, where we still don't know exactly what causes it. So misdiagnosis, I think, in different ways, if that's a fair answer.
Well, thank you so much. This is because, like, I thought, like, people usually don't think like this can actually happen. To say, hey, yes, I mean, within a country like where you don't have enough technologies, we're just using single pricks to diagnose. Like usually whenever people go for screening, they will just go with the glucometer, do single pricks. Maybe you might not even know, they might not have the knowledge to say, what was the last time this person ate, that kind of a thing. And it will take like time. Because usually now with ISPA, they sort of like recommend to say any type of diagnosis you'd have to be done through lab tests, which is a good thing because these are things that you have. So if the entire world could have these technologies, I think maybe we could have less issues with regards to misdiagnosis, which are still happening and even impacting or killing so many people, or taking innocent lives because of misdiagnosis. People might say, hey, I think you have malaria, because like in our context, let me say this. You can ask a university student to say, hey, what do you know about diabetes? They don't know anything. But ask even say a first grade, second grade to say, ask him or her about HIV. They can tell you even the possible treatments that people you have to take. They know. But for a college student, they don't know about diabetes, which is not so good. I mean, awareness, I think we'd have to do so many great work. Like, I mean, with the people here, I think we have to do something to improve, to change this said narrative, because we cannot have so many misdiagnoses and lose so many others now that we have the knowledge to say what diabetes is, how it would look like. Like, as you said, if a person comes to our hospital, we can tell to say, hey, this is diabetes. We have enough and of equipment and stuff like that. And also, lived experience can actually help ease the burden if, as we transition to acquire all those diabetes technologies that needs to be have like on any medical facility. Those are the things I think that we'll be looking for to say, if we have these, I think we can really manage pretty well. Things can maybe say improve. Now, moving on. Like say medical doctors are usually trusted personnel with matters of health from a perspective, like even in general practitioners, people, they even trust them. But then for so many people that have lived with diabetes for quite a long time, they'll say, hey, I don't think I have to go see a GP. I think I need an endocrinologist. People with knowledge, people like us, I think we are a bit difficult because we no longer trust them to say, hey, they might have general knowledge, which is no longer applicable in my case. With regards to treating any sort of like a clinical chronic illness without a specific training about the subject. So like, what can you tell us about this? Because, I mean, do you have like, most of the times are like GPs, would you recommend, like in the case that a person living with diabetes are seeing GPs, is it like a case like in Africa? Because here in Africa, what we do is, even if a person living with diabetes goes to see a GP can say, hey, I know what to do. But in other countries, you'd hear that a GP can say, hey, I have to recommend you to go see an endocrinologist, someone who is a bit specialized in this area. So what can you tell us about this, Dr.
Oh,
I don't know. Yeah.
that is such a great question, Tino, and so interesting in terms of like the infrastructures and the resources that we have to support different conditions in different places. So in the U.S. and particularly, I've been on the East Coast of the U.S. my entire life, so that's the area I know best. We have just like a very high density of physicians, so a lot of people have a specialty. And for that reason, when there's the resources around, the GPs or the primary care doctors, as we call them, they just don't want to deal with diabetes. They have so many other things on their plate to deal with that they are very happy to refer diabetes on to a specialist. And specifically there, I'm sort of thinking about type 1. So because we have so many different treatments and technologies available, it's just too much for many primary care doctors to take on. Some adult physicians will manage type 2, particularly depending on the treatment that we're using. So sometimes it's just an oral medication that a lot of the primary care doctors get good training in. For the most part, my experience has been that as people get onto insulin, as they get onto more of the nuanced and evolving treatments that weren't around when people went through medical school, a lot of the times they are looking for a specialist. But by way of contrast, I actually have a friend. She lives out in Montana, which is a state kind of in the middle of the U.S., very northern border, right on the border of Canada. And she is one of 2 pediatric endocrinologists in the whole state. So I think it really varies just depending on where you are and how many doctors are available. Because in Montana, there are plenty of primary care doctors who will take care of kids with type 1. So it's all about the resources at your fingertips and working with them.
Well, I think that is absolutely right, and that is correct. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I think, but yeah, of course, I think general practitioners really should also have some sort of like a bit of training in terms of like diabetes, because things are changing every day. The things that are recommended are changing every day, and some of them might act as sort of like guidelines. So like, I think things will just have to be sort of like improved so that care can actually be improved. And even for people living with diabetes could lead a healthy quality life with proper recommendations, because things are changing. The medicines are being changed and are being advanced. The technology, wow, that area. I may not have to comment about it because I've not had so much like use of the CGMs, pumps, but maybe say sooner we would have access to them. Right. So,
But I'm
Dr.
curious,
Max.
Tino, before we jump over, what's it like in Zimbabwe? Which doctors are taking care of diabetes there?
Like in Zimbabwe, in my case, I would know like a few doctors. There are less than 10 doctors that really care for people living with diabetes. Otherwise, we have some general practitioners who can actually recommend to say, if a type 1 diabetes, because of medication, because of how expensive it is for some families, if a type 1 diabetes, let's say, for example, people that are living in the less remote areas, when they go to see the GPs, usually those are the people that you can find in the less remote areas. Or maybe say a clinic can have, say, 2 GPs, and then even a doctor would say, even if you want to change medication, maybe say from insulin, they could even recommend people to use metformin that is meant for type 2 diabetes. So that's when I say, okay, it's really, really sad, because you cannot have a doctor who is really trained in the area or in the subject matter recommend someone living with type 1 to take metformin, like pills that are meant for people living with type 1, for type 2. So that is just insane. So those are the things that we have. But in terms of like the technologies, we do not have like much access to pumps, because I don't think the companies that sell these things, Medtronic and any other company like Dexcom, in terms of CGM, maybe they might say, hey, I think this is a bad market because I don't think people will be able to afford it. But some, they might just need to have these things, because, I mean, we cannot say for everyone or conclude for everyone to say people do not have money because they're from a low to middle income country. But some might need to have a feel of it, or just to hear like what it does, how their lives could be improved, because we often hear of these stories, especially from the US, Europe, to say, hey, this is how these are incredible things. I think you should use them. And it could actually help you to manage your diabetes, and which I subscribe to it. I know it does. I know it will eventually. And I think we could be on those stages, 1 or 2, like maybe say times to come, years to come, I don't know. So yeah, but basically that's how it is in Zimbabwe, or maybe say in most parts of Africa. Yeah.
And Tino, your point earlier struck me, like when you were saying that a first or second grader knows about HIV, but that a college student doesn't know about diabetes. What do you think are the lessons that we can learn from how HIV has been handled in Africa, and how can we apply that to diabetes to push things forward?
Wow, this is amazing, and I think this is a great question. And I was going to talk about this like on my talk tomorrow on Monday, World Diabetes Day, on the talk that I was invited to. Right, this is a great question. So, like, what can be done? Usually, what happened in Zimbabwe? We had so many civil societies; they had to come up together, NGOs, international communities, even individuals that had an interest, and even the government itself. They had to come on board to say, hey, what do we need to do? Because HIV was striking the entire nation. People were dying. So now they're like, especially for people who are well up, because HIV, like, those are the people mostly that were infected or say affected. So they wanted to do something to say, hey, I think we could lose our entire families. What can we do to get involved to make sure that these things can be reduced? So they started to be spoken about on every media house, newspapers, radios, TV. So everybody just know about it. So it was like music in the streets, like a rhythm, like everybody could just sing it. So that thing, because it's it was a study that was done. It was initiated in the 1990s in Zimbabwe. And after that, they established what we call AIDS levy. And right now, as I speak, every taxpayer in Zimbabwe subscribes to it or pays 3%, contributes 3% from his or her salary towards AIDS levy. So it's something that you would remember. Like on your payslip, it's written everywhere. It's everywhere. And sort of like in schools, it was also sort of like a recommendation to say every college, I don't know, maybe in primary school or high school, if they do this, they say you have to have a course. It has to be mandatory, regardless of your course that you're doing, even if you're into finance, everyone has to learn about HIV, its prevention, epidemiology, everything about HIV. So that's the thing. So I think it has to make it sort of like mandatory to say everybody has to know about this. So I think there should be sort of like a section that says that addresses on non-communicable diseases, the things that people can suffer from, not just HIV, but everything else has to be put in the box to say, I think we need to put a little bit of focus in this because now diabetes, with how the numbers are increasing, I think much of attention has to be put on it too, just like any other disease or any chronic illness. So I guess I've answered your question.
Well said, and probably just a small teaser before your whole hour-long talk tomorrow.
Yeah, wonderful. Right, thank you so much. That was amazing. So yes, considering that you're not just a healthcare provider, you're also a person living with diabetes. How can the diabetes community, because I know you belong in it, not just as a healthcare provider, right? So like, how can the diabetes community assist those within the disempowered communities, like from our communities, like the African communities? Now we are having like people with diabetes attending these extraordinary conferences, and their question is, how best can we pay it forward? Mostly people ask this question to say, hey, if I attend a conference, what do I have to do? Because I think most of the talks is a bit medical, and maybe say people might not really understand. So what can you say about this?
Oh, well, it was just such a pleasure to see you in Abu Dhabi when we met at that ISPAD meeting, and several other people too. There were quite a few DDoc voices that were there, and I was just so delighted to see everyone. I think sort of thinking about, like we were saying earlier, we're working with the resources that you have. I think the social media supports that you do, Tino, are incredible. I know Jazz is coming up from India, and Jazz is actually giving a talk for us for ISPAD later this week. So I think really just finding a way as a person with diabetes to connect with some of the professional organizations that are out there and working on things. I think our voices are definitely needed, right? And if you're at a meeting, just because you don't understand the full level of detail of the statistical analyses and the questions that are being answered, as a person with diabetes, when I'm sitting in those rooms, I have a perspective that many other people don't have. And I think there's something valuable in that. So just realizing how important your voice is, and finding a way to get out there and to share it. For me, I think the group that I really enjoy working with are the kids who are struggling most, and have actually done some studies to try to promote equal access to the technologies here in the U.S. And you know, when I'm able to work with someone who has an A1C that's over 14%, and over the course of 6 months to get them down to 8%, it just doesn't get any better. So I think it's finding the people who are in need of support, figuring out how you can support them, and doing it. Because the other way that I've been able to do, I think, to have an impact is through the diabetes camps. So it's really nice when you're around someone for a week and, you know, the Dr. Mark's title kind of goes away and I'm just plain old Brynn. I think just being able to share, you know, my experiences, the ups and the downs of diabetes, can be so helpful, because I think just knowing that you're not alone is an important thing.
Absolutely. I greatly concur with you so much in this area. Like this is like one of the responses that I usually give, to say, like, whenever somebody asks to say, okay, so like, what is advocacy to you? Like, how do you have to advocate? Like, you just say, okay, you find your own space. What is missing within your community? I think you just have to fill it. Like, I think the passion will just come to you, that kind of a thing. So thank you so much for this one. This is amazing. Right. Now, getting more like deep down into your research as a diabetes healthcare provider, that kind of a thing. Right. So, Dr. Max, like, what made you to like be this extremely passionate into the research subject?
So I think what I love most about research, Tino, is the fact that I can kind of have a question and that my job as a researcher is to go out there and to answer it. And I love most being able to figure out what it is that I'm passionate about. And for me, that's been education. And sort of how I got there when I was training, I was at one of the top pediatric hospitals in the US. And because I was the person with diabetes who was using all the technology, everybody came to me with their questions. It was like, how does the continuous glucose monitor work? How does the insulin pump work? And actually, when I started my training, I didn't even know that medical education was sort of a venue to do research in. So it's kind of a new field here in the US. And for me, when I was like, I love the technologies, I love being cutting edge, I love being able to help people figure out how to use them better. Once I realized that I could turn that into research, it was like no brainer. I knew exactly what I wanted to do. And then have been able to do some like app-based educational work because of that, both for clinicians, because the reality is with some of the technologies, it's getting so complicated that it's hard for healthcare providers to keep track of how these systems work. And then more recently, I've pivoted over to working with kids and families to sort of help build some app-based education for them.
Oh, amazing. Wow, this is amazing. Thank you so much for your passion in this, because it is answering so many questions, like not just questions that you have yourself, but questions that the diabetes community might have, and they could relate when you're speaking about it. Like when the questions, when the findings are out there, you just say, okay, fine, these are the things that we found about this subject area. So thank you so much for everything that you're doing within the diabetes community. Right. So Dr. Max, I don't know, usually whenever I am to sort of like come on to have a discussion with anyone, like especially on the podcast, usually what I do is I sort of like go and try to dig what that person does. Yes, I might know, yes, what this person does, but I need to know like the things that are hidden, things that are not really known by everybody else. And that I might have to search to try to figure out, okay, fine, I'm trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. So please, if you may explain to us your sudden interest in promoting equal access to diabetes technologies for all people with type 1 diabetes. I read this somewhere.
You did. You nailed one of my passions, and I think what did that for me, I was a teenager who had really poor glycemic control. I had A1Cs that were in the double digits. And I think, honestly, because I come from a certain background, because my family's well educated, because we're financially okay, someone took a chance on me. And when I was 16 and doing terribly, they gave me access to an insulin pump. And for me, that was honestly, it was just such a game changer, Tino, to have that technology in my hands, to have someone believe in me. It helped me to believe in myself. And I think what I've realized over the course of my medical training is that not everyone gets that same opportunity. And I just don't think it's fair that because I, came from where I came from, that I get access to something and other people don't. So as I learned the benefits of those technologies, as I realized that getting my blood sugars into good control helped me to feel better, I just think everyone deserves that, right? Having diabetes is tricky enough, and whatever we can do to make it easier, I think I feel an obligation to do that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Max. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think like things are moving pretty fast. Time is moving, and also I have tons and tons of questions to ask you. Just by trying to figure you out before you came onto this podium. Right. So there's also something like, yes, it's amazing. People can actually go and ask you when they feel like, because I know you'd spark their interest in certain ways. So like we want to know about this one. So like what inspired Dr. Max to do work in post-transplant diabetes and in cystic fibrosis related to diabetes? Most people don't know about these terms, but I have had the privilege to know about them. So what can you tell us about this? Just to spark people's interest.
Yeah, so let me give you a little more background, Tino, just so everybody's on the same page. People who have cystic fibrosis, which is primarily a lung condition, by the time they're adults, in addition to having trouble breathing and some gastrointestinal issues, about 50% of adults are going to get diabetes on top of all of that because of this underlying cystic fibrosis condition. And then the other term that you spoke about, post-transplant diabetes, is after someone needs an organ transplant, whether it's a lung or a heart or a kidney. Some of the medications that we use so that their body tolerates that transplanted organ can then go on to cause diabetes. So I think when I look at those conditions, it's an added burden. I think everyone here knows the challenges of living with diabetes, but imagine adding something on. And sort of my unique experience in all of this, while I was in the midst of my training, I actually went into heart failure and I had a heart transplant during that training. So for me, I think I've kind of seen the challenges of having two chronic conditions at once. And what I really like about working with these families is, again, just that idea of people realizing that they're not alone. And for me, it's just challenging in different ways beyond the more common type 1 and type 2. So getting to think about the effects of different medications and different illnesses, for me, I think helps me to understand diabetes better and just to be a better physician overall for everyone with diabetes.
Thank you so much. And even for agreeing to share this with us. I mean, people may not just say, hey, I can be like, people would say, hey, I think I have to be like a little bit, this is a bit confident, but you had to share with us so that people can actually tell and relate, make decisions, informed decisions. So I should say, thank you so much for agreeing to share this with us. To say, yes, you have also gone through heart transplant yourself, and it sparked your interest to maybe further your studies or your research, like to also research about it and also help people in that area because you have the experience yourself. And now you'd have to put on your expertise, your professionalism with your interest to trying to make things right, things that are not right. So thank you so much. That is amazing. And I know people will need to know more about this. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for doing all the researches that you're doing. So now I just kind of picked maybe say one of your interests, like one of your research, like you're a co-author to one of the crucial topics of the moment, the relationship between diabetes and COVID-19. And yes, we have heard about this to say that since COVID struck, there was sort of like a rise in terms of like the people that were diagnosed with diabetes. So if you could explain a little bit, what was the cause, like from your findings, like for you having to write about this? What can you tell us about this briefly?
Ooh, great question, Tino. So we looked at changes in the rates of both type 1 and type 2 in Washington, D.C., which was where I was working up until July. And what we found was that rates of type 2 diabetes actually about tripled. And that was staggering to us. We went from about 50 cases a year to 150. And like I was saying earlier, it used to be that type 2 diabetes was a condition we saw in adults. So in sort of thinking through that, we broke it down. We have a few ideas that we can't quite prove from the data that we have. But I think one thing was that here in the US, schools closed. So kids went from in-person school and transitioned over to virtual school. So they're sitting at home all day. They may not have access to some of the subsidized and nutrient-rich foods that they were getting at school when they were doing virtual schooling. Parents might have been working, so they could have been home unsupervised. And when you think about the foods, particularly in the US, that are cheap, it tends to be the ones that are high in sugar and very processed. So we think that changes in exercise, both because kids were just sitting around all day, and changes in diet played a huge contribution. And then we actually have another paper. It's not published just yet, but it's under review. And what we actually found was that the cases tripled when kids were doing virtual schooling, and they went right back to where they were as kids returned to in-person school. So we thought that was really the big cause.
Oh, thank you so much. And I think we'll be mostly interested to read about this. And I mean, can people just like, quick question, can people find about like, if they want to read more of the books or the things, the papers that you've already published, can they find those papers so that maybe people might be interested to read about this? Can they find these papers like anywhere, freely, that kind of a thing?
Oh, great question, Tino. The answer is it depends a little bit on the journal that it's published in. So some journals, when you publish there, you can have free access to all the articles that are contained, and others have a membership fee. So the place to sort of start looking and to find these, at least in the US, and please someone correct me if you know of other resources outside the US, we have a website that's maintained by the US government. It's called pubmed.gov. And you can really search, you can search by author, or you can search by topic, and you could get plenty of hits of all the articles that are out there. And at the very least, you'll be able to read the abstract. So kind of the quick summary, the background and how the research was done and what the main findings were. So even if you can't quite get access to the full article with all the details, you can at least get the gist of it.
Thank you so much for that short response. And I think it's amazing. People can tell to say, okay, fine. I think some people already, because people are sort of like multitaskers. Some, I think they're already trying to search right now. I mean, I'm just saying, right? Okay, now we are moving on to the conclusion, to the last part of our discussion. I think this was amazing. So, Dr. Max, considering that you are a person living with diabetes yourself from a very early age, and I think that you do not have knowledge about life without diabetes because you've lived with it like all your life. And also, you're now a medical doctor, right? So if you could only have one device to improve outcomes for people living with diabetes, would you choose a pump or a CGM? And why would you have to choose that device?
Oh, Tino, you're going to make me pick, huh? I want them both. All right, so what I would
Great
say...
question. No pressure.
I know. I think the honest answer is I think the continuous glucose monitor is so key. And the reason I say that is I think, everybody living with diabetes knows that it doesn't follow the rules. You can eat the same breakfast, you can give the same amount of insulin every day. And sometimes you end up high and sometimes you end up low. Life gets in the way, unexpected things happen. Sometimes you give your insulin and then you get distracted and don't get to eat a meal. And for me, the continuous glucose monitor and just sort of knowing where my blood sugar is, it's really easy when I can adjust my insulin through my pump, but I could always do a shot. Whereas if I don't have the information about where my blood sugar is, I'm kind of in the dark and I don't know what to do. So I think if I had to pick one, CGM.
Thank you. Thank you for your honest answer. And I think you can relate much to say, okay, fine, this is why I'm choosing it. Because also, I'm a person living with diabetes. And I think like so many people can actually be guided to say, yeah, because this person, she isn't just a doctor. But if you were just a doctor and not a person living with diabetes, everybody would just ask themselves to say, she doesn't really know what she's saying. She could have chosen a pump. But now that you you fit all these descriptions within you, so people say, wow, I think I would have to choose it too. So thank you so much for that one. And now I don't know if you have like last words before we leave it to our hosts, to the diabetes chat itself. If you have any last words to the diabetes community and particularly to people that are listening right now.
Well, last words. Well, a huge thank you to you, Tino, for the invitation, and also to Diabetes Chat for having me. This is really just a pleasure. Not something I get to do very often, but nothing better than being, in a virtual room full of people with type 1 who sort of get it and understand what you're going through. And I think my biggest message is don't let diabetes slow you down. You can do whatever you want to do. It might take a little more work, a little more thought, but there are ways to get it done. And whatever those goals are, you should keep shooting them for them.
Thank you so much. Now that we're on the last 5 minutes, my last message before they ask, because I was the one asking questions, right? So my last message would be, let's get involved, let's get engaged, and let's come up together to help create the change that this world needs. This world needs a change. So let's do it. Let's change the narrative that is there. So thank you so much to you, Dr. Max, to agree to be part of this podcast with me. Even if the timelines were different and that kind of a thing, everything was just crazy because I know right now you're about to go to bed. And for me, it's early in the morning. It's almost 6 a.m. So yeah, but we managed, thanks to Virtual World and so many thanks to the Diabetes Chat and everyone behind it. So thank you so much, Tom. Now I think we would have to leave the mic back to you. If you have questions for either of us, particularly Dr. Max, I think.
You know what, guys? That was just truly tremendous. Like, both of you just speak with so much enthusiasm and passion and dedication to your communities in Africa and in America, and it's just pure dedication from you guys. And I've just sat back with so much admiration to both of you for your knowledge and wisdom, and it was truly remarkable. And Tino, I know we've known each other a few months and we've connected a few things, and we were very fortunate to have you as our guest speaker and on a diabetes chat. And it was just remarkable hearing about diabetes in Zimbabwe, and it was just, I had to get you involved in today's chat, and you didn't let me down. You were so keen and enthusiastic to come on board, and I know you spoke to Dr. Marks, and equally very excited to come on. And I just thank you both for your time today, for coming on and educating us all and speaking with so much passion. And Tino, like you say, Dr. Marks will be shortly chilling for the evening and going to bed soon. But Tino, dedication, my friend. Like you say, you're 2 hours ahead of me, so it's nearly 4 a.m. here in the UK, so it's 6 a.m. And I know you've been messaging me for the last couple of hours, so you know what I mean. You've been up, and you're so passionate, and you're such an amazing advocate, and it's so lovely to connect with you and so many people in this 24-hour space. And we've had amazing speakers so far, and in your introduction, you thanked the speakers before and wished the speakers after best wishes. But I just want to say thank you to you for everything, and yeah, thank you so much, mate.
Pleasure being of service, and a huge thanks goes to Dr. Marks, of course, for her incredible contributions.
Absolutely,
agreeing to be part of us. Oh, that is amazing. Thank you, and yeah.
Tom, I have to second what you said. I've never met anyone quite with Tino's enthusiasm and dedication. And I think technically I was the one who was supposed to be being interviewed, but I think Tino needs a shot because he has just as much to say as I did, if not more.
It was just such a lovely, fascinating conversation, a natural conversation, and both just presented with so much enthusiasm. And it's lovely to connect with you, Dr. Marks, from your career perspective, but also a person living with diabetes. It's great, and I hope that we can connect again in the future. And Tino, I need your secret. What's your secret to your amazing energy of enthusiasm? I wish that just 1 inch of ounce of energy. You're just superb, and you're fantastic, and just keep up the good work. And where can we, just to finish the final minute, where can people, Tino, go back, and how can they connect with you on social media and your platform, your website? How can they go check out the Diabetic Mogul podcast? Where can they go?
Thank you so much. I'm just out of words, and I'm so humbled. Thank you so much for the beautiful words. So people can just say Diabetic Mogul, like on this Twitter page, and that's basically the same name that you can find on Instagram and on Facebook. I'm using my name, like Tino Tenders. I think it'll be a bit difficult for people to write, but then they can just connect with me on Twitter and Instagram. Thank you, and we can always connect on this international platforms. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Max. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, everyone, for being part of this. Yep.
Are you going to go back to bed now, Tino, or are you up for the day?
No. I'll just I have sort of like a podcast that I have to publish by tomorrow with so many different people that I interviewed. So yeah.
You're straight onto that, hey? Dedication, my friend. Brilliant stuff.